Chapter 1449 Handing in Mission. Chapter 1449 Handing in Mission. Under the shade of trees, a group of students was currently chatting idly. The object of conversation naturally could not do without those most talented students. Oh, right, the Outer Court's #1 genius, Yi Yuan, has already not returned for over 10 years. Heard that he took a trial-taking mission and went to a small world. It wouldn't be that. He can't return anymore, right? It's not impossible. Normally, going out to train, it ranges between 3 years to 5 years and they'll pretty much be back. Exceeding 8 years, there were basically very few that returned. Yeah, it's already been over 10 years. It likely bodes ill rather than well. It's a pity, with his talent, stepping into Divine Lord Realm is virtually a sure bet. Heard that senior apprentice brother Qin Tian went to experience and temper himself too. The two of them, one after another, is a little too coincidental. Furthermore, senior apprentice brother Qin Tian hasn't returned until now too. Shu, do you want to die? How dare you say this kind of thing? Amen? You guys look that is. Everyone followed the gaze and looked over, and could not help being surprised. Yi Yuan slowly walked in, looking very calm and collected. The direction he was heading in was precisely the Merit Hall. It's Yi Yuan. He actually broke through to initial stage Heaven Glimpse. My God, this is also two freakies. Plus this kind of cultivation speed is simply too terrifying. I remember that when he went out, didn't he just break through to late stage Grotto Profound? It's just been over 10 years and he crossed over half-stop Heaven Glimpse, directly breaking through to the Heaven Glimpse realm? This guy's talent is too frightening. He has entered the sect for less than 30 years and broke through from middle stage Grotto Profound to initial stage Heaven Glimpse. This kind of cultivation speed is simply too abnormal. The aura emanated by Yi Yuan made everyone extremely surprised. Although those who entered Wu Meng Academy were geniuses among geniuses, those with cultivation speed like Yi Yuan were really one of its kind. More importantly, not only did Yi Yuan's realm advance extremely fast, but his strength was also daunting to the extreme, plusing those in the same rank. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm, it was equivalent to entering the inner court. This way, the inner court situation would likely undergo a massive change. Let's go and take a look just what mission Yi Yuan was carrying out. Wasn't it said that small world's spiritual energy is very very hard to break through realms? How in the world did this guy do it? Yi Yuan's appearance immediately caused an uproar. Quite a number of people followed suit, following Yi Yuan to the Merit Hall. Regarding the matter of divulging Yi Yuan's information, even if 10 years had passed, Yu Jing had always taken it to heart. A genius like Yi Yuan was destined to shake the Wu Meng capital city, even an existence who was going to enter Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But because of the Qin family's selfishness, such a prodigy perished in a small world. This was really something that made people choke with anger. How much face did Yi Yuan gain for Wu Meng capital city by defeating Jin Yu? But now, he was going to die in the hands of a vile character. But because of this matter, Yu Jing got quite a bit of benefit instead. In secret, Qin Tianing gave Yu Jing considerable compensation. At this time, a figure entered the Merit Hall. Yu Jing's mood was somewhat irritable and said impatiently without even looking, "Go to the jade pillars there to find the mission first, then come find me when you're done. Senior apprentice brother, I'm here to hand in the mission." Only then did Yu Jing slightly raise his eyelids and looked at the arrival. But his expression abruptly changed and he quickly stood up. Why Yi Yuan? You actually came back. Seeing Yi Yuan, Yu Jing was shocked until he was staring with his mouth agape. Yi Yuan did not return for 10 years. Yu Jing thought that Yi Yuan had long died under Qin Tian's hands already. But now, Yi Yuan actually returned in perfectly good condition. How could he not be shocked? Yi Yuan looked at Yu Jing, his gaze slightly cold, as he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Senior apprentice brother, you seems to be very surprised seeing me return." At this time, the number of people outside the merit hall was swarming. Yu Jing startled awake very quickly, his expression somewhat unnatural as he said, "How so? I was just surprised. Junior apprentice brother Yi took a 3-star mission and actually completed it? Amen? You broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm. Buzz. Yu Jing just happened to find a reason to deal with Yi Yuan but instantly ignited the outside. 3-star mission. He actually drew a 3-star mission on his first time going out to train. Got to be kidding. 3-star missions, the death rate for the simplest ones also exceed 50%. Yi Yuan actually completed the mission and came back. This guy simply can't be gauged with common sense. Freakish until he has no friends. Other people all have narrow shaves going. Not only did he not die when he went, but he also broke through his realm instead. The people surrounding and watching outside the door directly blew up. A Grotto Profound Realm student actually went to take a 3-star mission. Disregarding this, not only did Yi Yuan complete the mission, he even broke through a major realm and came back. Did he still want people to live? Actually, the most shocked one was not those people outside, but Yu Jing. Monstrous waves were surging in his heart right now. He knew that Qin Tian went to the Sky Foothill world to hunt down Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan completed the mission and returned. What about Qin Tian? In an instant, Yu Jing thought of many possibilities. Could it be? No way. Even if Yi Yuan broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm, it was also impossible to be Qin Tian's match. He was a half-step origin deity powerhouse. Furthermore, he heard that Qin Tian already suppressed his realm for very long. As long as he was willing, he could break through to the origin deity realm at any time. Very soon, Yu Jing rejected that most frightening thought, because this notion was too absurd. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep and serene, looking at Yu Jing meaningfully, and said with a faint smile, "Like that, huh? This Yi had some minor gains in these 10 years and broke through by a fluke. Senior apprentice brother Yu, this is the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. My mission should be considered as completed, right?" Yu Jing's heart thudded, secretly thinking that things were bad. Could it be that Yi Yuan really ran into Qin Tian and he already knew that it was me who divulged the information about his mission? But if Yi Yuan really encountered Qin Tian, how did he return? Also, where in the world did Qin Tian go? A series of queries sounded out in Yu Jing's heart. But the more he thought, the more he felt that there was no answer. He totally could not guess what happened in the Sky Foothill world. Haha, of course it's completed. Junior apprentice brother, hold on, I'll clock the mission's rewards into your academy token right now. Yu Jing did not dare to meet Yi Yuan's eyes and laughed awkwardly, clocking the mission's points into Yi Yuan's academy token. Junior apprentice brother Yi done. You're really too incredible. Such a difficult mission, you, a Grotto Profound martial artist, actually completed it. Yu Jing said with a laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just a fluke." Yi Yuan put away the token, divided the crowd, and directly left. The moment he left, the others immediately surrounded over. Senior apprentice brother Yu, just what 3-star mission did Yi Yuan draw? Yeah, tell us. According to the Academy's rules, after a student completes the mission's information could be disclosed. Of course, apart from the coordinate. Yu Jing was pestered badly. He could only smile bitterly and say, "It's the number 8 mission." What Yi Yuan drew was the number 8 mission on the 3-star jade pillar. All those present were dead silent. Chapter 1450 Rage. Chapter 1450 Rage, what did you say? Yi Yuan he came back? Learning of this news from Qin Tianyu's mouth, Qin Tianan almost jumped up. Qin Tianyu's expression was very ugly as well. His face was currently sullen until it was almost dripping water. He slowly nodded his head and said with a solemn look, "Just earlier, Yi Yuan already took the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and went to the merit hall to hand in the mission. I came to find you straight away when I got the news." Then what about Qin Tian? Is there news? Qin Tianan asked with a FLU's teared look. He already could not care about killing Yi Yuan anymore now. Qin Tian's life or death was the question that he was most concerned about. However, Qin Tianyu shook his head and said, "Qin Tian didn't return. There's no news at all." Qin Tianan turned deathly pale and said absent-mindedly, "Impossible! Impossible! Qin Tian must have been delayed by some business." Qin Tianyu heaved a sigh and said, "You don't need to be so worried either. In my view, little Tian should have been delayed by some matters. With Yi Yuan's strength, it's simply impossible to do anything to him." Qin Tian's facial expression eased up slightly and he forced a smile as he said, "What elder brother said is right. I lost myself in concern here. Although Yi Yuan this brat is freakish to want to deal with Qin Tian, he's not qualified at all." Qin Tianyu's brows furrowed, but said, "There's still something that I haven't told you. Yi Yuan not only did he complete the mission, he even broke through to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm already." Qin Tiannan's expression changed. His heart that had just settled down leaped up once more. How is this possible? When he went, he was just late-stage grotto profound. It's just been 10 years or so, and he broke through to the Heaven Glimpse realm. Qin Tianyu let out a sigh and said, "This matter has already spread across the entire Wu Meng Academy, so it can't be wrong." Qin Tiannan's expression flickered incessantly. Qin Tianyu slowly got up, patted Qin Tiannan's shoulder, and said, "Wait and see first. If you really can't, you can only find Yi Yuan to have a showdown." All the way until he returned to his residence, Yi Yuan did not see Xiejingyi. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. The news of him returning definitely spread throughout the entire Wu Meng Academy like the wind. Logically speaking, little Fatty should have long arrived. Could it be that this guy went into seclusion to cultivate? Yi Yuan said with a frown. However, Yi Yuan kept feeling somewhat uneasy. Better go and take a look at him. Yi Yuan thought about it and still intended to go to Xiejingyi's residence to take a look. Yi Yuan was just about to step out but Bu mped into Qi Fong directly. "Teacher Qi," Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. When Qi Fong saw Yi Yuan, his eyes lit up first but became gloomy again very quickly. "You're going to find Xiejingyi, right?" Qi Fong opened his mouth and asked. Yi Yuan's heart thumped, a foreboding premonition welling up in his heart. "Something happened to little Fatty?" Qi Fong heaved a sigh and said, "You follow me." Looking at the Xiejingyi lying on the bed, his breathing very feeble, Yi Yuan's fury filled his chest with a wham. Feeling that icy-cold aura on Yi Yuan, Qi Fong's expression changed slightly. Little Fatty's current condition was very terrible. There was virtually not an intact spot on his body, his face being beaten until it lost human form, his body also riddled with 1,000 gaping wounds. Clearly, he had had his fill of torment. More importantly, little Fatty's body already did not have the slightest trace of essence energy undulations. His divine C was crippled, already thoroughly becoming a cripple. At the rate of the current situation, little Fatty would not last past a few days. Who did this? Yi Yuan's words did not carry the slightest emotion, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But Qi Fong could tell that Yi Yuan's rage had already reached the peak. Qi Fong did not hide it either, recounting the events of a few days back. Actually, little Fatty was very smart. After Yi Yuan left, he was very low profile. The vast majority of the time, he was cultivating on his own. In this period, W.A.N. Ji Song and Jia Chong they all provoked many times, but little Fatty just did not fall for it. All the way until half a year ago, little Fatty broke through to the half-step heaven glimpse realm. The excited little Fatty ran straight to the inner court to find Lin Xiu. Since then, the two people's feelings made remarkable progress. 10 days ago, Lin Xiu suddenly arranged to meet with little Fatty outside the academy. Little Fatty did not suspect anything and actually really went to keep the appointment. He did not expect that Lin Xiu had actually long arranged with the Qin families Qin Jing, Qin Pei, as well as Wan, Ji Song and Jia Chong. This was simply a trap. Only later did I know that Lin Xiu had actually secretly liked Qin Tian all along. It's just that body knew. The Qin family's people saw that there was no opportunity to take advantage of, and that's why they had the idea of finding Lin Xiu to take action. Xie Jingyi indeed fell for it. Qi Fang paused for a bit and continued explaining. When the Xie family heard that Xie Jingyi became a cripple, and also because of the Qin family's matter last time, they already don't care about him. I know that you and he have a close relations, Hi+P, so I sent him to the Myriad Treasure Tower. But his injuries are too severe. The Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemists are also at a loss on what to do, and could only make him hang on with one breath. Yi Yuan listened quietly all the way, his expression calm. His emotions did not have much ripples. It was just that the cold light in his two eyes revealed itself more and more. Yi Yuan did not speak, taking out a medicinal pill and stuffing it into Xie Jingyi's mouth. Qi Fang's gaze turned intent. He discovered that he did not recognize the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand. Although that was just a Tier 1 divine pill, he had actually never seen before. Tier 1 healing divine pills were just those few type. Qi Fang recognized all, but he had actually never seen before the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand. Qi Fang was startled inwardly, understanding it very quickly. This was the same as the essence cultivating pill, also a new kind of medicinal pill. Furthermore, it was a high-grade Tier 1 divine pill. Yi Yuan pushed down the medicinal pill with divine essence. Little Fatty's body actually strengthened a little. Qi Fang's gaze sharpened, immediately knowing this medicinal pill's prowess. Teacher Qi, where are those few people right now? Yi Yuan said indifferently. He knew that Qi Fang definitely knew those few people's whereabouts. Qi Fang's expression changed and he said, "You're going to find them right now?" Yi Yuan said coldly, "It's the Qin family again. It looks like they really take me to be a soft persimmon, needing as they Wisconsin H. Plus Teacher Qi, I'll take action myself for this matter. It has nothing to do with the Myriad Treasure Tower." Qi Fang's expression was rather ugly as he said, "I didn't mean that. It's just, you're not their match." In that group of people, there were quite a few grand completion heaven glimpse realm powerhouses. Especially Lin Xiu. She was even known as the #1 person below Qin Tian. Even though Yi Yuan broke through to heaven glimpse realm, there was still some gap from those people. But this matter, it was really inconvenient for the Myriad Treasure Tower to intervene. They had no justifiable reason to carry out a campaign at all. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You just need to tell me where they are." Qi Fang's expression changed again, and finally he said, "They are at Clearwind Inn, all there." Yi Yuan nodded his head and walked towards the outside. At this time, Qi Fang suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Did that Qin Tian go to hunt you down?" Yi Yuan's figure paused and he opened his mouth and said, "That's right." Qi Fang was startled again and said in surprise, "You guys exchanged blows before? Then you came back. He dead." Yi Yuan lightly threw down this word and went out the door. Chapter 1451 Killing you is like killing a dog. Chapter 1451 Killing you is like killing a dog. Only after several breaths did Qi Fang suddenly quiver, coming back to his senses. Impossible. How can he possibly kill Qin Tian? Qi Fang muttered to himself, clearly still unable to accept this fact. But he knew in his heart that Yi Yuan absolutely would not shoot his mouth off. Actually, the news of Qin Tian hunting down Yi Yuan was already not a secret in Wu Meng Academy. The two of them went out to train one after another, and also did not return for 10 years. Even a fool could also guess what happened. But now Yi Yuan returned safe and sound, but Qin Tian failed to come back. This had to set off numerous speculations. Of course, it might be that Yi Yuan used some method to shake Qin Tian off, resulting in Qin Tian still being not knowing that Yi Yuan already returned until now. But it was also possible that Qin Tian had already fallen in the small world. Actually, the majority of the people still leaned towards the former. After all, Qin Tian's strength was quite known. Even if Yi Yuan broke through to the Heaven Glimpse realm, it was also not possible to be Qin Tian's match. Qi Feng as the academy's teacher, he was naturally clear about Qin Tian's strength. But now, Yi Yuan actually personally admitted that Qin Tian was dead. What in the world happened inside the small world? Suddenly, Qi Feng was startled, secretly thinking that things were bad. This lad is lawless and rampant, he might do something. This matter, better to notify Tower Lord. Inside a box room in Clearwind Inn, Qin Zheng and the rest were currently chatting away happily. That punk is sly and cunning. We expended so much thought and he wasn't willing to take a step out of the academy. It's still senior apprentice Sister Lin Xiu who is impressive. The moment you make a move, that punk fell for it obediently. Ji Song had a delighted look. It was just that the expression of the Jia Chong by the side was rather unnatural. But he also knew that his disparity with Qin Tian was too great. There was no chance at all. Lin Xiu, who was sitting on the seat of honor, still had a cold and prideful appearance, exuding the temperament of a Goddess. Mentioning Xiejingyi, she had a look of disgust as she said, "Xiejingyi wants to score above his league, thinking about having a baby with me. He thought he can do as he pleases. If not for Big Brother Tian telling me not to keep him at a distance, I would have long taken action against him." Qin Zheng hurriedly said ingratiatingly, "Isn't that so? That D.A.M. and fatty is fat and round with a name like a girl's. Forget about a proud daughter of heaven like senior apprentice sister, even ordinary women won't take fancy on him either." Qin Pei smiled and said, "Wu Meng Academy, only Big Brother Tian and senior apprentice sister Lin Xiu is a match made in heaven." Mentioning Qin Tian, Lin Xiu's brows suddenly furrowed and she said, "Big Brother Tian going to kill Yi Yuan this time, he's gone for 10 years. He should be back no matter what, right?" Qin Jing paid no attention to it as he said with a smile, "Senior apprentice sister Lin Xiu is fluid U.S. tiered due to concern. Who is Big Brother Tian? This time, him personally taking action, that kid is probably a dead soul under his sword long ago." Qin Pei said, "Yeah, Big Brother Tian probably had some fortuitous encounter in the small world, that's why he would be delayed until now." With them saying so, Lin Xiu also finally felt at ease and said, "Makes sense. Thinking about it, that Yi Yuan is merely at the Grotto Profound realm, so how can he possibly be Big Brother Tian's match? What's laughable is that punk overestimated his own ability to actually dare oppose the Qin family. Truly, wouldn't have died if he didn't court death." "Oh? Is that so?" Right at this time, an icy cold voice sounded outside the box room. Bang! The door was directly broken by a powerful force, revealing a figure with a cold face. "Who is it to dare? Yi Yuan, you didn't die. W.A.N. Ji Song was just about to fly off the handle when he suddenly saw clearly that the one standing doorway was precisely the nightmare-like existence, Yi Yuan. This shock was by no means insignificant. Not just him. When everyone in the box room saw Yi Yuan, their faces all became extremely fascinating. The news of Yi Yuan returning already spread within Wu Meng Academy. What was coincidental was that these few people were currently having a small gathering in the city and completely did not know about the news of Yi Yuan returning. If they knew, they definitely would not dare to swagger about in the city leisurely anymore. You guys are very disappointed that I didn't die, right? But since I didn't die, then your doomsday has arrived. Yi Yuan nonchalantly sentenced these few people to the death penalty. Lin Xiu and the rest were only surprised and did not take Yi Yuan's threat seriously at all. After all, among them, there were even 3 grand completion Heaven Glimp, while Yi Yuan was only initial stage Heaven Glimp. Hang on, initial stage Heaven Glimpse. This guy actually broke through. Lin Xiu looked at Yi Yuan and said icily, with just the likes of you? Yi Yuan, since you slipped away from Big Brother Tian's hands, then I'll take care of you today for him. Yi Yuan looked towards Lin Xiu, his gaze cold. This woman truly deserved death. Little Fatty was infatuated with her. She actually made use of Little Fatty's blind love and caused him to become like that. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hel. L has no gate yet you want to barge inside. Since you escaped by luck, you should have been a bit more low profile and hide in the academy and not come out. But now you delivered yourself to the door, Ji Song said with a loud laugh. He's taking up the cudgels for the injustice done to his brother here. Haha, that D.A.M. N. Fatty even said repeatedly that day that his brother will help him take revenge. I didn't expect that you really came today. Qin Zheng also laughed loudly and said, then we'll take a look at how this genius junior apprentice brother Yi will find us to take revenge then. Qin Pei said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan directly ignored their mocking and said coolly, Gui Yun. A faint phantom appeared beside Yi Yuan and said with a bow, Master. The moment Gui Yun appeared, everyone's expression changed. Grand completion 2-star. This evil spirit's cultivation speed was so quick. He actually broke through to grand completion 2-star already. The battle with Qin Tian, Gui Yun sustained heavy injuries. Through over half a year of recuperating, not only did Gui Yun's injuries recover fully, his strength even advanced a step further, breaking through to grand completion 2-star. Those 3 will be left to you first. Don't let them come and disturb me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yes, master. Gui Yun bowed and said. Shameless boasting. A merely grand completion 2-star evil spirit wants to take care of 3 inner court peak disciples? One has to admit that you're very naive. Lin Xiu said with a sneer. Gui Yun slowly walked in front and said in a cold voice, Nether Ghost Claw. A black large hand suddenly flew out of the void, grabbing toward the 3 people. The 3 people's expressions all changed when they saw the situation. They did not expect that Gui Yun's strength was actually so strong. Very soon, the 3 people fell into a tangled melee. Ji Song looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, You let that evil spirit deal with the 3 of them, looks like you're very confident in dealing with me? Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly. His voice did not carry the least bit of emotion as he said coldly, Killing you is like killing a dog. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars suddenly chopped out. A complete version Sundering Stars went straight for Jia Chong. Poo work. Jia Chong had yet to react to what was happening and directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Ji Song's gaze turned intent, his face revealing a solemn look. These few years, Jia Chong already broke through to initial stage Heaven Glimpse 2. But under Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars, he was actually one-shot without even having time to react. Chapter 1452 Ji Song in Despair. Chapter 1452 Ji Song in Despair, so strong. What happened just now? I only felt a blur before my eyes and Jia Chong exploded. That Jia Chong is Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm 2. Furthermore, he was even this season's runner-up. Why is the disparity from him so great? There was no news about Yi Yuan in these 10 years. I didn't expect that the moment he came back, his strength became even more terrifying. But even if his strength is very powerful, it's impossible to be W.A.N.G. Song's match too, right? After all, W.A.N.G. Song is also an inner court's genius. Furthermore, he's already late-stage Heaven Glimpse, 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. The Clearwind Inn's business was excellent. Yi Yuan's punch blew up the door, causing such a great commotion. It naturally drew a large group of people to surround and watch. Over there, Gui Yun battled 3 mighty grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouses alone by himself and actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest, making everyone click their tongues in wonder. The 4 people's great battle already turned the entire box room upside down, blowing up a corner of the Clearwind Inn. Heh? You don't think that you're my match by killing a good-for-nothing, right? Punk, you came to seek death yourself today. Just nice, we'll settle old grudges and new enmity together. W.A.N.G. Su, Big Brother is going to avenge you today. Talking until the end, W.A.N.G. Song gnashed his teeth in hatred. W.A.N.G. Su's death had always been pressing on his heart, making him unable to get over it. The last time he wanted to kill Yi Yuan, it was forcefully stopped by Xiao Feng. This time, Yi Yuan delivered himself to the door, just as he wished. Tai True Dipper Fist. Die for me. W.A.N.G. Song shouted fiercely, giving no chance to explain, directly SMAs. HI plus ing a fist over toward Yi Yuan. The powerful fist wind made everyone exclaim in shock. This fist intent has clearly already reached the Fist Dao 3rd layered heaven. The Tai True Dipper Fist is an Academy Supreme skill in the first place. W.A.N.G. Song also cultivated this move to Fist Dao 3rd layered heaven, how to fight still. This Yi Yuan is too impulsive. This bit of strength and he dared to come and challenge W.A.N.G. Song. Heaven Glimpse Realm can't compare to Grotto Profound Realm. The difficulty of jumping realms to battle is too great. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of jumping realms to battle. Moreover, it was even leaping across 2 minor realms. If the difficulty of jumping realms in Grotto Profound Realm was 10 points, then the difficulty of Heaven Glimpse Realm jumping realms was 50 points, even 80 points. Although W.A.N.G. Song was not considered top-notch in the inner court, he was a first-rate genius too. His strength was not considered weak. For Yi Yuan to want to leap 2 minor realms to defeat him was too difficult. However, Yi Yuan did not have any visible change in countenance regarding this punch of W.A.N.G. Song's. When his fist wind condensed and formed, and rumbled over towards him, only then did Yi Yuan slowly raise the evil extermination sword. Sundering stars! A light sound of tearing through the air happened in a flash, colliding together with the Tai True Dipper Fist's fist wind. Boom! It was only to see W.A.N.G. Song's figure like a cannonball directly flying toward the house opposite the street. W.A.N.G. Song smashed through several walls before gradually stopping his figure. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this Yi Yuan be so strong? This move of Yi Yuan's, everyone could not fathom its actual situation at all. An ordinary and plain slash, looking like it did not have any power at all. Even the spiritual energy did not have any undulation. But the power was so formidable. For the first time, it was the appearance of the complete version Sundering Stars in the Heavenspan world. Previously, when Yi Yuan used this move, he slew a Heaven Glimpse powerhouse while being at the Grotto Profound Realm. Now, Yi Yuan broke through to initial stage Heaven Glimpse. This power of this move could not be compared even more. Defeating W.A.N.G. Song in one move was nothing remarkable. In reality, his Chasing Moon move was not unleashed yet. Real or fake? Initial stage Heaven Glimpse and he can trash late stage Heaven Glimpse. This strength is also too frightening, right? Everyone said that Yi Yuan's talent Serpa, as said Qin Tian's. Previously, I didn't believe it. Now I really believe it. This is too monstrous. That sword, I completely could not fathom at all. To actually have such formidable power, how did he do it? Yi Yuan's strength could not be estimated with his realm on the surface at all. His Chaos Heaven Span cannon coupled with the Chaos Heaven opening sword art, just how much potential he had, only his opponent could experience it. Now G Song experienced it. Swaz. Plus suddenly, an afterimage dashed out of the wall, speeding over in the direction of Wu Meng Academy with incredible speed. This scene was too unexpected. Everyone all did not react to it. Pooh work. As he fled, G Song vomited blood in large mouthfuls. At this time, how could he still care about the injuries on his body? He even used every last ounce of strength. The goal was Wu Meng Academy. As long as he could escape into Wu Meng Academy, Yi Yuan would not dare to kill him anymore. Too strong. How can this guy be so strong? He's just initial stage Heaven Glimpse. Back then, when Qin Tian broke through to initial stage Heaven Glimpse, he could contend with middle stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. But it's merely just contending with. But Yi Yuan, he really, monstrous waves surged in G Song's heart. He was really unable to imagine that Yi Yuan, after breaking through to Heaven Glimpse realm, was actually terrifying to this kind of degree. In his heart, there was still half a sentence that had not been said. With Yi Yuan's current strength, killing him was really like killing a dog. G Song fled desperately. He stimulated the exertion of his body to the limit. At this very moment, he wished that his parents gave him an extra pair of legs, or gave him a pair of pears. He wanted to fly into the Wu Meng Academy. Fly. Suddenly, a figure dropped from the sky ahead, flying in front of him. An emotion called despair instantly filled his entire body. How could he forget that Yi Yuan knew sword maneuvering flight? Sword maneuvering flight. It's really sword maneuvering flight. All along I heard that Yi Yuan knew sword maneuvering flight, but I have never seen it before with my own eyes. Today, it really broadened my horizons. With this, G Song is screwed. Wonder if Yi Yuan will really kill him or not. Behind G Song is the Qin family and G family, two great families. What do you think? Qin Peiyu, that little girl, Yi Yuan killed without even batting an eye. Do you think that he'll let G Song off? Thud. G Song directly knelt down, weeping until tears cascaded down. Lord Yi, Grandpa Yi, I was wrong. I was really wrong. This matter was all instigated by Qin Zheng and Qin Pei, and Lin Xiu is an accomplice. It really has nothing to do with me. A matter of life and death. How could G Song still have any moral integrity? With an inordinately crying manner, he betrayed Qin Zheng and Qin Pei. Yi Yuan just sneered when he heard that and said, G Song, I've already given you the chance. It's you who challenged my bottom line time and again. Now you can go to Hell. Pooh work. Sundering stars tore through the air and arrived. G Song was the same as Jia Chong, directly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. On the streets, everyone all looked at this scene with immense shock. Today, Yi Yuan was probably going to poke a hole in the sky. Killing G Song, Yi Yuan did not stay, directly riding his sword and going to Clearwind Inn again. Gui Yun and the three people were currently in the midst of fierce fighting and already fought from the Clearwind Inn onto the streets. Everyone all clamored to give a wide berth. Lin Xiu's strength was indeed very formidable, already forcing Gui Yun to use ghost energy possession, before barely managing to fight to a draw with the three people. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, figure charging out like lightning, going straight for Qin Pei. Chasing Moon. Chapter 1453 Bloodbath on the Streets. 1453 Bloodbath on the streets, whose H. plus Qin Pei was currently fully engrossed in dealing with the Nether Ghostclaw. Suddenly, his scalp tingled, and a feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure turned into a stream of flowing light, Rus. Hi plus ing toward Qin Pei with an inconceivably swift speed. This was too sudden. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast until everyone could not react to it. The sense of crisis coming from the back was even stronger than the Nether Ghostclaw. Too late to turn around, Qin Pei slashed with a backhand. At the same time, he gave a backhanded palm, slapping toward the Nether Ghostclaw. Qin Pei's reaction could not be said to not be quick, but Yi Yuan was even faster. Clank! Poo work! Poo work! Yi Yuan and Qin Pei virtually spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time. Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward. However, Qin Pei was much more miserable than Yi Yuan. The cooperation between Gui Yun and Yi Yuan did not need words to transmit at all. The moment Yi Yuan moved, Gui Yun understood Yi Yuan's intention. He continued to focus his attack on Qin Pei. How could Qin Pei's hasty palm block the attack of the Nether Ghostclaw? Being attacked from both front and rear by the enemy, he immediately suffered heavy injuries. This scene happened too quickly and too suddenly. Lin Xiu and Qin Jing both could not react to it. By the time they reacted, Qin Pei was already badly injured and unable to fight anymore. It was also that the majority of Qin Pei's strength was concentrated on Gui Yun, causing Yi Yuan's injuries to be not too severe. Otherwise, with Qin Pei's grand completion Heaven Glimpse strength forcefully class Hi plusing a blow with him, Yi Yuan would have to be seriously injured even if not dead. Without the Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman's augmentation, Yi Yuan was still a little frail in front of grand completion Heaven Glimpse. However, Yi Yuan completely did not care about the injuries on his body. In the instant he hit the ground, his long sword swung, and he actually charged back once more. Chasing Moon. This move, Yi Yuan referenced Jin Yu's roaming chi returning to Bowl's back then. Jin Yu's move that borrowed power to swing out was completed in one breath, virtually unable to crack. But now, Yi Yuan's move was different from his, but this swing had the same ingenuity of achieving the same goal via different means with him. The opportunity was fleeting. Yi Yuan did not want to give Qin Pei a chance to catch his breath. Whose H plus Yi Yuan turned into a stream of flowing light once more, shooting toward Qin Pei. But at this time, Qin Tian was struck flying by two heavy blows. His entire body had not landed yet. His internal organs were still in turmoil, completely not expecting Yi Yuan to actually arrive again at this time. The evil extermination sword Pas said through Qin Pei's chest without any surprises. Qin Pei's eyes went wide. Till death, he did not believe that it was Yi Yuan who killed him. But Yi Yuan would not give him the chance. Qin Pei's eyes gradually became slack, but the pair of eyes refused to close no matter what. He died with everlasting regret. How could an initial stage Heaven Glimpse possibly kill him, a grand completion Heaven Glimpse existence? What the H.E.L. happened just now? Yi Yuan's sword art was too quick, I only saw a blurry afterimage. So strong. Yi Yuan only used two swords and killed a grand completion Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse. Although it was under the assistance of that evil spirit, this battle achievement is sufficient to shock the whole city. This must be a dream. Must be dreaming. Qin Pei is a proud son of heaven. His strength could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. To actually be killed by an initial stage Heaven Glimpse. Originally, in everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan's provocation was just a farce. But no one expected that this farce actually turned into a bloody fight on the street. Gui Yun's strength was indeed strong, but facing three great peerless geniuses, he was forced to use ghost energy possession too before barely managing to fight to a draw. Once time Pas said, he would definitely be overwhelmed. But Yi Yuan suddenly joining the battlefield instantly reversed the battle situation. From Yi Yuan's appearance to Yi Yuan killing 3 people in a row, it was merely half a quarter of an hour. Everything happened too quickly, quick until everyone had not reacted yet and the battle was already more than half over. With Yi Yuan finest HI plussing off Qin Pei, the pressure on Gui Yun's side immediately lessened. With his current strength, fighting Lin Xiu one-on-one was a sure win. With the addition of Qin Jing, it also just reached a tie with him. But there was still Yi Yuan who could threaten them by the side. Yi Yuan's chasing moon was too fast, completely impossible to guard against. Once Yi Yuan seized the opportunity, they would be dead for sure. Yi Yuan drew back the evil extermination sword, his gaze turning toward the battlefield once more. Qin Pei collapsed onto the ground weakly, not understanding what was going on until death. As if sensing that icy-cold gaze of Yi Yuan's, Lin Xiu and Qin Jing duo both seemed to be a little flus-tiered. Gui Yun controlled the ghost claw and immediately took the upper hand. Swaz. H. Plus how could Yi Yuan possibly waste such a fine opportunity, unleash. Hi plus ing chasing moon without the slightest hesitation. He turned into an afterimage once again. The target this time was Qin Jing. Clank. With preparation, Qin Jing's response was much more adequate compared to Qin Pei. His long sword swung forcefully class. Hi plus ing with Yi Yuan by a narrow shave. Poo work. The powerful strength of grand completion heaven glimpse made him injured once again. But Qin Jing was not feeling good too. Gui Yun's side made use of this opportunity and also firmly took the upper hand. Yi Yuan did not stop in the least bit, forcefully enduring his internal organs' injuries. He unleashed chasing moon again. Clank, clank, clank. One streak of cold light after another flashed past, making everyone palpitate with anxiety and fear. Each attack, Yi Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly. Clearly, he was risking it with his life. Yi Yuan was miserable, but Qin Jing was even worse than him. Yi Yuan's attacks were not momentary impulses. Each time he attacked, he made Qin Jing actually vomit blood. He narrowly avoided the Nether Ghostclaw's attacks several times, but that powerful power of laws still made him suffer heavy wounds. Qin Jing's injuries were much more serious than Yi Yuan. How great an enmity is this? Yi Yuan is risking too much. This is simply exchanging life for life. Heard that Qin Tian nominally went out to experience and train. Actually, it was to go and hunt down Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and the Qin family are already long irreconcilable already. Could it be that today, Yi Yuan is going to kill all of Wu Meng Academy's few great geniuses? Really wonder what kind of reaction it will be when Wu Meng Academy and the Qin family gets the news in a bit. Yi Yuan is still too reckless. The Qin family is deeply entrenched in Wu Meng capital city. Even if there's the myriad treasure tower behind Yi Yuan, it's probably no use too. Everyone watched the Yi Yuan who was playing with his life, all exclaiming with admiration. It was just that they did not know, Yi Yuan risking his life like this to kill people was not for himself, but in order to give little Fatty an account. The more Lin Xiu fought, the more alarmed she got. Regardless of whether it was Gui Yun or Yi Yuan, they were both too terrifying. Her strength was proclaimed to be the Academy's number 2, Wu Qinjing was also in existence ranked in the top 5. But when they faced the combination of Gui Yun plus Yi Yuan, they actually did not have any strength to fight back at all. No way. At this rate, I'll be bogged down to death by them too. I have to find a way to return to the Academy. Lin Xiu thought. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan arrived once more. Gui Yun also placed the focus of the attack on Qin Jing in order to cooperate with Yi Yuan. Lin Xiu made a swift decision, swinging an empty slash, her figure retreating explosively, directly breaking away from the group battle. Chapter 1454 Go, apologize to my brother. Chapter 1454 Go, apologize to my brother. Lin Xiu's retreat directly put Qin Zheng in the position of being attacked from both front and rear. Gui Yun's oppression plus Yi Yuan's terrifying speed, he would virtually die for sure. Your father will fight it out with you. Qin Zheng could not be bothered to lash out at Lin Xiu. He only had time to have mutual destruction with Yi Yuan. He directly gave up the defense against the Nether Ghostclaw, concentrating his remaining power and met with Yi Yuan in full force. The all-out attack of a grand completion heaven glimpse, the current Yi Yuan could not withstand it at all. Gui Yun. Yi Yuan bellowed. Gui Yun immediately understood. The Nether Ghostclaw directly gave up striking Qin Zheng down. He extended his strike between Yi Yuan and Qin Zheng, separating the two. But this was not over yet. Yi Yuan's 2 feet stepped right onto the Nether Ghostclaw's palm. Boom! Qin Zheng's attack abruptly slammed onto the Nether Ghostclaw's back. A tremendous impact transmitted over. Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chasing Moon. Borrowing this surge of huge force, the Nether Ghostclaw's palm escorted, directly superimposing together with Yi Yuan's chasing moon. Qin Zheng's attack, the Nether Ghostclaw's transferred power, plus chasing moon's speed. In this instant, Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. Yi Yuan's figure vanished from where he stood. Lin Xiu had just dashed out over 200 feet away when she suddenly sensed a powerful sword intent rus. Plussing over from behind. All the Guseb, MPS on her body broke out. Too fast. Currently, Lin Xiu had her back turned to Yi Yuan, wide open. There was no time to defend at all. A distance of 200 over feet was just a matter of a snap of a finger to Yi Yuan's speed. Caught unprepared, the evil extermination sword directly pierced into Lin Xiu's abdomen. Arg! Lin Xiu screamed shrilly and forlornly. The divine essence in her divine sea seemed like a river breaching its banks, flowing away crazily. In this instant, too many unforeseen events were experienced. Outsiders could not imagine it at all. Yi Yuan's reaction was quick to the extreme, enduring the heavy injuries and forcefully completing this attack. This degree of injury was not fatal to Lin Xiu, but she already became a cripple. Lin Xiu's divine sea was utterly destroyed. At this time, she no longer had any divine essence. Pooh work. Yi Yuan's injuries could not be suppressed anymore at this time, bursting forth crazily. Fresh blood instantly dyed his clothes. But the current Yi Yuan was akin to a god of war, making everyone hold in awe and veneration. From Yi Yuan appearing to killing 3 and injuring 1, was merely a quarter of an hour from start to end. If not for seeing it personally, they totally would not believe that an initial stage heaven glimpse martial artist could actually complete such a magnificent feat. Everyone all looked at this scene with incredible shock and did not even emit a cry of exclamation. They seriously could not find the words to describe the astonishment in their hearts currently. Yi Yuan, I'll kill you. You actually ruined my cultivation. On the entire street, there was only Lin Xiu's shrill scream left, as well as Gui Yun and Qin Zheng's fighting sounds. That blow earlier, Gui Yun also suffered considerable injuries. But dealing with Qin Zheng, who was already severely wounded, it was more than enough. Yi Yuan staggered in front of Lin Xiu. When Lin Xiu saw Yi Yuan, her eyes wanted to spew fire. Yi Yuan, you'll die a horrible death. I curse you, slap. A crisp slap echoed, directly slapping Lin Xiu's entire person flying. The current Lin Xiu did not have divine essence protecting the body. How could she withstand Yi Yuan's slap? Half of her pretty face immediately swelled into a pig's head. Yi Yuan's gaze was full of icy coldness, making no effort to hide his killing intent in the slightest. After this slap, Lin Xiu immediately became obedient. She finally knew she was no longer that proud daughter of heaven, but a cripple like little fatty. Lin Xiu covered her face and looked at Yi Yuan, 2 rows of clear tears flowing steadily, her eyes full of fear. In the current Lin Xiu's eyes, Yi Yuan was a demon who killed people without batting an eyelid. Except, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of pity. Go, apologize to my brother. Yi Yuan directly hauled Lin Xiu up. Bang! Over there, the nether ghost claw slapped down. Qin Zheng was deader than dead. Thus far, Wu Meng Academy's 5 great elite disciples, 4 were dead, 1 crippled. And the entire battle merely lasted for a quarter of an hour. All of this happened too quickly, quick until the Qin family and Wu Meng Academy did not react in time and the dust already settled for the fight. Go! Yi Yuan put Gui Yun away and directly rode his sword and left. On the streets, everyone exchanged glances, their gazes filled with shock. Today's battle simply subverted their understanding. I must have been dreaming just now. Is this kind of thing really what an initial stage heaven glimpse can accomplish? Too strong. The few of them were all existences who sweep across all in the same rank. They were actually all killed by Yi Yuan in 15 minutes. Not only is Yi Yuan's combat power exceedingly powerful, but his ability to adapt at the last minute is also keen to the extreme. This kind of opponent is really too terrifying. This battle is sufficient to go down in history. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I definitely think that it's rubbish. Plus indeed, too nonsensical. But Yi Yuan can be considered to have poked a hole in the sky. Regardless of whether it is the Wu Meng Academy or Qin family, they probably would not drop the matter. It might even startle City Lord, His Excellency. When Qin Tianan heard this news, he somewhat doubted if his ears heard wrongly. Rubbish. Plus disregarding Qin Zheng and Qin Pei, that Lin Xiu is the inner court's number 2, her strength far surpassing those in the same rank. How can a puny little Yi Yuan possibly cripple her divine C? That subordinate said with a guileless look, family head, even if this subordinate has immense courage, I also wouldn't dare to simply fabricate a story. This matter is absolutely true. There were thousands of people on the scene who saw this battle. Right now, it already spread out in the entire capital city. Hearing this, the muscles on Qin Tianan's face were twitching. His heart was dripping blood. Although Qin Zheng and Qin Pei were not as good as Qin Tian, their talents also far surpassed those in the same rank and were bound to be mainstays in the family clan in the future. Now they were killed by Yi Yuan just like that. Qin Tianan discovered to his dismay that ever since provoking Yi Yuan, the Qin family did not have one thing that went smoothly. Now, Qin Tian's life or death was uncertain, the Qin family's elite disciples practically wiped out. The blow to the Qin family was too great. Qin Tianan forcefully endured the rage in his heart and said in a solemn voice, "Where is Yi Yuan now?" That subordinate said, "Yi Yuan wasted Lin Xiu and detained her at the Myriad Treasure Tower. The cause of this incident is likely still that fatty, Xiejingyi." As the Qin family's family head, Xiejingyi's matters, he had naturally heard about it. At that time, he thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure, and that there was nothing wrong with doing so. On the contrary, although it was a small squabble with the junior disciples, Qin Tianan felt very liberated instead. He was even considering setting up a marriage with Lin Xiu after Qin Tian returned. But he never thought that this matter actually caused such severe consequences. After the subordinate left, Qin Tianan gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Looks like for this matter, I have no choice but to request Father to take action." Chapter 1455 Repen. Chapter 1455 Repen Thud. Yi Yuan did a sweeping kick, Lin Xiu directly knelt on the ground. The one lying on the bed was precisely little fatty Xiejingyi. My brother said that his brother will help him get revenge. Even if I throw away this life, I'll also have to avenge this grudge for him. You ruined my brother's divine C, rendering him a cripple, so I ruined your divine C and made you come in front of my brother to repent. As for your life and death, It's up to my brother to decide. Yi Yuan enunciated each word. Yi Yuan's injuries were truly not light. But at this time, he already could not care about the injuries on his body. He knew that after this fight, a monstrous wave would surely be set off in Wu Meng capital city. The time left for him was not much. How did the current Lin Xiu still have any hint of the appearance of a proud daughter of heaven? It was only to see her hair in a mess, her clothing disheveled, half of her face swollen heavily. Her abdomen area still had blackish-red bloodstains flowing out. Most important, her pride was already completely destroyed by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not have any intention of having Kampa's shown towards women at all. In Yi Yuan's eyes, she was a venomous beauty. But he, Lin Xiu said fearfully. Yi Yuan's face was cold and detached, pointing his finger like lightning, tapping a few times on Little Fatty's body. A miraculous scene appeared. Little Fatty actually slowly opened both eyes. Lin Xiu could not help getting a shock. Back then, how heavy those few hits were, she saw it with her eyes. According to her deduction, it was absolutely impossible for Little Fatty to survive. Now, Yi Yuan just helped him to Ma's sage a few times and Little Fatty woke up? Actually, this was primarily the effect of that medicinal pill. It was just that Little Fatty had a breath stuck in his chest. That was why he remained unconscious. Those few taps of Yi Yuan's helped Little Fatty smoothen out his breathing. Little Fatty naturally slowly woke up. Yi Yuan helped him up and said softly, "D.A.M. N Fatty, your grudge, your brother has already helped you avenge it. Apart from Lin Xiu, those 4 people have already stretched their necks out to be chopped off. This bitch, I've already wasted her cultivation, leaving you to deal with." Xiejingyi was still very weak at this time. His reaction was clearly somewhat sluggish. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, that ashen-gray eyes of Xiejingyi's gradually recovered some light. That hollow eyes gradually focused on Lin Xiu's face, then became complicated. Only a short while ago, Little Fatty's greatest motivation for entering Wu Meng Academy was Lin Xiu. How much work he put in these few years in order to become a man worthy of Lin Xiu, only he himself knew. But this woman actually ruthlessly toyed with his feelings, then trampled his feelings on the ground, trampling it to no end. Lin Xiu trampled on his pride as a man until it was worthless. Now, when he woke up again, this proud daughter of heaven actually became a cowering, ugly woman, kneeling in front of him. All this made him feel like he had experienced a dream. How much did he wish that this was just a dream? Little Fatty could not speak, but he knew in his heart that it was his brother who picked up his dignity from the ground and pieced it together. When Lin Xiu saw Little Fatty wake up, she scrambled over to the bedside and hugged Little Fatty's calf, saying with a weeping look, "Little E, it was all Xiuer's fault. Xiuer was possessed by ghosts for a moment. That's why I would do this kind of muddle-headed thing. I actually have you in my heart all along, really. Little E, let's get married tomorrow, alright?" Lin Xiu knew that her only hope to live right now was that piece of marriage contract. Xiejingyi liked her for so many years, this kind of feeling could not possibly be wiped away all at once. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Xiu's despicable appearance, and really wanted to slap her to death with one palm. But he did not wish to affect Little Fatty's decision, so he forcefully endured and did not speak. In this short while, Little Fatty finally recovered some strength. "Make her shut up." Little Fatty used a mosquito-like voice and said these 4 words, virtually exhausting all of the strength in his body. Of course, this was said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "My brother asked you to shut up, heard it?" Lin Xiu's expression changed and indeed, did not say to make a sound anymore. Little Fatty panted for a while before mustering up some strength again and said, "I knew that you would help me take revenge. I thought that I was dead for sure." Each time Little Fatty said a word, he had to pause for a bit. Clearly, his condition was poor to the extreme. Yi Yuan said with a solemn look, With me around, even if you want to die, you can't die too. When you're well, let's take up the wine cup and have a merry chat. Little Fatty's eyes were somewhat murky. Clearly, he knew that even if he recovered, he was already a cripple too. With his divine sea being destroyed, he could no longer cultivate in this life. This kind of life, what meaning was there still? A divine sea being destroyed was a completely different situation than Yi Yuan's divine sea being damaged back then. After the divine sea was destroyed, even if your medicinal Tao was exceedingly formidable, it was also unable to recover. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Fatty, do you believe me or not?" Little Fatty froze for a moment, then immediately nodded his head slightly. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Good. Then your brother will promise you here today. I'll definitely find a way to let you recover your divine sea." Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuan with some surprise, clearly somewhat doubting this sentence. Not just him, a hint of contempt flashed across the eyes of Lin Xiu by the side, feeling that this boast of Yi Yuan's was boasted too big. Divine sea already destroyed, how could it possibly be repaired? Moreover, whether or not Yi Yuan could survive past today was still unknown. He killed so many of the Qin family's people, how could the Qin family possibly take things lying down? "I believe you," Little Fatty still said very seriously. He knew that Yi Yuan was consoling him, not Wisconsin H.I. Plus-ing him to never recover after the setback from here on. Although this kind of comforting seemed rather feeble, it was very heartwarming. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "This warehouse O.R.E. how to deal with her?" Little Fatty looked at Lin Xiu's face and said with a slight sigh, "I don't wish to see her again." Lin Xiu's entire body trembled, her face revealing a look of wild elation. With this sentence of Little Fatty's, she knew that her life was preserved. Although she was a cripple now, it was better to live than die. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh, thinking to himself that this Little Fatty was still a little too kind. So many years of feelings were not so easy to let go in the end. "Get lost then," Yi Yuan said in a deep voice. Yes, I'll get lost right away." Lin Xiu crawled and scrambled, going out of the room's door. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Your body is still very weak now, take a good rest." Little Fatty nodded slightly. He was indeed very tired already. Yi Yuan placed him down. He fell asleep very quickly. Lin Xiu went out of the myriad treasure tower, ignoring the injuries on her body, and sprinting wildly. She wanted to leave this D.A.M. place as soon as possible. Ahead, the Qin family's brigade already arrived. Lin Xiu laughed excitedly and said, "Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, I see if you won't die today." Right at this time, an icy cold voice sounded out behind her. "Whether I die or not won't need you to worry about. But you're dead for sure." Pooh work. Lin Xiu had yet to react to what was going on when her entire being exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Sing away with the wind. Chapter 1456 The Qin Family's True Strength. Chapter 1456 The Qin Family's True Strength. Yi Yuan, you dare to commit murder on the street. How do you plead? From a distance came Qin Tiannan's roar. Then he pounced over like a mad dog. An origin deity realm's powerful aura made the entire long street ripple with spiritual energy. He saw that Yi Yuan was alone and wanted to kill Yi Yuan with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder that left no time for covering ears. This way, it would have nothing to do with the myriad treasure tower anymore. Yi Yuan laughed coldly, his figure rising off the ground. Qin Tianan was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey but missed. Yi Yuan, knowing sword maneuvering flight, was already established in an undefeatable position. This Wu Meng capital city, the people capable of touching him were also just that few. Yi Yuan stood in the sky proudly and said with disdain, "Qin Tianan, it's your Qin family who broke the rules of the game first. This Yi took part in the 100 Cities smelting trial, your Qin family arranged for an origin deity, realm powerhouse to lead the team. Failing the assassination, it became murder. That time, this ye tolerated it. But this time, I went out to train and temper myself. You all violated the Academy's rules again, sending Qin Tian over to hunt me down, and even condoned the Qin family's disciples to seriously injure my brother, turning him into a cripple. Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a great bell. People from several streets away all heard it, immediately causing an uproar. The Qin family is also too much, using their strength to bully the weak. To actually use such despicable means to deal with a young student. Yi Yuan has made great contributions in the 100 Cities smelting trial and even won the 4-star divine pill for City Lord, His Excellency. They all actually dealt with Yi Yuan in this way. Sigh, the Qin family covering the sky with one hand, City Lord doesn't come out to intervene either. This really makes people disappointed to the max. The Qin family had become accustomed to being overbearing these few years. There had been many people who felt displeased with them long ago. Yi Yuan's remarks immediately aroused public outrage. Quite a number of people were all gesticulating at the Qin family's behavior. However, Qin Tiannan's focus was not on this at all. His gaze was glued on Yi Yuan as he said in a solemn voice, "You really saw Tianer. How is he doing now?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "How? Since I came back, could it be that you still haven't realized it? Impossible. With your strength, how can you possibly kill Tianer?" Qin Tianan roared. He had always been harboring hope in his heart, thinking that Qin Tian was just delayed by something. Now, personally saying it from Yi Yuan's mouth, he still did not dare to believe it, thinking that Yi Yuan was deliberately triggering him. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Then in your view, can I kill Lin Xiu and Qin Zheng they all? The fact is, they are all dead." Hearing these words, Qin Tiannan's face turned ashen. The last trace of hope was also utterly severed by Yi Yuan. Qin Tian really died. My God, how on earth did Yi Yuan accomplish it? Hearing that Qin Tian has already suppressed his realm for very long. As long as he was willing, he could break through to the origin deity realm at any time. This Yi Yuan is really too terrifying. Although that Lin Xiu was known as the Academy's number 2, she's on a completely different level from Qin Tian's strength. This is fun now. The Qin family's 3 strongest juniors were all slaughtered clean by Yi Yuan. Qin Tian had been famous in Wu Meng capital city for several hundred years already. He was considered as the young genius with the greatest hope of breaking through to the Divine Lord realm in 100,000 years. His strength could be seen at a glance. But this peerless genius still fell in Yi Yuan's hands. An initial stage heaven glimpse martial artist's hands. This result simply made everyone unable to imagine it. But 10 years had passed, for Yi Yuan to be able to stand here. This already indicated many problems. Qin Tian had most likely really perished. Arrogant child, to dare climb on top of my Qin family's head. Die. Right at this time, a peerlessly powerful aura rose to the sky from the crowd. A terrifying power of laws instantly locked onto Yi Yuan. This change caught Yi Yuan completely off guard. Wanting to avoid was already too late. Among the Qin family's crowd actually concealed a powerhouse who could fly. Without a doubt, this old fellow was the Qin family's old ancestor. Half-step Divine Lord realm, too powerful. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest strength to fight back in front of a half-step Divine Lord realm. Pooh work. The Qin family's ancestor had yet to arrive, and Yi Yuan's blood already spouted wildly under the pressure of the power of laws. The current Yi Yuan had injuries piled on top of injuries, completely powerful to resist anymore. But right then, another powerful aura burst forth from the myriad treasure tower. Boom! 2 terrifying power of laws collided in midair, stirring up a powerful air billow. The Yi Yuan in midair was directly sent flying by this air billow, SMAs. plusing heavily onto the myriad treasure tower's roof. Qin Zhaoyun, you're killing people at my myriad treasure tower's entrance. Do you still have any respect for me, this myriad treasure tower's tower lord? Han Tian stood with his hands behind his back, facing Qin Zhaoyun from afar, his aura not the slightest bit weak. Qin Zhaoyun's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, Han Tian, you dare to oppose my Qin family for the sake of this brat? Han Tian gave Yi Yuan a glance and sighed inwardly. This boy was really too capable of causing trouble. With this, it really poked a hole in Wu Meng capital city's sky. Han Tian was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was actually somewhat nervous. He had been watching the situation outside all along but had always been conflicted in his heart. All the way until Qin Zhaoyun rampaged to kill, he did not make up his mind to. But without a doubt, the value of Yi Yuan was too great. Qi Fang reported to him that Yi Yuan used an unknown medicinal pill and actually brought little Fatty back to life miraculously. What did this show? The new pill formulas in Yi Yuan's hands were probably far from just those one or two. Although he was still hesitant in his heart, Han Tian did not reveal anything on the surface, and said coolly, Yi Yuan is my myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist. Have you asked me about touching him? Qin Zhaoyun's face turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, this boy killed Tianer, Zhiner, and Pei'er, and can no longer live under the same sky as my Qin family. I don't care what guest alchemist he is. If you dare to protect him today, this old man might go on a killing spree. Clearly, Qin Zhaoyun had also gone completely berserk when he heard the news of Qin Tian being killed. When Han Tian heard this, he just said coolly, with just the likes of you? His strength was more or less the same as Qin Zhaoyun's, neither could do anything to the other. Where's the talk of going on a killing spree? Who knew that Qin Zhaoyun just snorted coldly and said, Han Tian, you're also underestimating my Qin family's strength too much. Han Tian's expression changed. Countless soldiers flooded in on the streets, sealing off the entire street. These people were precisely the city Lord Manor's guards. A powerful aura came close from afar. The arrival wore black armor, looking extremely awe-inspiring. Tower Lord Han, the Myriad Treasure Tower and Wu Meng capital city have always been mutually beneficial and win-win for so many years. Why is there a need to make it so unpleasant for a junior? The one speaking was precisely the city guard's commander, Zhao Yi. This Zhao Yi was likewise a half-step divine lord mighty expert. With this, Han Tian immediately felt tremendous pressure. But it was not over yet. Another powerful aura rose to the sky, finally stopping beside Qin Zhaoyun, facing Han Tian from afar. Another half-step divine lord mighty expert. It was just that the expression was complicated on this person's face. His gaze looked toward Yi Yuan with a look of pity. This person was none other than precisely the academy head, Wen Yang. Chapter 1457 Breaking Off All Relations. Chapter 1457 Breaking Off All Relations. Tower Lord Han. This time, Yi Yuan has seriously gone overboard. This old man, sigh. Wen Yang had let out a long sigh, not knowing how to continue. When he heard that Yi Yuan killed 5 great academy geniuses, he was speechless for a long time. Honestly speaking, such a student had too much potential. But in this world, it was never as simple as it looked on the surface. If Wen Yang did not come forward, it was very difficult to settle the various forces. Especially that Qin family's pressure, which was too great. 3 half-step divine lord powerhouses coming forward at the same time, even Han Tian felt a steep increase in pressure too. Han Tian knew that the trouble Yi Yuan caused today was huge, but he did not think that it was stirred up so big either. 4 great half-step divine lord powerhouses facing off, this grand occasion had already not occurred for no idea how many years. Qin Zhaoyun stared at Han Tian intently with heated eyes and said coldly, this boy viewed his fellow disciples as inconsequential. Even if he's your Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist, He has already incurred public outrage. Today, he must die. If your myriad treasure tower dares to protect him, it will probably be hard to survive in Wu Meng capital city from now on. Zhao Yi, who did not speak all along, also said quietly, Yi Yuan indiscriminately killed the innocent. This is challenging the prestige of the City Lord Manor. If this commander doesn't take action, where will the City Lord Manor's prestige lie? Han Tian's expression was incomparably ugly. He was already forced to the edge of the cliff, riding a tiger and finding it hard to dismount. Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill, forcefully suppressing the injuries within his body. Slowly getting up, he raised his head to the sky and laughed hard as he said, "What a fine indiscriminately killing the innocent! A fine harming his fellow disciples! When little Fatty had his divine sea crippled by the 5 of them, no road to heaven and no gate into the earth, where were you all? When Qin Tian violated the Academy's rules and tailed me to assassinate me, where were you guys? When Qin Yuanlong disregarded his ident. 1. Tai during the 100 cities smelting trial and ambushed me, a grotto profound disciple, where were you all? I overpowered all heroes in the 100 cities smelting trial, winning the 4-star divine pill for City Lord. What it exchanged for is you making concessions to avoid trouble. This kind of academy, doesn't matter whether I enter or not. Today, I, Yi Yuan, break off all relations with Wu Meng Academy. Yi Yuan stood proudly, facing 3 great half-stop divine lord powerhouses without the slightest fear. City Lord Manor and Wu Meng Academy coming forward at the same time was already sufficient to represent Wu Meng City Lord's attitude. Zhao Yi and Wenyang's appearance also made Yi Yuan's final trace of fetters to Wu Meng Academy dissipate like cloud and mist too. In all fairness, Yi Yuan's contributions to Wu Meng Academy far exceeded his demands. He did not owe anything to Wu Meng Academy. On the contrary, Wu Meng Academy's way of doing things made him utterly disappointed. Turns out that the Qin family was actually so overboard to Yi Yuan. No wonder Yi Yuan was so indignant and wanted to kill his fellow disciples. Turns out that it was to take revenge for his brother. Qin Yuanlong was an origin deity realm great expert. To actually ambush a grotto profound realm junior, it's really too shameless. The matters previously, Yi Yuan endured them. This time, him rampaging and killing people is to take revenge for his brother. Yi Yuan is kind and just. Really can't understand, Yi Yuan has such terrifying talent. Why is City Lord so biased towards the Qin family? No wonder the Qin family has been acting more and more in a tyrannous manner these few years. Turns out that it's City Lord backing them up. Yi Yuan's words aroused many people's sympathy. The Qin family and City Lord Manor coercing like so, this was clearly forcing people to drastic alternative. For Yi Yuan to be able to endure until now was already incredibly not easy. Qin Zhaoyun saw that the situation was not right and said with a cold snort, "Razor tongue that talks glibly. You're clearly counting on that you made contributions, so you consider everyone beneath your notice, harming your fellow disciples. Now, you actually dare to resort to sophistry. Han Tian, this old man is only asking you, moving aside or not?" Han Tian was just about to speak when Yi Yuan said in a clear voice, "Today's matter, this ye will shoulder it alone. Senior Han, thank you very much for these few years of care. If this ye is lucky to get away today, I'll definitely repay generously in the future. Xie Jingyi and Miss Wanru will be entrusted to Senior Han." Han Tian opened his mouth and truly did not know what he should say. Even if he fought to the bitter end with these 3 people, he could not save Yi Yuan either. 3 mighty half-step divine lord powerhouses were not what he alone could contend with. Qin Zhaoyun smiled coldly and said, "Lucky to get away? A measly initial stage heaven glimpse really dares to talk. Today, if you don't die, this Qin, will never meet anyone again." Yi Yuan looked at Qin Zhaoyun and said with a sneer, Old fart, your face can't meet people long ago. But you rest assured, this ye will make your Qin family completely disappear one day. Qin Zhaoyun laughed from extreme fury and said, shamelessly boasting brat. This old man wants to take a look today at how you're going to make the Qin family disappear. At this time, when Yi Yang sighed slightly and said with a complicated expression, Yi Yuan, your talent is astonies. Hi+ing, why is there a need to disparage yourself? Surrender without resistance, this old man will help you beg City Lord for leniency. He'll definitely give you a way out. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a cold smile, does Academy Head really take this Yi to be a 3-year-old kid? Although this Yi has never met that Wu Meng City Lord, he and the Qin family are obviously acting in collusion. If I really surrender, can you protect me? When Yi Yang opened his mouth and was actually speechless. Actually, he also did not know what was the relations Hi+P between City Lord and the Qin family. But the various signs indeed showed that City Lord and the Qin family were closely related. Actually, him coming forward this time was also City Lord personally sending him word, making him persuade Yi Yuan back. It was just that Yi Yuan was clearly not so easy to deceive. He had long seen through the signs behind this. Talking any more is useless. Old B.A.S.T. A.R.D. If you have the ability, come and try chasing me today. Yi Yuan smiled coldly at Qin Zhaoyun. His figure instantly vanished. Hi+ing from where he was. So fast. Everyone had yet to react to what was going on when Yi Yuan already turned into a small black dot, vanished. Hi+ing into the horizons. This sword maneuvering flight speed was actually more than several times faster than before. Qin Zhaoyun's expression changed, divine essence urging frenziedly, chasing over in the direction Yi Yuan disappeared. Zhao Yi and Wen Yang's faces also revealed surprised looks, not expect that Yi Yuan's speed was actually so fast. Yi Yuan's figure turned into a stream of flowing light, like a comet in the sky, 1,000 miles in a twinkle. D.A.M. And how can this brat's sword maneuvering flight's speed be so fast? Qin Zhaoyun said exasperatedly. Zhao Yi's expression was ugly too, and he said in a solemn voice, no way, at this rate we'll lose him. When Yi Yang did not speak. He felt like his heart was dripping blood. A genius like Yi Yuan should originally be a most glorious stroke in his, the Academy Head's career. But did not expect that it became this kind of outcome. Ha ha ha, old dog, looks like you really have no face to meet people in the future. Got to remember what you said. Yi Yuan's voice slowly transmitted over from the front. He had completely no respect for them, 3 great half-step Divine Lord powerhouses. Although half-step Divine Lord powerhouses were able to fly, it was clearly not their forte. In comparison, after Yi Yuan broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm, it was his first time deploying sword maneuvering flight at full power. Those few half-baked dabblers could not catch up at all. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan's expression changed. A horrifying aura descended from the sky. In an instant, Yi Yuan seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 1458 Power of the World. Chapter 1458 Power of the World. The entire sky seemed to be distorted. Yi Yuan felt that there was a vast power ahead. His entire person seemed to have gotten stuck in a cloud of cotton, unable to break free no matter what. It's the power of the world. That Wu Meng City Lord came in person. Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan's heart abruptly sunk to the bottom of the valley. What he was most worried about was this Wu Meng City Lord. He did not expect that this guy really made a move. He originally thought that this Wu Meng City Lord disdained to bother with such things. It looked like he really miscalculated this time. This Wu Meng City Lord's relations, Hi+P with the Qin family, was even more extraordinary than he imagined. Yi Yuan knew that he could not escape anymore and simply gave up resistance. At this time, Qin Zhaoyun trio finally caught up. Seeing the situation, Qin Zhaoyun burst into laughter and said, "Brat, aren't you very good at running? Run for me to see." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Ate a face full of dust following behind your little lord, still dare to bulls. Hi+T. Your skin is really thick enough." Qin Zhaoyun's face fell and he said fiercely, "Brat, you're courting death." Qin Zhaoyun did not say another word, directly smacking a palm at Yi Yuan. Boom! The powerful attack force seemed to have hit onto a ball of sponge. Yi Yuan was entangled by the power of the world, and could not avoid it at all, forcefully receiving this palm. Poo work! Yi Yuan spewed fresh blood wildly from his mouth, his body drifting down toward the ground like a kite with a broken string. But the power of the world still wrapped around him, making him float in the air and not land. If not for the power of the world withstanding most of the power, Yi Yuan would already be a dead man right away. No. He brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Be arrogant again for me to see. Qin Zhaoyun's move succeeding, he immediately felt unusually liberated. Old dog. You remember it for me, all of this today. This young lord will return it 100-fold in the future. Yi Yuan glared and said through gnashed teeth, "He, are you, brat, still dreaming? Even Lord Qin Shao has taken action. You still think you have a future?" Qin Zhaoyun said with a smug look. The moment Qin Zhaoyun's words came out, not just Yi Yuan, Zhao Yi and Wen Yang's expressions changed. The city lord was actually surnamed Qin. This way, everything could be explained. No wonder these few years, the Qin family summoned the wind and commanded the rain in Wu Meng capital city, suppressing the other major families, out. Hi+ing the others. No wonder the Qin family's disciples were so COCKY, but the city lord manor turned a blind eye to it. Everything originated from the city lord's surname. "Zhaoyun, you spoke too much." An icy cold voice sounded out. A mighty middle-aged man walked out of the void. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. This middle-aged man was precisely that middle-aged man he saw during the entrance examination. Seeing Qin Zhaoyun's expression involuntarily changed, and he said with a bow, "Yes, City Lord, Your Excellency." Zhaoyun knows his mistake. Qin Shao grunted his assent and said coolly, "This city lord is the Qin family's foster son and not a member of the Qin family clan. After you all hear it today, you're not allowed to mention it to others again." Feeling Qin Zhao's profound gaze, Wen Yang and Zhao Yi both got a shock and hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, City Lord, Your Excellency." In Wu Meng capital city, Qin Shao virtually did not show face in front of people. No one knew his surname before either. This matter, probably even Qin Tianan did not know. Only Qin Zhaoyun, this kind of Qin family's top existence, knew Qin Zhao's true identity. More than 100,000 years ago, Qin Shao received the Qin family's great kindness. That was how he had today's accomplishments. It was just that far too long had passed. No one remembered it anymore. Qin Shao slowly turned around, looked at Yi Yuan, and said indifferently, "Yi Yuan, your talent is outstanding, your future accomplishments will surely surpass this city lord's in the future. It's too bad, you shouldn't have become enemies with the Qin family." Yi Yuan glared at Qin Shao and did not have the slightest fear toward a divine lord realm powerhouse as he spat and said, "Pooh! You can't tell right from wrong, condoning the Qin family to engage in lawlessness. You're not worthy of being the city lord. If I'd know it would come to this young lord should have cleaved that 4-star divine pill back then with a sword, so as to avoid feeding a dog." Wen Yang and Zhao Yi were both shocked hearing it. There was actually someone who dared to speak this way to a divine lord realm powerhouse. This boy was really lawless and unbridled. Rather, Qin Zhaoyun sneered coldly in his heart. "Scold, the more viciously you scold, the faster you die." However, Qin Zhao's self-restraint was much better than Yi Yuan imagined. He just said coolly, The Qin family was kind to me, what's wrong with this city lord doing so? After coming back from the 100 cities smelting trial, this city lord already hinted to you to not be enemies with the Qin family, but you were impervious to reason and advice. Not only did you remain impenitent, you actually went from bad to worse. Yi Yuan burst into laughter when he heard that and said, "Remain impenitent? Haha, really making your grandfather die of laughter. Who the hell are you to dare make Grandpa Yi repent?" The three people at the back quaked in their boots listening. This Yi Yuan was really too wild. That was a divine Lord Realm powerhouse, a God-like existence. Don't look at how the three of them were all half-step divine Lord Realm, in front of a divine Lord Realm. It was completely not enough to look at. Divine Lord Realm powerhouses opened up a small world and possessed the augmentation of the power of the world. It was completely not what Divine Tao Three Realms people were able to imagine. The closer one was to the Divine Lord Realm, the more awe they had toward this realm. People able to reach this step, not one was not a peerless genius. However, Yi Yuan did not place Qin Shao in his eyes at all. Qin Shao swept a glance over Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This world is originally the strong reigning supreme. I control a region of the world, taking charge of a capital city. I ask you to repent, you have to repent. The outcome of not repenting is death." Finished talking, Qin Shao lightly tapped a finger out. A terrifying aura instantly condensed. Qin Zhaoyun trio all had solemn looks when they saw this. This was the strength of a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Now is the time. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, his figure suddenly bursting forth, plussing out like an arrow that had left the string. Qin Zhaoyun trio had stunned looks. Qin Zhao's gaze turned intent too. Yi Yuan actually broke through his power of the world. An initial stage heaven glimpse, Brat actually broke through a divine Lord Realm powerhouse's power of the world. This was simply an unthinkable thing. This matter was even more astonies. Hi+ing than Yi Yuan killing 5 great geniuses. Yi Yuan urged divine essence to the limit, fleeing desperately. Resigning himself to death had never been his, Yi Yuan's, style. As long as there was a trace of hope, he would put in 100% effort. The so-called power of the world was merely a type of application of heavenly Tao. It seemed profound and unfathomable, but Yi Yuan had the lesser heaven-span mountain. He was shouting abuses with Qin Shao and the rest on the surface. Actually, he was secretly communicating with the lesser heaven-span mountain the entire time. He could imitate the sky foothill world's heavenly Tao. He could naturally break apart Qin Zhao's power of the world. After being thunderstricken, the corner of Qin Zhao's mouth smiled coldly and he said, "Somewhat interesting, but it's useless." While talking, Qin Shao took a step out, instantly moving 1,000 miles. Yi Yuan's speed was already quick to the extreme but was instantly said by Qin Shao. "I very much want to see just what secrets you have on you." Qin Shao smiled as he pointed a finger. Yi Yuan felt that the entire world was Hi+ing toward him. Swaz. Qin Zhao's gaze turned intent. Yi Yuan actually disappeared before his eyes. Chapter 1459 Sowing Cause Begets Effect. Sowing Karma Begets Fruit. Chapter 1459 Sowing Cause Begets Effect. Sowing Karma Begets Fruit. A vast power of the world suddenly burst out, colliding together with Qin Zhao's power of the world. Boom! A terrifying undulation rippled out, directly sending Qin Zhaoyun trio flying out. The 3 people were actually seriously injured being caught off guard. Fortunately, they were far enough away. Otherwise, just this aftershock alone was sufficient to kill them. The showdown between Divine Lord Realm powerhouses was dreadfully powerful. Qin Zhao's gaze turned intent, revealing an extremely surprised look. Qin Shao said in surprise, "It's actually you." The arrival said coolly, "Otherwise, who do you think it will be?" Qin Shao smiled and shook his head as he said, I didn't expect that Han Tian didn't break through first, but you broke through first. It really surprised me. No wonder you were in seclusion for so many years. It was actually to assault the Divine Lord realm. When Qin Zhaoyun trio saw that figure facing Qin Shao from far away, the astonishment in their gazes could not be any greater. They never dreamed that this person actually broke through to the Divine Lord realm. In Wu Meng capital city, there were 4 great half-step Divine Lord powerhouses. Everyone all felt that these 4 half-step Divine Lord powerhouses were the most promising to break through to Divine Lord realm. But no one could have expected that this person actually broke through. This person was none other than precisely the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist, who had already been in close seclusion for several decades, Xiao Feng. Several decades of close seclusion made everyone virtually almost forget this person. However, when he exited seclusion again, he was actually on a completely different level from them already. Qin Zhaoyun trio looked at Xiao Feng's figure, their faces full of envy and puzzlement. Why was this person Xiao Feng and not them? Xiao Feng said coolly, "For this old man to be able to break through to the Divine Lord realm, it was all thanks to little friend Yi Yuan. Hope that City Lord Your Excellency will give Yi Yuan a way out on the account of this old man's face." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces, inclusive of Qin Shao, all changed. Xiao Feng breaking through to the Divine Lord realm was actually related to Yi Yuan? No wonder the Myriad Treasure Tower SHI plus L'd Yi Yuan like that. It turned out that it was actually this reason. Back then, Xiao Feng seemed to have personally made a trip to Jewel Hill City. After coming back, he directly announced closed seclusion. Could it be that Yi Yuan really had this kind of magic power to actually be able to help others break through to the Divine Lord realm? Qin Zhaoyun trio exchanged glances, gazes all revealing a scorching look. Divine Lord realm was seriously too tempting to the 3 of them. Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a faint smile, "According to Heavenly Emperor His Excellency's rules, since you already broke through to the Divine Lord realm, you shouldn't stay in my Wu Meng capital city anymore, right?" Xiao Feng's face sunk and he said, "After this matter, this Xiao will naturally leave. But concerning Yi Yuan, this old man is protecting him for sure." Because the Myriad Treasure Tower was an outside force, they naturally did not allow an existence in the city that could threaten the City Lord. Otherwise, if the Myriad Treasure Tower placed a celestial deity powerhouse in the capital city, did the City Lord have the final say, or did this celestial deity have the final say? Qin Shao said with a smile on his face, "With just the likes of you, a Divine Lord realm that just broke through, you want to be impudent in front of this City Lord?" A dangerous scent spread out from Qin Zhao's body, making Xiao Feng's expression turn austere. Although Xiao Feng broke through to Divine Lord realm, he had just broken through after all. While Qin Shao had already remained in Divine Lord realm, this realm, for no idea how many years. If they really had a life-and-death struggle, Xiao Feng was clearly not a match. Xiao Feng's face fell and he said, "As long as you let Yi Yuan go, you can state any terms." Qin Shao said coolly, "You don't have the qualifications to discuss terms with this City Lord. Today, this Yi Yuan you have to hand over regardless. Otherwise, your Myriad Treasure Tower can probably close up shop in Wu Meng capital city." Xiao Feng discerned it. This Qin Shao had eaten a weight and steeled his heart. It was impossible to let Yi Yuan go. He took a deep breath, his mind stirred. Yi Yuan's figure was let out. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, appearing in the heaven-span world once more. In that instant earlier, Yi Yuan was taken into the small world Xiao Feng hewed open. "Elder brother Xiao, you actually really broke through." Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Feng rather surprisedly. He felt his eyes blur straight away just now, arriving at a foreign world, and completely did not know who saved him. Only now seeing Xiao Feng did he come to a realization. Seeing Xiao Feng let Yi Yuan out, Qin Shao and Qin Zhaoyun were both very pleased with themselves. It looked like he had to hand Yi Yuan over due to pressure. After all, making a Ma's Civ myriad treasure tower close up for a measly little heaven glimpse realm was not worthwhile. Xiao Feng said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "Hoo, this is all thanks to you. Back then, if not for you giving a pointer or two, this old man probably still can't touch the door until now." Yi Yuan smiled and said, No, it's elder brother Zhao's thick accu. Mulations erupting. It was merely adding flowers to embroidery. Congratulations, elder brother Xiao. Xiao Feng's expression dimmed and he said with a sigh, Younger brother, it's elder brother who is useless. Even if I broke through to the Divine Lord realm, I'm powerless to do anything today as well. These two people, one asking and one answering, Titanic waves stirred in the hearts of Qin Shao and the rest. A grotto profound deity realm brat giving pointers to a peak grand completion origin deity realm powerhouse, and even let him break through to the Divine Lord realm? If not for hearing it with their own ears, they would definitely think that this world was crazy. Even Qin Zhaoyun also could not resist shouting in his heart at this time, You come and give pointers to me. If he could break through to Divine Lord realm, he would even be willing to let go of the enmity. Except under this kind of stance now, it was already not what he could make the decision. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised look. He said with a smile, For elder brother Xiao to be able to come, this Yi has already received this kindness. Xiao Feng nodded his head, turned to Qin Shao and said, From this day on, the myriad treasure tower will withdraw from Wu Meng capital city. Younger brother Yi, this Xiao will send you a part of the way, the back will depend on your fortunes. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he was wrapped in a majestic power of the world, flying out no idea how far. This scene caught Qin Shao off guard. Xiao Feng you. Xiao Feng said indifferently, Although this old man isn't your match, for you to want to shake this old man off, it's also not what can be done in a short time. Moreover, do you dare to kill this old man? Qin Shao could not help choking when he heard that. He really did not dare. With Qin Zhao's status, killing one or two origin deity martial artists, the myriad treasure tower naturally would not say much. But Xiao Feng was already a Divine Lord realm powerhouse now. To the myriad treasure tower, he was no longer insignificant. Qin Shao had always had a calm and collected look. But now, his expression was incomparably ugly. He did not think that Xiao Feng was actually so decisive, directly pulling the myriad treasure tower out from Wu Meng capital city. Withdrawing out of a capital city, the myriad treasure tower's losses would be too great. You actually made this kind of decision for a Heaven Glimpse Realm Junior, are you mad? Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said. Xiao Feng said coolly, Men have principles to adhere to and baselines. Sowing cause begets effect, sowing karma begets fruit. In the past, Yi Yuan helped me to break through. That's how there's my action of repaying grat. 1-2 today. How do you know that my action today won't have a time for harvest in the future? Qin Zhao's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing aghast. What are the few of you still in a daze for? Still not chasing for me? I want to see the person if alive, the corpse if dead. Qin Shao roared. Chapter 1460 Are you very pleased with yourself? Chapter 1460 Are you very pleased with yourself? In the boundless wilderness, 3 figures were currently advancing with extreme speed. These 3 people's auras were imposing. The surrounding fierce beasts clamored to give a wide berth. This D.A.M. N. brat, his life is really tenacious. He can even manage to escape like this. Qin Zhaoyun gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said. Qin Zhaoyun trio chased all the way and finally could not support a prolonged flight. Hence, they landed on the ground to chase. He never thought that Xiao Feng actually broke through to the Divine Lord realm. Even more unexpected, Xiao Feng would actually have no qualms about letting the myriad treasure tower withdraw from Wu Meng capital city in order to protect Yi Yuan. Along the way, Qin Zhaoyun stomped his feet in anger but was helpless to do anything too. But he definitely didn't think that we can track his location through the Academy token. Xiao Feng's action is destined to be in vain, Zhao Yi said in a solemn voice. With this, Qin Zhaoyun's fury turned into joy again as he said, "Heh, the three of us half-step divine lords chasing down a heaven-glimpse realm brat, this is also too disgraceful. This brat already ceased all activities in order to not draw people's attention and don't dare to ride the sword to fly anymore. It's just that he doesn't know that this way it is exactly what we want." Xiao Feng's magical ability was insufficient to send Yi Yuan out of Wu Meng capital city's sphere of influence. At this time, Wu Meng capital city already announced to the world, putting Yi Yuan at large within the entire Wu Meng capital city's radius. If Yi Yuan wanted to escape, he could not fly in the air in a flagrant manner. That way, the target was too conspicuous. When Yi Yang let out a sigh and said, "I really didn't expect that Xiao Feng was actually a step ahead of us, breaking through to the Divine Lord realm. He didn't even reach half-step Divine Lord realm. Just what kind of method did Yi Yuan use to make him break through to become a Divine Lord?" One sentence made the other two people's good mood instantly dissipate into thin air. The few of them had been stuck at this realm for an uncertain number of years already. Half a step away, but seemingly as far as from the ground to the horizon, forever unable to cross. However, Xiao Feng actually caught up from behind and Serpa, as said those in front, directly breaking through to Divine Lord realm. How could they accept this? Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Thinking so much for what? When we capture that boy, will we still need to be scared of not being able to pry open his mouth?" Sure enough, Qin Zhaoyun's words made the two people's eyes light up. What Brother Qin said is right. The three of our foundations are much better than Xiao Feng's. As long as there's that little bit, we're absolutely able to break through to Divine Lord realm. Zhao Yi said excitedly. Qin Zhaoyun smiled and said, "Then still waiting for what? That boy should be not far in front now, about to enter the range of Crowlight City. Once we let him escape from Crowlight City, we'd have to expend some more effort to catch him." The two people voiced their assent, displaying their movement techniques and chasing after. Crowlight City was the bordermost county of Wu Meng capital city. If Yi Yuan left from here, he would enter other capital cities' sphere of influence. Although the capital cities belonged to an imperial city, they each dominated a region, neither interfering with the other. Once Yi Yuan left, it would naturally cause considerable trouble. 3 days later, on the frontier of Crowlight City, a figure was currently running at great speed. Suddenly, 3 figures descended from the sky, blocking all of that figure's escape route. Qin Zhaoyun had a smug look as he said with a laugh, "Truly a shame. Just that little bit more. Although it took a bit of trouble, we caught you at any rate. Why are you very surprised?" When Yi Yang let out a sigh and said, "Yi Yuan, the order of the ruler is hard to defy. Come back with us." But Zhao Yi's gaze was scorching as he said, "Brat, hand over the method to break through to Divine Lord realm, and we'll spare you from death." Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow being surrounded by the 3 people in the center, and did not despair like they imagined. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Zhaoyun and spat, "Surprised your uncle? You dumba. SS. Just based on your bit of trick, and you also want to capture Grandpa Yi?" Qin Zhaoyun's face turned black, and was just about to fly off the handle, but saw Yi Yuan fish out the Academy token, and started playing with it in his hand. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Zhaoyun with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Old dog, were you very pleased with yourself along the way? Did you feel that your Grandpa Yi couldn't escape your palms? Just based on this toy?" Qin Zhaoyun's heart thumped, suddenly feeling that the 3 of them seemed to have been duped. This is a clone?" Zhao Yi's gaze turned intent and he said gloomily. When Yi Yang let out a sigh and said, We all overestimated him too much. Yi Yuan sneered as he looked at Qin Zhaoyun and said, Old dog, just you wait. When I, Yi Yuan, return, it will be the day your Qin family is exterminated. You tell Qin Shao, ask him to take good care of himself. Grandpa Yi will come and find him to settle scores before long. Finished talking, with a bang, Yi Yuan immediately turned into a ball of flame. Gong. The academy token fell to the ground, giving off a crisp sound. Qin Zhaoyun gnashed his teeth until it rattled, furious until smoke billowed from all 7 orifices. The 3 of them chased for close to a month's time. They did not expect that he was actually a clone. This brat is too cunning. Zhao Yi also gnashed his teeth in hatred. Originally, he was very much looking forward to the method to break through to the Divine Lord realm. He did not expect that bustling about for a month, it was all for nothing. On another border of Wu Meng capital city, Yi Yuan, who was currently healing his wounds in a cave, abruptly snapped open his eyes, the corners of his mouth revealing a mocking smile. How many ups and downs had Yi Yuan experienced before? How could he possibly make this kind of low-level mistake? Although Wu Meng Academy had never said before, how could Yi Yuan possibly bring this kind of hidden danger to him? Right away when Yi Yuan was sent out, he divided out the majority of his divine essence, creating a cleansing sandal flame lotus clone, bringing the academy token and fleeing all the way, while his true self moved stealthily in another direction. Fiery already gave birth to a primordial spirit. Yi Yuan was unable to bring him to pass through the spatial storms. But the cleansing sandal flame lotus was the clone Yi Yuan refined. He brought it over. Through this close to 100 years, the cleansing sandal flame lotus already evolved to divine rank 2. It was just that compared to Yi Yuan's rate of progress, it was much slower. Along the way, Yi Yuan was cautious, not revealing his traces, finally lurking to the borders. The series of great battles a month ago, Yi Yuan's injuries were already very severe. Plus this 1 month of escaping, Yi Yuan piled on more injury on top of injury. Only recently did he find a hidden cave and went into a retreat to heal his wound. Suddenly, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, I even thought that I was dead for sure this time. I didn't expect that at the last juncture, elder brother Shao actually broke through to the Divine Lord realm, saving me. At this time, Dustless's figure emerged and said, Actually, it was you who saved yourself. It was you who helped him break through the Divine Lord realm first, that he has the ability to come and save you. Perhaps this is the circle of cause and effect. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Back then, I just felt that I got along well with him. I didn't expect to actually have this kind of unexpected harvest. Sigh. Miss Wanru is probably going to be disappointed. Also, there's little Fatty. I hope that he pulls himself together. Senior, this Wu Meng capital city already doesn't have a place for me to shelter myself. Where should I go? Dustless said, You can't stay on within the boundary of the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. With the strength of a Divine Lord realm, once Qin Shao knows your whereabouts, killing you is just a matter of lifting a hand. This is a troublesome place, better get as far away as possible. Chapter 1461 Ling Feng. Chapter 1461 Ling Feng Tidrain City was a bordermost county of River Eternal Imperial City. An imperial city bordering on River Eternal Imperial City was Eminent Orchid Imperial City. These 2 imperial cities belonged to different forces. River Eternal Imperial City belonged to a human race Heavenly Emperor Force, while Eminent Orchid Imperial City belonged to a fiend race Heavenly Emperor Force. The 2 imperial cities were mortal enemies, warring year-round, countless deaths and casualties. At this time, in a dense forest outside Tidrain City, there was a small team of human martial artists who were currently patrolling. Although these martial artists were deity realm powerhouses, each and every one of them was well-trained, wore standardized clothes, and had good coordination between their actions, not sloppy like those ordinary martial artists. Captain, Lord Centurion is too biased. Why are the patrol missions A.S. signed to our team each time always this kind of desolate place? Yeah. At this rate, how will we make military achievements? Captain, could it be that we're just going to swallow our pride and endure in silence like this? During the patrol, a group of Grotto Profound Realm soldiers was grumbling non-stop. The target they were complaining to was an initial stage Heaven Glimpse officer. All shut up for me. We're all soldiers, not free and unruly cultivators. Wherever the senior officer wants us to go, we'll go where. Where do you all have so much nonsense from? The officer yelled coldly. Sure enough, the moment he flared up, the others immediately shriveled up. After a while, a soldier asked again, Captain, we're feeling sour for you. In terms of strength, in terms of qualifications, you're stronger than Lu Chongkong, that fellow. On what basis that the credit each time is taken by him? Isn't it just because he's the Centurion's brother-in-law? The officer's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice, These words, they can come out of your mouth and enter my ears. Keep talking nonsense about the platoon leader's wrong and you'll be punished by military law. That soldier spat out his tongue and did not say anything any longer. Amen? There's someone. The officer suddenly felt alarm bells go off in his heart, immediately making a hand gesture, having everyone be on guard. These people wandered the borders of life and death all year round and were very alert to danger. If there was a little movement ahead, they would be able to detect it. The cooperation between this small team's members was very tacit, immediately turning into several afterimages, encircling over toward the target. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus several figures landed on an open S. P. A. C. Seeing the situation here, they all had stunned looks. A young man who looked in his 20s was currently roasting a rabbit. A wisp of fragrance drifted by. The few people's saliva all could not resist dripping down. Seeing these few people suddenly appear, the young man did not look the least bit surprised at all, but instead smiled and said, Officers seem to be patrolling, you've worked hard. Want to try it? When the officer saw that it was a human race young man, his nervous emotion also relaxed. This young man's realm was not low. He was already initial stage Heaven Glimpse, but it was very disdainful in the officer's eyes. In his view, this young man was definitely a disciple of a large family in the inner city coming out to train and temper without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. This guy actually took this place to be his own home's backyard garden, roasting a rabbit here to eat. He really did not know how the word death was written. Do you know what place this is? The officer did not buy it in the slightest and questioned with a cold snort. The young man tore off a piece of rabbit meat, took 2 bites and said smilingly, I really don't know what place this place is. The officer's brows furrowed, clearly disliking the young man very much. Such a flippant fellow, served him right to die here. Boom. The officer raised his hand and dealt a palm, directly blasting the grilling rack to residue. Humph. The back of this large mountain is the territory of the fiend race. You actually dared to roast rabbit meat here and eat? Really don't know how the word death is written. If you don't want to die, immediately get lost for me right now, said the officer with a cold snort. Although this young man's realm was more or less the same as his, he did not take this young man seriously at all. These soldiers who fought at close quarters with the fiend race all year round, wandered the borders of life and death year in and year out, and were much stronger than same-rank martial artists. This young man was a young master who had never seen the world before with one glance. Going on the battlefield and getting surrounded by a few Grotto Profound Realm fiends, he might be ground to death. The officer was originally displeased with the young man already. This kind of courting death action might very likely attract the enemy. He even thought that the other party would get angry, then he would take the chance to teach the other party a lesson. Not only did the young man not get angry, but he also grinned instead and said, You said that opposite is the fiend race's territory? Heh, great, this forest is too vast, I lost my way inside and even thought that I went the wrong direction. I didn't expect that I found it by stumbling about blindly. Oh right, which army are you all from? Do you still take people or not? Ha ha, with just the likes of you, you wouldn't survive past 10 breaths going on the battlefield, still want to join us? Don't look at how your initial stage heaven glimpse, the 10 of us attacking you together can bring you down. Do you believe that? Kid, go back where you came from. A flower in a greenhouse like you isn't suited to come to this kind of place. The young man's words immediately aroused a wave of loud guffaws from the team members. The officer shot him a glance rather surprisedly and said, "What's your name? Why do you want to join the army?" The young man smiled and said, "I'm called Yi Yuan. Heard that the fiend race experts' evil doings know no limits, wreaking havoc in River Eternal Imperial City. I also want to contribute to the human race." This young man was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who rushed to River Eternal Imperial City from far away. At this time, 3 years had already passed since Yi Yuan escaped from Wu Meng capital city. And River Eternal Imperial City was precisely Yi Yuan's destination. If Yi Yuan wanted to find Qin Shao to take revenge, he had to increase his strength quickly. And the best way to increase his strength was naturally to engage in battles. Hence, under Dustless's suggestion, Yi Yuan came to the intersection of the human and fiend, 2 great heavenly emperors' territories, which was this River Eternal Imperial City. An eminent Orchid Imperial City precisely belonged under Heavenly Emperor Jiao Shang command. Yi Yuan coming to this side was also hoping to investigate regarding Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, as well as information about the main culprit behind sending Kanua into the Immortal Grove world back then. Arriving in this region, Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to ride his sword and fly, blatantly seeking publicity. Once he attracted the fiend race's powerhouses, he would die without even knowing how he died. Therefore, he lost his way in this dense forest. He did not expect that he just happened to run into this team patrolling. The officer patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and said, "Not bad, kid, got guts. But, got to have strength too. Don't look at how your realm is similar to mine, do you believe that I can take you down with one move or not?" Yi Yuan could not be bothered to argue over it with him either, saying with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, can tell that elder brother's strength is formidable. But, got to at least give me a chance to train and experience too, no?" These words were not flattery either. He could feel that this officer's vitality was powerful, divine essence condensed. His strength likely far surpassed said those in the same rank. The officer thought about it and felt that what Yi Yuan said was reasonable too, saying with a nod, "Fine, then you go back to the barracks with us. But, I'll get the unpleasantness out of the way first, joining the military camp requires a test. Whether or not you can pass will depend on you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's of course." The officer nodded and said, "I'm called Ling Feng, you can call me Captain Ling." While talking, Ling Feng's expression changed. 100 figures dashed out of the dense forest, immediately surrounding their team. Chapter 1462, Completely Annihilated. Chapter 1462, Completely Annihilated. A group of soldiers dressed in black armor surrounded Yi Yuan and the rest. Fiendish energy surged on these people's bodies. They were actually all fiend race powerhouses. Jeej, there's actually someone who lit a fire near Fiend Calling Ridge, really heedless of the consequences. Turns out it's a human race's small squad. No matter how small the mosquito, it's meat too. Annihilate them all. Ling Feng's expression became dark. He did not expect to actually be able to be MP into the fiend race's squad in this area. Furthermore, it was 5 in one go. The other party had 5 Heaven Glimpse realm existences. Clearly, it was 5 fiend race squads. But when the other human soldiers heard, they all could not resist glaring at Yi Yuan. If not for Yi Yuan courting death and starting a fire and roasting meat, It also would not draw the fiend race squads. D.A.M. And fellow, you're still in the mood to eat barbecue. A human soldier gritted his teeth in anger. Being surrounded by the fiend race squads, Yi Yuan's first reaction was not to be scared but to hastily eat the rabbit meat. This action made the human squad members gnash their teeth in hatred even more. Ling Feng said in a solemn voice, "Don't talk nonsense anymore. The situation is not quite right. The Fiend Calling Ridge has a huge natural moat with a strange metamagnetic field existing there. Even if peak origin magnetic field powerhouses descended from the natural moat area, they would fall and be smashed to pieces too. Logically speaking, the Fiend race squads will not appear here. There must be some conspiracy involved. Zhao Bin, your movement technique is the fastest. In a while, we'll break through toward the southwest direction. Everyone cover him to charge out, let him go back and report." "Captain, I'm not going." "Shut up, this is an order. If you don't want us to die in vain, bring this intel back." Zhao Bin was just about to speak when Ling Feng yelled fiercely. At this time, a Fiend Race's captain sneered coldly and said, "You're very smart. We've already found the way to overcome the metamagnetic field. The battalion will charge over from this side very soon. At that time, Tidrain City is ours. As for you all of you can forget about leaving." Ling Feng's expression flickered incessantly. This intel was a bolt out of the blue to Tidrain City. Fiend Calling Ridge. This region did not only have large numbers of 3-star fierce beasts existing, but the back of the mountain also had a 100,000 miles long natural moat. Inside this natural moat existed a natural metamagnetic field. Unless one reached the Divine Lord realm, otherwise there was completely no way to cross. It was Tidrain City's natural protective defense. Hence, each time they patrolled, this side was all routine business. Everyone came over to walk one round and then went back. But now, the Fiend Race actually found a way to avoid those fierce beasts. This was not some good news for the human race. A hint of decisiveness flashed across in Ling Feng's eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "What needs to be done? Don't need me to teach you guys, right?" "Understood." A glimmer of solemnness and melancholy flashed across the others' faces as they responded. After that, Ling Feng's gaze looked towards the Yi Yuan who was currently gnawing on rabbit meat again, his expression slightly complicated as he said, "Kid, in a while, good luck to you. Whether or not you can survive will depend on your fortunes." At this time, Yi Yuan finally finished gnawing on the rabbit meat in his hands and belched satisfactorily, smiling and saying, "Relax, I can take good care of myself. Jeej, there's actually still an idiot on the human side. Hoo-hoo, this kid probably still hasn't figured out the situation, right? Mu Feng, leave that kid to you, finish the fight fast. Relax, dealing with this kind of rookie, 3 moves is enough." The Fiend Races group clearly discerned that Yi Yuan was not the same party as those human soldiers. Their vision was the same as Ling Feng, feeling that Yi Yuan was some large family clan's disciple with one glance. Although his realm was high, he could not take a single hit at all. Mu Feng slowly stepped out of the ranks, looking at Yi Yuan with an amused look as he said with a cold smile, "Kid, your flesh and blood is pretty good. Just nice, it can give your grandpa Mu Feng to cultivate. Rest as assured, Grandpa Mu Feng's blow is very light and won't let you feel pain." The flesh and blood of human powerhouses was a great tonic to the Fiend Race. Many Fiend Race cultivation methods borrowed the power of flesh and blood to cultivate, precisely because so that Fiend Race powerhouses liked to carry out slaughter against human powerhouses. Careful, concealed weapon. Yi Yuan smiled strangely, the remaining bone in his hand flying out directly. Who's H? Plus Mu Feng, who was currently being pleased with himself, did not expect Yi Yuan to attack when he said so. He instinctively wanted to avoid it, but that bone's speed was too fast. He actually could not avoid it in time. Slap! That bone struck Mu Feng's face without deviation. A greasy feeling immediately made Mu Feng burn with rage. Ha ha ha! This scene immediately incurred a bout of loud laughter. A bone naturally would not cause any damage to Mu Feng. But in front of so many people, where would he put his face? Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Sigh, already asked you to be careful, why were you still so careless?" Mu Feng's teeth chattered from Nas. Hi plus ing, clearly already infuriated to the extreme. Good. Very good. Kid, Grandpa Mu Feng will let you know what's called a life worse than death. Mu Feng said in a cold voice. Stop playing, attack together, eradicate them, said another captain in a cold voice. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus 5 fiend race squads. Several dozen people rushed over at the same time. The impetus was quite Estoni's. Hi plus ing. Ling Feng's expression changed. The smile from before immediately disappeared without a trace as he bellowed, "Kill!" This team of around 10 people protected that soldier called Zhao Bin in the middle, desperately breaking through to the outside. But how could those fiend race soldiers give them the chance? The remaining 4 fiend race captains burst forth, all charging towards Ling Feng. The fiend race warriors were powerhouses to begin with. Ling Feng, fighting 4-on-1, immediately felt a pressure that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Ling Feng already mustered up divine essence, prepared to meet the enemy. But right at this time, those 4 fiend race captains suddenly directly exploded before his eyes. Even the fiendish essence did not escape. Ling Feng was utterly dumbstruck with amazement. What happened? Suddenly, Ling Feng's entire body trembled. Looking over in Yi Yuan's direction, discovering that the Mu Feng opposite him was already nowhere to be found too, without even leaving behind dregs. Could it be done by him? Impossible. How could an initial stage heaven glimpse possible one-shot 5 fiend race captains? Forget about Yi Yuan, even their centurion could not possibly do this either. However, apart from these 5 people, there were still quite a number of fiend race soldiers. Ling Feng was just slightly absent-minded for a moment, then joined the camp of slaughtering those fiends. You fiend dogs, to dare profane my human race, die. At this time, Yi Yuan shouted loudly and joined the group battle too. This time, Ling Feng saw Yi Yuan attack, immediately feeling his eyes light up. You don't say. His strength was really not weak. But, to say insta-killing 4 great fiend race captains in one move, that was clearly impossible. 2 might heaven glimpse powerhouses facing a bunch of grotto profound realm fiends, that was naturally a massacre. Yi Yuan's movement technique was exceedingly fast. Those fiends who wanted to escape were directly slaughtered clean by him. This battle's reversal was too sudden. Everyone originally harbored the resolve of certain death. In the end, the other party was completely annihilated in a blink of an eye. Chapter 1463 Investigation. Chapter 1463 Investigation. Seeing this battle result, Ling Feng was somewhat dazed too. It was seriously too unexpected, making him have a feeling like he was dreaming. 5 great heaven glimpse powerhouses instantly all annihilated, the battle situation reversing instantly. He did not understand what happened at all. Haha, Captain, we actually didn't die. Wonder which senior made a move to actually directly insta-kill 5 fiend race captains. I was scared until my hands were shaking a little just now. Didn't expect that in a blink, they were all wiped out. Really awesome. The soldiers were all incomparably excited. This feeling of surviving a disaster was really too good. They had long become indifferent to life and death already, but it did not mean that they were willing to go and die. Ling Feng's face also revealed a look of joy as he said with a smile, Zhao Bin, W.A.N.G. Long, the few of you go and gather up the spoils of war. This place isn't suited to stay for long, let's hurry up and leave. All right. The few people voiced their assent, going to collect the spoils of war gleefully. Ling Feng came to Yi Yuan's side and smiled as he patted his shoulder and said, Kid, good skills. I apologize to you, it was me who looked down on you previously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Captain Ling is really formidable, this Yi admires. Yi Yuan did not expect that this Ling Feng was very open and forthright, directly apologizing to him. But this Ling Feng's strength was indeed very powerful. Even fighting one-on-one with those fiend race captains, he probably would not fall into a disadvantage either. Ling Feng smiled as he waved his hand and said, This was all trained in the battlefield. Your foundation is much better than mine. Your strength in the future will definitely be above mine. Oh right, did you see clearly just now, who was it that took action to kill those 5 fiend race captains? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know either. That Mu Feng was just about to attack me when his entire person exploded. Ling Feng's eyes revealed a disappointed look and said, Looks like it was a Sing human race powerhouse who couldn't endure the sight of it, and he made a move to help us. To be able to instantly one-shot 5 fiend race captains, I'm afraid that he's at the very least an origin deity realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, It should be like this. The battle previously, all the fiend race soldiers' targets were all placed on Ling Feng and the rest, resulting in no one paying attention to Yi Yuan at all. That Mu Feng did not have the slightest strength to retaliate in front of Yi Yuan and was instantly one-shot. After that, Yi Yuan released 4 sundering stars in an instant, eradicating the other 4 fiend race captains. However, Yi Yuan did not plan on displaying his strength in front of Ling Feng, because experts on the battlefield were too many. It was better to keep a low profile. The war between the 2 imperial cities, Grotto Profound Deity Realm experts could only be ordinary soldiers. Even initial stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses were merely just a small captain too. The cruelty and dangers on the battlefield could be seen at a glance. Yi Yuan was strong among martial artists in the same rank. But with his current strength, once he ran into Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse, even Origin Deity Realm powerhouses, that would be dangerous. The more high profile on the battlefield, the faster one died. Captain, the battlefield is cleaned up. Our harvest in this fight isn't small. Everyone gathered up the spoils of war, each and every one of the faces very pleased. Military exploits in the army were calculated according to the fiend race tokens they obtained. Their squad exterminating 5 fiend race squads all at once this time, it was a considerable military achievement. As for storage rings, these spoils of war, it all belonged to the individual. But the army on the human race's side had strict orders not to practice the fiend race's cultivation methods and some taboo medicinal pills. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Apart from this, with these military exploits, everyone could even obtain better cultivation resources, using them to improve their strength. Ling Feng nodded his head and said, Let's hurry up and go. Just now, that fiend race captain said, There's still a battalion coming from behind. It's likely going to ambush Tydrain City. Let's hurry back to report the news. Younger brother Yi, since you want to join the army, then go back together with us. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed obtained Ling Feng's recognition. He was also much more courteous when speaking. But Yi Yuan fell silent for a moment and did not reply immediately. Ling Feng was slightly surprised as he said, Why? Does younger brother Yi have any concerns? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Not really concerns, but I feel that we should split into 2 paths right now. The moment Ling Feng heard, he could not help becoming interested and asked, Oh? What idea do you have? Yi Yuan said, Whether what those fiend race captains said is true or not is still to be confirmed. After all, we didn't see it with our own eyes. Also, what kind of method the fiend race used to cross the fiend calling ridge. This intel should all be investigated clearly. If we know their methods, perhaps we can imitate them and give him a huge surprise. Therefore, I feel that we should split one force to go back and report, the other force to continue deep into the fiend calling ridge and investigate thoroughly. Yi Yuan said this and discovered that everyone all strange gazes to look at him. Look at me like that for what? Do I have flowers on my face? Yi Yuan touched his nose and said innocently. Ling Feng looked at Yi Yuan with eyes like looking at a monster and sighed with admiration as he said, "Younger brother, Yi truly has the style of a great general. These things, I never considered them. You thought it out comprehensively. What you said is right, they aren't prepared right now. Us going to investigate the intel is the most suitable. Zhao Bin, you return to the city right now and bring the news over here back. The others follow me to Fiend Calling Ridge." The others also looked at Yi Yuan with admiration. They discovered that they all underestimated this young man. They all regarded themselves as foot soldiers, only minding their own business, while Yi Yuan could consider problems from the height of the overall situation. This manner was not what they could compare to. Zhao Bin was just about to leave, but Yi Yuan said, "Captain Ling, let them all go back. Fiend Calling Ridge, just the two of us go. Amen. We're going to investigate, not fight it out. Numbers might be easier to expose instead. If we're really discovered, it's easier for the two of us to want to escape instead," Yi Yuan explained. Ling Feng thought about it and said with a nod, "What younger brother Yi said is true, but better I go alone then. Younger brother, Yi, you go back together with them. You aren't considered a member of the army yet currently. Making you go and take risks isn't too appropriate." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since this Yi ran into everyone, I need to join with some display of loyalty too. My movement technique is still alright, I won't drag Captain Ling down." Ling Feng mused for a moment and said with a nod, "Okay, younger brother Yi is righteous, then we'll act together. Zhao Bin, you bring the others back." But Zhao Bin and the rest were indignant and grumbled, "Captain, my movement technique is pause. Sable too, let me go together with you. Captain, I'm following you too." "I'll go too." Ling Feng's face fell and he said, "All shut up for me. This is an order, all get lost for me." Seeing Ling Feng really flared up, the others did not dare to shoot their mouth off anymore, all leaving awkwardly. This bunch of bastards, one day of not scolding them and they will feel uncomfortable all over. Ling Feng scolded with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled too and said, "All are a bunch of good brothers, they are worried about your safety." Ling Feng chuckled and said, "Why wouldn't I know? But what you said is right, this kind of thing, they'll drag us down if they went too. Let's go." Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed after him. Chapter 1464 Jumping Off a Cliff. Chapter 1464 Jumping off a cliff in the dense forest, two figures were currently shuttling through at high speed. Along the way, Ling Feng also had the intention of testing Yi Yuan, deliberately speeding up his footstep. Moving through inside this dense forest, just movement technique being fast was useless. It had an extremely high requirement for the martial artist's responsiveness. Ling Feng they all patrolled this area all year round and were very familiar with the terrain here. Hence, his speed was also particularly fast. He urged his speed to the limits and sprinted wildly for a long way, thinking in his mind that he shook Yi Yuan off a certain distance before slowing down his footstep. But when he turned around to look, he could not help getting startled. Yi Yuan was like a ghost and had actually been following not far behind him all along. This shock was by no means insignificant. He actually completely did not sense Yi Yuan's existence earlier. If Yi Yuan dealt him a sword from behind, he would already be a corpse at this time. Seeing Ling Feng's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I said before, my movement technique is still alright, I won't hold you back." Ling Feng smiled rather embarrassed, and said, "Younger brother Yi has fine skills, this Ling really made an error of judgment. He discovered that he really underestimated Yi Yuan. At least in this dense forest, to be able to keep up with him noiselessly, it was absolutely not what the average initial stage heaven glimpse could accomplish. Just based on this, Yi Yuan had the qualifications to enter the army. With Yi Yuan's skill, he would absolutely be an expert in going to investigate enemy intel. Ling Feng was very familiar with the route, bringing Yi Yuan to make a big detour, finally climbing up to the fiend-calling ridge's summit. The spectacular scenery before their eyes also shook Yi Yuan's heart. Ahead was a 100,000-foot wide cliff, below the precipice deep until the bottom could not be seen. This was a natural moat insurmountable by an individual's strength. Furthermore, after Yi Yuan reached the summit, he immediately felt his footsteps become much heavier. A powerful gravitational field made him, this Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse, somewhat struggle to walk too. This natural moat was really extraordinary, as if done by gods. The gravitational field here isn't the strongest yet. The more towards the middle of this natural chasm, the stronger the gravity. Therefore, this natural chasm cannot be crossed at all. Really don't know how those fiends came over, Ling Feng said rather perplexedly. Yi Yuan said, we made a big detour. There are probably several dozen miles away from the place they crossed the natural moat. Now, let's be more careful and draw closer there. Ling Feng nodded his head, drawing near to the place where the fiend race crossed the natural chasm. The two people cautiously said through several dozen miles. Finally, their gazes turned intent, looking at the 100,000-foot Great Canyon in astonishment. Only to see that inside that Great Canyon, a flying boat that could carry several dozen people was currently slowly flying. That flying boat actually suspended in midair, and did not drop down. It was currently transporting fiend race soldiers batch by batch, flying over to the human race's side. The only shortcoming was that this flying boat was not large. It looked like it could only transport 5 to 6 squads each time. Reckon that those fiend race soldiers Yi Yuan they all ran into was the first batch sent over. They can actually fly above this natural moat. This is too astounding. Luckily we ran into that batch of fiend race soldiers. Otherwise this time, Tidrain City definitely can't be defended. Ling Feng lowered his voice and said. Yi Yuan did not speak, gaze staring at that flying boat, an appearance as if he was absorbed in thought. Ling Feng continued, no way, got to bring this news back to Tidrain City. Otherwise, when the fiend race army is finished assembling, Tidrain City will be attacked from both front and rear. With this flying boat, the fiend race would be able to send troops over to the fiend-calling ridge's side unceasingly. At that time, with a 2-inged pincer attack, Tidrain City would face an even greater threat. Therefore, Ling Feng already could not wait to return to Tidrain City and report this major intelligence to Tidrain City. But at this time, a fiend race powerhouses currently had his brows tightly knitted several miles away from Ling Feng duo. The aura on this fiend was very powerful, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. This was the leader of this fiend race army, Xiao Lai, a half-stop divine lord realm powerhouse. Those few squads people are all not back yet? Xiao Lai said in a deep voice. Replying Your Excellency, there's no news yet. Those few squads seem to have lost contact, an origin deity realm subordinate said. Xiao Lai's brows knitted even tighter as he muttered to himself, could it be that they encountered the human race's army? This is impossible. According to our intel, fiend-calling ridge this area, Tidrain City's army very rarely comes over. Send people to go and inquire about the intel again and search for those few teams' whereabouts. I want to see the person if alive, the corpse if dead. Yes, Your Excellency. The subordinate answered and left. Xiao Lai paced around continuously, clearly somewhat irritable. Crossing the fiend-calling ridge's natural moat this time was a several decades-long grand plan that the fiend race planned and prepared for. There could not be the slightest accident. At that time, when celestial soldiers descended from the heavens to Tidrain City would surely be breached. As long as Tidrain City was breached, the fiend race army would be able to march straight in without resistance. But Xiao Lai never thought that they were actually thwarted at the very beginning this time. The few squads sent out to inquire about information actually disappeared without a sound. Not long after, the subordinate came to report once again. Your Excellency, those few squads seem to have evaporated into thin air, without any traces at all. I sent several dozen teams to go out and investigate but didn't discover their figures. But a team discovered some traces of fighting in the dense forest. Xiao Lai's expression was grim until it was almost going to drip water, and he said, "To be able to dispose of 5 squads without a sound, it's probably a human race expert. Not good, they might be spying on the military situation in the vicinity. Immediately dispatch everyone who came over to conduct a carpet search in the vicinity. Also you call on some commanders over for me. The arrival strength is likely not weak. Once any activities are discovered, immediately rush over and kill without mercy." "Yes, Your Excellency." Xiao Lai gritted his teeth and said, "D.A.M. Enit, how can it be so coincidental? Now that they're spying on the military situation right now and didn't send the news back to Tydrain City." The fiend race's movements here were huge. Powerful auras were faintly perceptible, starting to conduct searches in the vicinity. Yi Yuan said softly, "Go, they probably discovered that those few squads went missing and already suspect that somebody sneaked in." Ling Feng nodded and brought Yi Yuan to quietly withdraw. Scree! Suddenly a clear eagle sound echoed out in the air. Ling Feng lifted his head to look when he heard this sound, and his expression could not help changing drastically. Not good. It's the devil blood eagle raised by the fiend race. It's the most sensitive to the human race's scent. We can't escape anymore. Ling Feng's complexion was ashen. His eyes actually lost all hope. The devil blood eagle discovered humans. They are currently escaping in the southwest direction. Suddenly someone among the fiends exclaimed. When Xielai heard this voice, his gaze turned dark, his figure moving explosively, speeding over in the southwest direction. Several powerful auras engulfed everything and swept over like the tide. Especially Xiolai, even with the gravitational field's interference, his speed was also swift to the extreme. At this time, Yi Yuan's inner heart had broken down too. Under the powerful gravitational field, Xiolai's speed was still faster than everyone else, pressing straight for Yi Yuan duo. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said to Ling Feng, "Do you trust me?" Ling Feng froze and immediately nodded his head. "Good, jump together," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. One exaggeration for an unstoppable army. Chapter 1465 A Genius's Thoughts. Chapter 1465 A Genius's Thoughts. Swooz. H plus swooz. H plus swooz. H plus. Each and every one of the fiend race powerhouses moved like lightning. HI plus ing towards the place where Yi Yuan Dup originally stood. They saw the back view of the two people jumping off the cliff. Xiolai's face was extremely grim and said, "Just 2 initial stage heaven glimpse? How did he finish off 5 squads without a sound?" "Your Excellency, they probably still have other people? 2 measly human heaven glimpse realm martial artists, even if their strength is powerful, it's also impossible to make 5 squads completely wiped out," a subordinate said. Xiolai nodded his head and heaved a sigh as he said, "Looks like our side here is already exposed. It's already impossible to want to swoop down on Tydrain City. Our 10 years of effort is ruined overnight." The others were similarly incomparably disappointed. They were originally very much looking forward to this battle. Who knew that news actually leaked at the 11th hour? This made their military exploits be wiped out in a day. What they did not know was that they were actually very close to success. It was just too bad that Yi Yuan just happened to lose his way and came to this area, and even ran into the 5 squads who were patrolling. Otherwise, with Ling Feng their strength, how could they possibly send the intel back? Notify Sandcliff's side, and just say that the surprise army appearing out of nowhere on this side already lost effectiveness. We can only join forces to attack fiercely, Xiaolai said solemnly. He shot a glance at the natural chasm that was deep until the bottom could not be seen and said with a cold snort, "Those two punks got off lucky." After Yi Yuan duo jumped off the cliff, their bodies plummeted at a terrifying speed. That speed was more than 10 times faster than when they fell normally. The terrifying gravitational field even made them unable to adjust their falling down posture. Ling Feng already despaired. He felt that his body would be destroyed by this huge gravitational field before he even reached the bottom. The further down, the greater this gravitational field's force, and the faster the speed. Ling Feng felt like the blood vessels in his whole body were about to burst. It was just that under this kind of circumstances, he could not even accomplish crying out. Suddenly, Ling Feng's expression changed. His falling speed was actually slowing down. The effect of the gravitational field on him was actually reducing. This shock was by no means insignificant. This natural chasm, the further down, the more terrifying the gravitational field. It was not what human strength could contend with at all. Ling Feng knew that there had once been a divine Lord Realm powerhouse who attempted to find out about this natural chasm situation. But he never came back. Ever since then, no one else dared to have ideas about this natural chasm. Ling Feng turned out and took a look at Yi Yuan, his gaze full of an incredulous look. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, his body emitting a strange force field. Ling Feng did not notice it previously. Only now did he abruptly startled awake. This strange force field was currently becoming stronger at a rapid rate. And this force field was clearly what made their falling speed slow down. Ling Feng suddenly felt like the force field around them was like a spring. The further down, the stronger the force field. Finally, the two people's figures abruptly stopped, suspending in midair. Ling Feng looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished look and said, How did you do it?" Yi Yuan's mind stirred, a wooden stick appeared in his hand. It was precisely the origin magnetism spirit wood. There is a strange force field inside this natural chasm. It's a great supplement to my origin magnetism spirit wood. The further down, the stronger this force field, and the origin magnetism spirit wood is growing crazily. And now, it finally reached a state of equilibrium. Yi Yuan smiled and said. Yi Yuan's origin magnetism spirit wood was constantly brought along on him. But it had always been stuck at peak tier 9 and did not break through to divine rank. Encountering this strange gravitational field this time, it was an opportunity for the origin magnetism spirit wood. Originally, Yi Yuan was planning on finding a chance to come over and let the origin magnetism spirit wood absorb the magnetic force to evolve. It was just that the plan could not keep up with the changes. He did not expect that they were actually discovered so quickly. Driven to the wall, Yi Yuan could only take the risk and try, jumping straight into this natural chasm. Sure enough, the force field here did not disappoint him. The further down, the faster the origin magnetism spirit wood's evolution. In this short while, the origin magnetism spirit wood actually directly broke through 2 ranks under this terrifying force field, reaching the level of divine rank 2. Ling Feng looked at the origin magnetism spirit wood, shocked until he could not close his mouth. His back was drenched in a cold sweat. He looked at Yi Yuan with a strange look and said, You're using the natural chasm's gravitational field to evolve the origin magnetism spirit wood? He was not really afraid earlier. But looking back now, Ling Feng felt like his legs turned soft. What if the evolution failed? Wouldn't the two of them have to shatter to pieces? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Under that sort of situation, did we still have other choices? The one coming over earlier was a half-step divine Lord Fiend race powerhouse. Ling Feng opened his mouth and stopped talking. Indeed, this was the best way. Most importantly, they won the gamble. However, this guy in front of him looked young, without the slightest experience. But when doing things, he was really crazy. Perhaps it was precisely because of so that he would think of joining the human race army, right? But, even if you have the origin magnetism spirit wood, how did you do it? Ling Feng said in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled and said, when I saw the Fiend Race's flying boat earlier, I was thinking about this problem. This natural chasm's gravitational field is so strong. For them to be able to overcome the natural chasm, they definitely made use of this gravitational field. So I was thinking, if I created a gravitational field too, I can use this gravitational field to produce a repulsive force or not, and I'll be able to suspend in the air. Trying it out, it's indeed like so. Presumably, aboard the Fiend Race's flying boat, they definitely created a gravitational field too. That's how it let them be able to fly across the natural chasm. Ling Feng stared with his mouth agape from listening. This guy was simply a genius. The Fiend Race used no idea how many years before coming up with this method. But it was cracked by Yi Yuan in a second. It was simple to say, but achieving it was absolutely not an easy thing. This natural chasm's gravitational field was too strong. Wanting to neutralize this force field could not be accomplished by casually creating a flying boat with a force field. A little bit off, and it could only be the outcome of the boat being destroyed and people perish. Hi+ing in the end. If not for so, the Fiend Race also would not use so many years to research such a small-scale flying boat. For Yi Yuan to be able to do this was because his control over the origin magnetism spirit would had long reached the degree of superlative heights already. During the process of falling, Yi Yuan had been adjusting the origin magnetism spirit wood's gravitational field all along, attempting to reach a state of equilibrium with the natural chasm's gravitational field. In between this, the origin magnetism spirit wood was still evolving crazily. To be able to achieve this in a short several breaths of time was simply inconceivable. Seeing Ling Feng's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Come on, it's getting late. Let's circumvent this section before going up, don't walk right into the trap." "Oh right, Captain Ling, this matter of the origin magnetism spirit wood, hope that Captain Ling keeps it secret for me." Ling Feng froze and immediately nodded his head. This origin magnetism spirit wood evolving to divine rank 2 was a rather powerful treasure. It could even become one of Yi Yuan's trump cards. This kind of thing, Yi Yuan was naturally unwilling to let others know. He and Yi Yuan were just casual acquaintances and were not considered to have a very deep friends. Hi+P. For Yi Yuan to willingly save his life was already not easy. After all, under this kind of circumstances, an additional person was an additional point of risk. Chapter 1466 Jealous of the righteous and envious of the strong. Chapter 1466 Jealous of the righteous and envious of the strong. Being a very long impregnable pass, Tidrain city was built against a mountain, very grand. That city wall was just like a gate, keeping the Fiend Race great army out of the gates for millions of years. The Fiend Race was warlike. Ever since the rise of Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, this Tidrain city became one of the important battlegrounds of the human and fiend, two races. Eminent Orchid Imperial City had once sent out several divine Lord Realm powerhouses, attempting to take Tidrain City by storm. River Eternal Imperial City's side was not willing to show weakness either, similarly sending out several divine Lord Realm powerhouses to deal with the enemy. That battle fought until the heavens turned dark and the earth dimmed, virtually collapsing Tidrain City. In the end, both sides sustained great losses. Those dozen over divine Lord Realm powerhouses were almost completely annihilated. Ever since then, Eminent Orchid Imperial City did not dare to take Tidrain City by storm again but placed the focal points of the war along other lines. In these several million years, Eminent Orchid Imperial City and River Eternal Imperial City both had victories and defeats, but neither could do anything to the other, because the other cities along the other borders were all exceedingly deep. Once the Fiend Race launched an attack, it was very easy to face enemies from the front and rear. Even if they could occasionally defeat the humans, they would be repelled by the human race's human wave tactic very soon too. Only this Tydrain city that once breached, the fiend race army would be able to push forward unopposed, going straight for River Eternal Imperial City, was the most important. Therefore, even after so many years, the fiend race had never given up on the idea of attacking Tydrain City. Flying across the fiend-calling ridge was an ingenious military move. It could directly cross Tydrain City's southern city wall, directly assaulting Tydrain City's northern side. In contrast to the southern city wall's countless array formations reinforcing, the northern city walls were undoubtedly much weaker. Once an army suddenly appeared from nowhere and the ambush worked, Tydrain City would surely be breached. Along the way, Zhao Bin directly shook off the others, urging divine essence to the limits. Russ. Hi+ing back to Tydrain City. Quickly open the city gates. Quickly open the city gates. I'm Zhao Bin under Centurion Zhong Tao's command. Quickly open the city gates. Zhao Bin shouted at the top of his voice, using all of his strength to shout at the city wall. Creak. The city gates opened. Zhao Bin used all the strength in his body to rush in. Zhao Bin, why did you come back alone? Where are the rest? You're fluid, you. Teared and panicky, what happened? A figure came up to greet as he said rather unhappily. Zhao Bin froze and said, Centurion, things are bad. The fiend race army used no idea what kind of method and are charging over from the fiend calling ridge's natural chasm that side. This person was precisely Zhong Tao, Ling Feng's squad's centurion. Under Zhong Tao, Ling Feng's strength was the strongest, his military achievements also the most impressive. He could break through to middle stage heaven glimpse at any time and threaten the centurion position of Zhong Tao's. Therefore, he had always been wary of Ling Feng. Zhao Tao's brows furrowed and he said, What nonsense are you saying? How can the fiend race come over from that side? Zhao Bin said anxiously, Lord Centurion, it's absolutely true. We ran into 5 fiend race squads. Their captain said it personally. But Zhong Tao still did not believe and said, The fiend race is cunning, what they said, you believe it too? Also, if you all really encountered 5 squads, how did you escape? Zhao Bin could not help choking up as he said, It might have been some sing through human senior who saved us. Lord Centurion, what I said is absolutely true. Seeing that Zhong Tao did not believe him, Zhao Bin was anxious until he was rent with restlessness. He also knew that Zhong Tao was not fond of their squad. It was just that he did not expect that the moment he entered the city gates, the person he met was Zhong Tao. Zhong Tao frowned and said, Fine, then I'll ask you, how did the fiend race come over from the natural chasm? How many people in total came over? Who is leading the team? Zhao Bin utterly collapsed. How would he know? Lord Centurion, Captain has already gone to investigate the intel and might be able to rush back in a while. At that time, he'll have detailed information to send back. But the military situation is urgent. This matter must be reported and request the great general to make a final decision. Zhao Bin said. But Zhong Tao was relentless and said furiously, Zhao Bin, are you done or not? You guys went to patrol and didn't find any news, and came back to talk rubbish. Plus what if this is a rumor deliberately spread by the fiends, intentionally baiting us to set up a defense at the northern city gates, but they storm in from the southern city gates? Who'll shoulder this responsibility? Amen? You shoulder it or me? Zhao Bin was thoroughly deflated. He was rendered speechless by Zhong Tao. Putting it bluntly, Zhong Tao did not want to bear this responsibility. After all, it was not that incidents of the fiend race sneaking into the fiend calling ridge this region never happened before. Hence, the moment Zhong Tao heard it, he felt that this was not reliable. After all, crossing the natural chasm, this sort of thing was too fantastical. Plus, Zhong Tao was biased against Ling Feng's squad to begin with. He was even less willing to report this matter under the circumstances where there was no conclusive proof. What are you all arguing about? What happened? Just as Zhao Bin was at a loss on what to do, an awe-inspiring voice sounded out. The moment Zhong Tao heard, he hurriedly saluted and said, "Commander W. A.N.G. Nothing much. This subordinate is too negligent in doing things. I was just lecturing him." Zhao Bin was just about to speak when Zhong Tao shot him a fierce look. Clearly, he was threatening him. Commander W. A.N.G. nodded his head and said, "Amen, the patrol here is done, you all go to the southern city then." Recently, the fiend race had unusual activities. It seems like the army has already finished assembling and they are prepared to launch an attack on the southern city. Finish talking, Commander W. A.N.G. was just about to turn around to leave. Zhao Bin gritted his teeth and yelled out, "Lord Commander, this soldier has an important military intel to report." "Shut up. How dare you be insolent in front of Lord Commander?" Zhong Tao did not think that this guy actually dared to disobey his orders and directly threw a kick over. How could Zhao Bin be Zhong Tao's match? He was directly kicked flying by him with a foot, spouting out a mouthful of blood with a cough. Commander W. A.N.G.'s brows furrowed and he said, "What's going on?" Zhong Tao was just about to speak, but Zhao Bin ignored his injuries and screamed at the top of his lungs. The fiend race Paz said through Fiend Calling Ridge's natural moat and has already assembled a great army, wanting to ambush Tidrain City from the northern city. Zhong Tao's expression changed and he said, "Lord Commander, don't listen to him talk rubbish. Plus this matter is yet to be verified." Commander W. A.N.G.'s expression similarly turned grim and he said in a solemn voice, "Just what the H.E.L. is the situation, let him finus. Plus. Yiyuan two people made a long detour and finally slowly flew up the cliff. Along the way, Ling Feng had a feeling like he was dreaming. The heaven-span world's deity realm powerhouses were unable to fly at all. This feeling of suspending in the air was wondrous to the extreme. He had never thought that he would actually be able to fly in the air one day. "Younger brother Yi, it's really all thanks to you this time that I was S.N. A.T.C. head from the jaws of death. I, old Ling, owe you a life." Ling Feng said. "Hoo-hoo, Captain Ling is too courteous. You all defend Tidrain City to the death, protecting millions of humans behind you. How many lives do they owe you? It's precisely because there was your shedding of blood on the battlefield that the other people can live and work in peace." Yi Yuan smiled and said. Ling Feng's face blushed from what Yi Yuan said, somewhat embarrassed. Said. Under the pressure of the fiend race, they had no choice but to resist. Not resisting was death. "Younger brother, Yi, what should we do now?" Ling Feng unknowingly already relied on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was able and resourceful, bold and meticulous. He actually had a sense of security beside Yi Yuan. A hint of a smile flashed across Yi Yuan's mouth and he said, "Our way back has probably already been cut off. Why not we deal a thrust to the back, how's that?" One would have totally been a harem flag if Ling Feng was a girl. Chapter 1467 Thrusting a Spear to the Back. Chapter 1467 Thrusting a Spear to the Back. At the main camp of the Fiend Race's army, when Great General Sandcliffe saw the message, his face was grim to the extreme. Xiu Lai this fool, to actually fail to even handle this minor thing. For the sake of this battle today, eminent Orchid Imperial City has prepared for as long as several decades. I said that he can't take on this heavy responsibility, but His Excellency wouldn't listen. Infuriating this old man to death. Sandcliffe roared. The subordinates were all silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to say anything. Great General Sandcliffe would suddenly turn hostile and pretend not to know old friends in his rage. "Great General, now that it played out like this, we can only attack by force. Fortunately, the tale over there has already been dealt with cleanly. The army will go over from Fiend Calling Ridge unceasingly. The North City's defense is much weaker than the South City. As long as we can tie down sufficient military strength, we can breach the city all the same. The one talking was Sandcliffe's most trusted army advisor. At this time, only he dared to speak. Sandcliffe snorted coldly and said, "This D.A.M. N fool, after capturing the city, your father will definitely show him some colors. Pa.S. orders to the army, immediately attack the city." Yes. The moment the generals heard, they immediately accepted the order and left. At the same time, inside Tydrain City's City Lord Manor, Commander W.A.N.G. and Great General Guo were currently listening to Zhao Bin's military report. Zhao Bin endured his injuries and recounted what he saw and heard in the forest once more, then kept quiet. Guo was as steady as a mountain, without joy nor sorrow. Musing for a moment after he heard the report, he asked W.A.N.G. Feng, "How do you view this matter?" W.A.N.G. Feng had clearly long pondered over it already and immediately said, "Zhong Tao's words are also not unreasonable. The fiend race has always been cunning. We've suffered quite a bit of loss before too. Not ruling out the possibility that they deliberately want to disperse our military strength. But I feel that it's necessary to be on guard." Hearing this, Zhao Bin also heaved a sigh in relief. Guo slowly said, "This matter, wait until that Ling Feng comes back before talking. If the intel is true, Yifeng, your Third Army will temporarily organize a defense for South City and strengthen South City's defenses." W.A.N.G. Feng answered, "Yes." Right then, there was a subordinate who came to report again. "Great General, a large group of Fiend Race army suddenly appeared outside the city and are already sieging the walls." Came so quickly. Hearing this news, the faces of everyone including Guo Changming all changed drastically. The Fiend Race army's appearance was too sudden. They did not receive any news at all. Guo Changmin said in a solemn voice, "How many people are there?" That subordinate said, "A large dense swarm, too many to count. Preliminary estimates are no lesser than 300,000 people, no matter what." Hiss. Everyone all sucked in a breath of cold air. An army on the scale of 300,000 people, this kind of battle had not happened for a long time. Looks like this time, the Fiend race came prepared. There were only 80,000 elites in Tydrain City, but the Fiend race had at least 300,000 people. This was bound to be a dreadful battle. Pa.S. down the orders. All legions are to immediately await orders to defend the enemy from the city. Yifeng, your legion will divide out half of its troops and garrison North City. Immediately send people to Kongding City and request for reinforcements. Although Guo Changmin was shocked, he did not panic. One order after another was issued out. Fiend Calling Ridge, by the cliff, Xiao Lai left behind a 100-man team to receive the Fiend Race army coming from the back. Really saw ghosts. I heard that eminent Orchid Imperial City spent a huge price in order to craft these flying boats, transferring over 100 pieces of magnetic divine stones from other imperial cities at a king's ransom. Originally thought that we can directly capture Tydrain City with an army suddenly appearing out of nowhere. I didn't expect to get off on the wrong foot, to actually be detected by the humans. You didn't see Lord Xiao Lai's expression, it was simply going to kill people. If it were me, I would also want to kill people. After Tydrain City is captured, Lord Xiao Lai can't dispense with suffering Lord Sandcliffe's criticizing and ridiculing. I can't understand until now, just who Mu Feng they all encountered, to actually have not a single one escape. Two Fiend race captains were currently chatting away, very puzzled by the leaking of the intel. The originally seamless plan actually failed miserably at a simple task. How could it not make people depressed? At this time, a figure suddenly slowly walked out and said with a slight smile on his face, Looks like you all are very interested. Why not? I'll tell you guys. Those fiend soldiers were all suddenly startled awake, greatly astonished by a human's appearance. That centurion's brows furrowed, feeling that this person before his eyes was rather familiar. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a look of horror as he said in disbelief, You're one of the humans who jumped off the cliff. How is this possible? How can you possibly show up here? This 100-man team was Xiao Lai's personal guard. This centurion was the one who followed by Xiao Lai's side previously. Far away, he saw Yi Yuan and Ling Feng jump off the cliff. That was why he would feel that he looked familiar. But this should have been a dead person originally. How could he possibly show up here? When the others heard the centurion's words, each and every one all revealed astonished looks. It had been unheard of that someone who jumped off the natural chasm could still come back alive. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Dead men don't need to know so much. The centurion's gaze turned intent and he said with a cold sneer, Dead men? Just the likes of you, an initial stage heaven glimpse? Although I don't know how you came up, you're probably mistaken. I, this centurion, am not an ordinary centurion. The centurion's aura released, erupting with a powerful aura. He was actually a late-stage heaven glimpse powerhouse. Ordinary centurions were only middle-stage heaven glimpse, but the strength of Xiao Lai's personal guards were a notch above ordinary soldiers. Ha ha ha, ignorant human, are you cracking a joke? Us personal guards, each one can fight 1 versus 10. You actually dared to come back to deliver yourself to death. Are you trying to tell us that Mu Feng they all were killed by you? Let me tell you, us captains, anyone that randomly comes out can eradicate their squads. Humans are indeed stupid, thinking that they are terrific with a bit of strength. To actually dare come and provoke us, really making people die of laughter. Those few captains all revealed contemptuous looks, looking at Yi Yuan with disdainful expressions. These captains' strengths were not ordinary. Some were even middle-stage heaven glimpse powerhouses. One initial-stage heaven glimpse challenging a 100-man team. Furthermore, they were even elites among elites. This was simply a joke. Yi Yuan said coolly, It's all the same to me. Sending Ling Feng away, I can finally let my hands and legs loose and kill. Yi Yuan slowly took out the evil extermination sword. His figure instantly vanished. Hi+ing from where he was. A captain's head immediately exploded. Even his fiendish essence did not have time to escape. The moment he made his move, it killed a middle-stage heaven glimpse captain. The centurion's gaze sharpened, finally realizing Yi Yuan's prowess. This brat isn't simple, attack together, the centurion said somberly. Yi Yuan grinned and casually sent out several sundering stars. Poo, poo, poo. Several fiend race soldiers' bodies directly exploded, instantly being garroted by the sword energy. Yi Yuan's one person and one sword swept through among this 100-man team akin to a no-man zone. The more the centurion fought, the more alarmed he became. Was this really a weak human martial artist? Looking at the 100-man team's numbers rapidly reducing, the centurion's heart sunk to rock bottom. Suddenly, the centurion's gaze turned intent, his eyes revealing a look of shock. Yi Yuan broke through. Chapter 1468 Cutting Off the Path of Retria. Chapter 1468 Cutting Off the Path of Retria. Your strength is indeed not bad. It's not to the extent of making me too bored. Now I can send you all on your way. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out faintly, sounding the funeral bell of this 100-man team. Only to see Yi Yuan's figure become a blur. They actually could not sense Yi Yuan's traces. Too fast. Yi Yuan, who broke through to middle stage heaven glimpse, his strength immediately soared by a great margin. Those fiend race soldiers originally still could contend a little, but now they were completely too weak to stand up to a single blow. The centurion had a horrified look. How could he still care about his subordinates? His figure moved, speeding into the distance. Can you escape? Yi Yuan laughed coldly, his figure turning into a wisp of light smoke. That centurion did not even emit a scream and was directly annihilated. The others ran helter-skelter, but Yi Yuan would not give them the chance at all, sword drawing like the wind, wiping out this 100-man team clean very soon. Right then, a flying boat slowly approached. On the flying boat, someone just happened to see the scene of Yi Yuan Ma's sacring the 100-man team and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Human, you're courting death." The arrival's aura was very powerful. He was actually an origin deity realm fiend race powerhouses. He was likely a high-ranking military officer. Yi Yuan looked at the other party from afar. Suddenly, a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of his mouth and he said, "The ones courting death are you all." Then, under everyone on the fly-boat's dumbfounded gazes, Yi Yuan suddenly took a step forward. Yi Yuan was already standing on the edge of the cliff at this time. Another step forward and he would fall into the natural chasm. What is he doing? Does he know that he can't escape and is going to kill himself? This human isn't a fool, right? To actually want to jump off the cliff to commit suicide. Goodness me, my heart is somewhat thumping from watching. Fell down. However, the reality was not like they imagined. Yi Yuan, his step was taken very solidly, akin to flat ground. Just like this, Yi Yuan stepped on the air and came. All of the fiend race warriors had their eyes pop out, looking at this scene in disbelief. This person could actually step on the air and fly? You have got to be kidding. Under such a terrifying gravitational field, there was actually someone capable of flying in the air. Not good. What does he want to do? That origin deity realm military officer suddenly startled awake. He discovered that right now did not seem to be the time to be shocked. Yi Yuan stepped on the air and came. What on earth was he going to do? Kill him? Don't let him approach the flying boat. Mustn't let him draw close to the flying boat. The origin deity realm military officer's voice revealed exhaustion from shouting at the top of his voice and fear. He used all of his strength and struck a palm towards Yi Yuan through the air. The palm of an origin deity realm. The power was naturally incomparably terrifying. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan's figure suddenly plummeted but directly avoided this palm. Where is he? Where did he go? Could it be fell to death? Ha ha! Lordly Kong is mighty. That brat still wanted to play trick. Now see how he plays. Creak. The voice had yet to fade when an intense tremor occurred on the flying boat and it actually tilted a little. All of the fiends staggered as if struck. What happened? Why did the flying boat slant? It's that human punk. He wants to turn the flying boat over. Impossible. This flying boat was forged with dark gold heavy metal. Even an origin deity realm powerhouse can't push it. How can he, a heaven glimpse realm martial artist, possibly turn it over? Help. I don't want to die yet. On the flying boat were screams of despair everywhere. To these fiend race soldiers, right now was simply the end of the world. On the flank, a place where the group of fiend soldiers could not see, rays of golden light flooded on Yi Yuan's body. At the same time, a force field poured out in torrents. This heavy flying boat actually slanted a little again. Ha! Yi Yuan gave a huge shout, using all of his strength to push. The flying boat was directly pushed to a 90-degree angle. Tragic screams came over one after another. Each and every one of the fiend's soldiers started screaming frantically. The moment the flying boat tilted, that horrifying gravitational field directly pulled those fiend soldiers, falling into the 100,000-foot deep abyss. No matter how they screamed, it was of no avail. Even that origin deity realm officer also fell into the abyss swiftly, disappearing very quickly. Yi Yuan stood on the flying boat, looking at this scene coldly. Above this natural chasm, Yi Yuan was like a fish that entered the water, while these fiend soldiers were like a bunch of land ducks that had never been in the water. No matter how high your realm, how formidable your strength, there was only being drowned to death. Yi Yuan waited patiently for a while. Sure enough, another flying boat came over again. The two banks were extremely far apart. With the visual prowess of deity realm powerhouses, they could not see the situation on the opposite bank too. This flying boat's product was very crude. It could only be sent over one way, then launch the array formation to return, the mobility exceedingly poor. As long as it was intercepted in midair, it could only be a lamb awaiting slaughter. This kind of flying boat's usage was extremely narrow and limited. Without this kind of powerful gravitational field, it had no place to display its ability at all. Furthermore, the fiend race was anxious to throw it into the battlefield and did not have time to develop meticulously at all too. Hence, it benefited Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan waited by a tree stump for a hare to dash itself against it on this side of the half a day's time. He flipped over a total of 5 flying boat. Among this, just the origin deity realm experts were as many as 3. Once they got on the flying boat, they were simply lambs awaiting slaughter, without the slightest strength to retaliate at all. Once the flying boat was tilted, the horrifying gravitational field would immediately pull them into the abyss. Xiao Lai's face was incredibly grim, his entire person appearing restless and uneasy. What the hell are they doing? Why haven't the people at the back arrived yet? In the dense forest, Xiao Lai roared. Ahead was Tidrain City's northern city gate. They had been lying in wait in the dense forest all this while, awaiting an opportunity to attack the city. Except, just as they expected, Tidrain City had indeed strengthened the northern city's defenses. At this time, a soldier rushed over at top speed, knelt in front of Xiao Lai and said, "Your Excellency, Centurion Tong Hui and his 100-man team had already gone missing." This subordinate waited for very long at the edge of the cliff, but not one flying boat came over. "What did you say?" Xiao Lai's expression changed drastically as he yelled coldly. Not just Xiao Lai, the faces of those generals by his side were all white as a sheet. This news was simply a bolt out of the blue to them. Without the flying boats, they were equivalent to an isolated force. Although they could circle around from inside the forest, this dense forest was not suitable for their large-scale army to advance at all. There were many powerful fierce beasts inside the dense forest. Once they startled the beast herds and set off a beast tide, none of them could escape. Therefore, the region Ling Feng they all patrolled could occasionally run into small-scale fiend race squads. But large-scale marching could not be done at all. Those 2 spies are already dead. Could it be that there are still human powerhouses lying in ambush nearby? Impossible. Over a 50-mile radius has been searched through, there aren't others at all. Who the hell did it? Even if Tong Hui they all ran into an origin deity powerhouse, it's also impossible for not a single person to escape, right? Xiao Lai racked his brains, but he could not figure out what was going on no matter what. Chapter 1469 Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder. Chapter 1469 Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder. Your Excellency, what should we do now? A subordinate could not refrain from asking. Xiao Lai's face was extremely grim, his gaze revealing a hint of viciousness as he said in a solemn voice, "We can't wait anymore. Summon the whole army, attack the city now. We only have one path now, breaching the city." The other generals' faces also revealed decisive looks as they answered, "Yes, great general." Xiao Lai said in a solemn voice, "Tell them that our way out is already cut off. There's only cutting off all means of retreat that we can survive." The fiend race had a brutal and ruthless temperament. Cutting off all means of retreat would be able to trigger their courage instead. The fiend race army that flew over the natural chasm was roughly 30,000 people, while the human army currently defending the northern city were merely several thousand people. This battle, who would win or lose, was still unknown. On the northern city walls, Zhong Tao looked at Zhao Bin with a cold face. Didn't you say that the fiend race has infiltrated outside of the northern city? Where are they? The southern city has already been fighting fiercely for 3 days and nights, casualties heavy. Where are they? Amen? Zhong Tao lectured with a ferocious look. Zhao Bin's expression was very ugly. He was also not too sure anymore. If the fiend race army really sneaked in, they should have long launched an offensive. The southern city's battle situation was abnormally tragic. He heard that the First Army had heavy casualties and even had their military designation cancelled already. Of course, the fiend race's situation was even worse. It was said that they had already lost 70,000 people. Corpses littered the field below the southern city. But why hasn't the captain returned until now? Didn't you say that Ling Feng went to spy on the enemy situation? Don't let it be that he became a deserter, Zhong Tao said in a cold voice. Zhao Bin's expression changed and he said, Impossible. There's no way the captain will be a deserter. Ji Feng's brows also knitted together tightly. Could it be that it was really a rumor deliberately spread by the fiend race? Right at this time, a subordinate came to report, Commander G. The southern city is making an urgent request for help. The Fifth Army is virtually completely wiped out. The Great General asks you to bring the northern city's garrison generals and head for the southern city to support. Ji Feng's pupils constricted. Drawing a deep breath, he said, Got it, I'll bring people over at once. Finish talking, he said loudly. All generals listen up. The army will immediately set out to assist the southern city. Hearing Ji Feng's command, a glimmer of smugness flashed across in Zhong Tao's eyes. But he looked at Zhao Bin and said with a cold smile, Giving false information about the military situation, contradicting your superior officer. After this battle, I'll see how the few of you escape punishment by military law. The army was already fully equipped, heading to the southern city. Quite a number of soldiers already started going down the city walls. Right then, a heaven-shaking battle cry suddenly came from outside the northern city. Everyone got a huge shock and did not come back to their senses for some time. Zhong Tao looked at the fiend race army with an astonished look, his eyes full of disbelief. It was actually true. His back dripped with cold sweat. If the great general did not partake in Zhao Bin's opinion, the city would be breached in a blink of an eye now. Fiend army! It's the fiend army! Quick, defend the city! In the crowd, no idea who shouted too, finally pulling everyone back to reality. Ji Feng also drew a cold breath. It was actually true. The fiend race really flew over the natural moat and circled around to the northern city. So close. Just a bit more and they would be leaving the city walls. Once their army went down the city walls, the fiend race army would be able to jump up the city walls in virtually an instant. At that time, how could these mere several thousand people stop the fiend army? Don't panic. Everyone back in position, release the arrows. Ji Feng mustered up divine essence, shocking all of the soldiers abruptly awake. The commander-in-chief was as if a sea-stabilizing divine needle. With him howling, everyone's minds immediately settled down and, sure enough, started organizing a defense in a well-ordered manner. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archers took their places. Countless sharp arrows tore through the air, shooting at the fiend army. These arrows were all specially made. The arrowheads carried a strong explosive talisman, extremely strong lethality towards the fiend army. Engaging in fierce battles with the fiend race over a long period of time, the humans naturally developed many ways to deal with the fiend race too. Bang! 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 The fiend army charging at the front immediately had a swathed collapse. However, those fiend soldiers all did not fear death and did not care about the deaths of their companions around them at all. Russ. H.I. +ing over towards the city crazily. Seeing this scene, Ji Feng's brows furrowed. He sensed that these fiend soldiers' auras were somewhat unusual. It seemed like there was a feeling of looking at death calmly in the face. Although the fiend race was fierce, they were not ever victorious. They would also be struck with fear and be afraid of death too. But this fiend army in front of them was like fierce tigers breaking the dam. All of them were not fearing death. Giant crossbowmen, prepare. There's a half-step divine Lord General in their army. Xiao Lai's imposing momentum was seriously too powerful. Ji Feng saw it with one glance and could not help raising the vigilance. These giant crossbows were produced by human artifact refining masters. It had extremely strong lethality towards half-step Divine Lord powerhouses too. Although half-step Divine Lord powerhouses were able to fly in the air, unless they had no other alternatives, they would not charge forward. Kill, kill, kill! The fiend race army's battle cries shook the skies. Russ. Ing below the city walls very quickly. Xiao Lai yelled in a cold voice, Fiend dragon throwing spear, shoot! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fiend race naturally had large-scale siege equipments too. They carried them with large-scale storage SPACs. It was only to see one throwing spear after another shoot out fiercely, directly nailing on the city walls. There was a small portion that flew right over the city walls, directly stabbing to death a large swarm of human soldiers. With these throwing spears, those fiend powerhouses would be able to climb up. Deity realm powerhouses could not fly, but their strengths were much stronger than mortals. As long as they were given a pivot point, they would be able to jump up the city walls very quickly. A tragic great battle immediately commenced. While at this time, Yi Yuan was currently on a hill not far away from the city, observing the situation of the entire battle. Looks like this side can't hold on until the reinforcements come at all. Yi Yuan made his own judgment very quickly. The fiend race are indeed natural warriors. Their skin is COA-RSE and their flesh is thick. Furthermore, their fiend souls are very powerful. They are very difficult to kill. Humans are indeed a little weak when placed in front of them, Dustless said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Luckily, I had some preparations along the way. Otherwise, I'd really be at a loss on what to do at this time. Dustless also smiled and said, You punk, you're really meticulous in doing things. Even I also didn't think about things to prepare for dealing with the fiend race. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, This is called preparedness averts peril. On the way to Tidrain City, Yi Yuan consulted Dustless about the fiend race's weaknesses. Along the way, he had indeed made quite a bit of preparation. Now it indeed came in handy. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang had fought for many years. He was naturally well aware of the fiend race's weaknesses. Fortunately, there were quite a few divine essence stones given by the myriad treasure tower in Yi Yuan's hands. He collected quite a few good stuff along the way in various cities. Yi Yuan took out a small bottle. Inside the small bottle was full of green powder. Heh, this bottle of Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder is probably enough for them to choke on. Yi Yuan smiled and opened the vial. Those emerald green fine powder went with the wind very soon, flying into the fiend race's main camp. Chapter 1470 Heavy Casualties. Chapter 1470 Heavy Casualties. The fiend dogs came up. King fellows. Fight it out with them. The fiend race's numbers were too many. Even with powerful bow and arrows suppressing, the fiend race soldiers scaled up the city walls very quickly as well. Following that was fighting in close quarters. Once they could not defend this first wave, their line of defense would be utterly crushed. Pfft! A human soldier hacked at a fiend captain with a slash, shouting excitedly, Why is this fiend dog so weak? My side too. So weak, one chop and it's done. Ha ha, so weak. Chopping so satisfyingly. On the city wall came the human soldiers' excited shouting. When Ji Feng saw those fiends rush up so quickly, just now, His expression changed drastically too. But he did not expect that these fiends that climbed up were so weak. Ji Feng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The southern city that side definitely could not be counted on. He could only rely on these people to guard the northern city now. The most important thing was that there was a fiend race army here. Then the people sent to Kongding City to request reinforcements were definitely disposed of already. They already became an isolated city now. Originally, seeing the fiend soldiers climb up to the top of city walls, Xiao Lai was overjoyed in his heart. But very soon, his smile turned stiff on his face, because the first wave of attack was repelled very quickly. He could not understand what in the world happened. Victory was clearly in sight. In a twinkle, it ended up in smoke. This wave directly lost several thousand people. Xiao Lai's heart was dripping blood. He did not have a source of troops to replenish currently. One dead was one less. Charge again for me. Charge up in one vigorous effect. Fiend dragon throwing spears, continue firing for me. Xiao Lai roared. Another large wave of assault, the circuit. Stances were shockingly similar to just now. A large wave of people had clearly rushed up to the top of the city walls. They went up fast, but was defeated even faster. Once they went up to the top of the city walls, it should have been like a hot knife cutting through but the fiend soldiers all seemed to wane, directly deflating. Xiao Lai's eyes stared like wide saucers as he roared angrily, "Charge for me! Whoever dares to take a step back, kill without mercy!" Boom! Xiao Lai raised his hand and it was a palm, decimating quite a number of fiend soldiers who were currently running back. Those fiend soldiers were at a loss on what to do, and could only turn around and charge in the direction of the city walls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was another round of arrow flurry on the city walls, exploding on the fiend soldiers' bodies. "Your Excellency, we can't charge anymore," shouted a commander as he sprinted wildly to Xiao Lai's side. Xiao Lai's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "What in the world is going on?" That commander said with a face full of sorrow, "It's Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder. Somebody spread Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder at the wind gap." The moment Xiao Lai heard, his expression changed greatly and he shouted fiercely, "Come back! All come back for me!" Those fiend soldiers were just about to rush up. Hearing Xiao Lai's roar, they immediately turned around and ran back. This back and forth was like walking a dog, looking incomparably comical. "Ha ha ha! Fiend dogs, come on up! Weren't you very fierce just now? Come on up! Grandpa is waiting for you here. A bunch of craven dogs, you all come up! Weren't you very ky earlier?" On top of the city walls, the human soldiers all started shouting excitedly. Repelling the fiend race's 2 waves of offensive in a row, killing 5,000 to 6,000 fiends, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. The humans' side only paid a very small price. Although they won rather bafflingly, this did not hinder their extremely swelled-up mentality. Xiao Lai's expression was unbelievably grim as he asked that commander, "You're sure that it's the Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder?" That commander said, "Absolutely. Furthermore, this Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder's purity is very high. Just now, I only sucked in a small mouthful and almost can't muster up any fiendish essence." Xiao Lai drew a cold breath and said in shock, "So powerful? How can there possibly be someone who grasps the Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder's refining method among the humans?" Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder did not have any effect on humans, but against fiends, especially low-ranking fiends, it had a terrifying effect. Once this thing drifted along with the wind, it would become colorless and tasteless. Even inhaling a grain of powder would also make the fiend's fiendish essence unable to muster up, and could only be at people's mercy. However, while this thing was formidable even in the fiend race, extremely few people were able to refine it too. In fact, those who knew that it existed were very few as well. He did not expect that there was actually someone who knew how to refine Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder. This was simply grievous news to them. D.A.M. it. Who the H.E.L. L is it, opposing us in every way? Xiaolai was simply almost going crazy. This invisible opponent made him feel extremely uneasy. First was cutting off his path of retreat, then was the Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder. This guy still had no idea how many methods. At this point, Xiaolai would rather have a good fight with the other party. But he did not know who the opponent was at all. "Your Excellency, what should we do now?" asked a subordinate who was also at a complete loss. Xiaolai's expression flickered incessantly. Suddenly, he made up his mind and said in a solemn voice, "Whole army, launch an attack. Everyone, hold your breath and charge up in one vigorous effort. They only have several thousand people. As long as we can charge inside, Tidrain City will definitely be captured. All of the Origin Deity realm commanders charge in front for me." The subordinates' expressions changed and they said, "Your Excellency, do you have assurance in avoiding the giant crossbows?" Xiaolai said solemnly, "No assurance. But carry on waiting and we're still dead. This hidden opponent is too terrifying. I feel that we've always been led by the nose by him. He clearly wants to delay us right now. Most likely, the reinforcements are already on the way." The subordinates were taken aback with horror and said, "No way! The people sent out of the city to request for reinforcements were all disposed of by us." Xiaolai's expression was very ugly as he said, "We have no way out anymore. Not capturing the city, we'll have to die. Can't carry on wasting time. Attack!" Yes. Under Xiaolai's command, all of the commanders followed him and charged straight out. Xiaolai came before the army and shouted fiercely, "Everyone, follow me! You're not allowed to take a step back. Kill!" Done talking, he leaped, directly flying toward the city walls. Ji Feng's expression changed and he said sternly, "Giant crossbowman, shoot him down for me." Swaz. Plus a terrifying sharp arrow tore through the air and arrived, with virtually no time interval. A mighty expert like Xiaolai was too late to even react and only had time to slant his body a bit. Pft! Xiaolai gave fled groan. A large hole was directly shot out in his chest. Ji Feng sighed in pity inwardly. If it could hit Xiaolai's vital areas, it would be able to take his life. But this blow already heavily injured Xiaolai. In this short while, a group of commanders already leaped up to the top of city walls. Those fiend soldiers followed closely behind. Of course, the price paid was very heavy too. This wave of attack, the fiend race had a large group of casualties again, and already lost 1/3. The Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder was still continuing. A large swathe of fiend soldiers that rushed up the city walls fell down again. Xiaolai ignored the injuries on his body, leaping up, directly flying up to the top of city walls. But at this time, a figure quietly circled around to the back of the fiend race army. Chapter 1471 One Man, One Army. Chapter 1471 One Man, One Army. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan turned into an afterimage, charging over from the back of the fiend army. With this, Yi Yuan went all out, sword energy roaming unobstructed, directly downing a large strip. The fiends swarmed out in full force and were already minding their heads and disregarding their rear end. The back of the army was very hollow. The Origin Deity realm commanders already rushed under the city walls at this time. At the back were mostly Grotto Profound Realm and Heaven Glimpse realm existences. Yi Yuan, one person and one sword, was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing until the sky and earth dimmed. In front of him, there was not an opponent who could last one exchange. One sundering stars charging out directly reaped a large group of fiend soldiers. Wailing sounds echoed together. Not good. There's a human army sneak attacking at the back. Army my asterisk SS. There's only one person. One person? Still waiting for what? Attack together and kill him. Yi Yuan carved out the effect of an army by himself. His speed of charging forward was extremely fast. Very soon, he charged to the central region of the fiend army. The opponents he encountered were also getting more and more. There were even some 1,000-man commanders whose strength already reached grand completion Heaven Glimpse. But after Yi Yuan broke through to middle stage Heaven Glimpse, his strength increased greatly. Grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouses could only cause a bit of hindrance to him. His movement technique was too fast. Those grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouses could not catch up with his footsteps at all. Not good. Quickly stop him. He wants to destroy the fiend crossbows, shouted a 1,000-man commander. A group of fiend soldiers was taken aback with horror, blocking Yi Yuan's path like tidewater. What that 1,000-man commander said was right. Yi Yuan's target was precisely the fiend crossbows firing the fiend dragon throwing spears. This thing caused too much harm to the human soldiers. If not for these fiend crossbows, it would also be impossible for the fiend soldiers to scale up the city walls so quickly. Sure enough, the swarming tactic worked. Yi Yuan's path was blocked by countless fiend soldiers. Yi Yuan's strength was strong, but he was just one person after all. The fiend soldiers ahead could not be killed entirely at all. Finally, Yi Yuan's speed slowed down. He was still several hundred feet away from those fiend crossbows. But this distance of several hundred feet was like at the far end of the horizon. He killed a large swarm, and even more fiend soldiers came up to block again. He can't push anymore. This human is so strong. Use swarming tactic to exhaust him to death. Everybody attack together. He already can't escape. Rust. HI plus Ingen alone, no matter how strong, it's also delivering himself to death. Kill, kill, kill. Kill this human. Not only did Yi Yuan's slaughter not make these fiends afraid, but it also stimulated their devilish nature even more instead, all Russ. HI plussing over like they were crazy. Heh, human wave tactic, is it? Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. But the movements of his hands did not slow down in the slightest, continuously reaping the lives of the fiend soldiers. From Yi Yuan Russ. HI plussing into heavy encirclement until now, it was merely a short several dozen breaths. Yi Yuan already killed hundreds of people. This kind of lethality virtually rivals a small-scale troop. But even if the small-scale army could achieve this result, they would definitely be wiped out by the fiends at this time too. But Yi Yuan was perfectly unscathed currently. Chasing Moon. In the crowd, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly erupted, charging toward a grand completion 1,000-man commander with inconceivable speed. That 1,000-man commander never thought that Yi Yuan could actually still release such a stunning move under everyone's besieging. Caught unprepared, his head was directly exploded by Yi Yuan, his body falling weakly onto the ground. Those fiend soldiers were all shocked until they could not close their mouth. A powerful 1,000-man commander was actually one-shot in one exchange? This human was truly a little too freakish, right? In this dazed short while, Yi Yuan already sped towards the fiend crossbows like lightning. A distance of several hundred feet was merely a matter of a twinkle to Yi Yuan. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan released several sundering stars like lightning, directly hacking those fiend crossbows into pieces. Although those fiend crossbows were powerful, they were merely profound divine artifact-grade sieging weapons, having weak defensive power. With Yi Yuan's strength, destroying them were merely a matter of a wave of a hand. And at this time, the top of the city walls already entered a white-hot stage. Both parties already entered the state of hand-to-hand fighting. Those origin deity realm powerhouses directly slaughtered into the human army, all incomparably powerful. But in this kind of war, origin deity realms were not invincible. Such intense fighting, they would be forcefully exhausted to death by the human soldiers. Hence, they needed a continuous stream of reinforcements to join in before they could press forth irresistibly. But those Origin Deity realm commanders suddenly discovered that the fiend army that joined in behind them did not seem to be many. Furthermore, why did the fiend dragon throwing spears stop firing? Turning back to look, their hearts immediately went cold. They were on the city walls, the situation below was clear at a glance. The back of the fiend army, a large number of fiend soldiers had fallen into a big mess. What was going on? That large swarm of fiend soldiers was probably no fewer than 5,000 to 6,000 people. The fiend race's losses already exceeded 10,000 with the repeated assault. There were only less than 20,000 people left. 5,000 to 6,000 people being tied down all at once. Their current numbers were not much more than the human soldiers defending the northern city anymore. Under this kind of circumstance, how could they breach the city? Xiao Lai being heavily injured by the giant crossbow, his strength was greatly diminished. At this time, he already clashed with Wang Feng. Although he could suppress Wang Feng, wanting to finish off the other party within a short time was very hard to accomplish. For some time, both sides actually fell into a stalemate. The humans relied on geographical advantage, and finally withstood the fiend race's assault. Both sides unleashed a sanguinary tug-of-war on top of the city walls. It. Why hasn't this human's divine essence run out yet? We already have close to 1,000-man squad dead. His combat power is actually still so strong. Could it be that this guy's divine sea forever won't dry up? Those fiend soldiers were almost despairing. They were really using numbers to go and deplete Yi Yuan's divine essence. But they had already 1,000-man team dead, and Yi Yuan was still full of spirit and energy, without the slightest appearance of divine essence drying up. 5,000 to 6,000-man commanders wanted to besiege Yi Yuan, but they could not catch up to Yi Yuan's movement technique at all. Yi Yuan was like a mudfish, shuttling back and forth in the army freely. Body could catch his figure at all. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan finally could not endure anymore. When those few 1,000-man commanders saw this, each and every one of them was delighted, like they were injected with stimulants, roaring loudly. One of them shouted, "He's almost done for. Keep your chins up, kill him." Those fiend soldiers were already in the battle for so long to the point they were exhausted already. Seeing the situation, each and every one of them was incredibly excited, swarming over towards Yi Yuan like tidewater. Continuously killing for a day and night, Yi Yuan's divine essence was really almost already nearing the bottom. However, his goal was already achieved. "Hey, Grandpa, ye played enough, not playing with you all anymore." Yi Yuan laughed loudly, figure moving, directly flying up to the sky. Sword maneuvering flight. Those fiends were utterly dumbstruck with amazement. They expended a price of close to 1,000 people before finally depleting Yi Yuan's divine essence. But he directly flew away. Kill! Right then, an ear-splitting roar rose up from the dense forest. All of the fiend soldiers' faces immediately turned ashen. The reinforcements were here. Chapter 1472 Narrow Escape. Chapter 1472 Narrow Escape. Behind the fiend army, the tidewater-like human army arrived with a roar. The addition of the reinforcements made the already almost collapsing fiend army thoroughly lose the last trace of hope. The moment the human army charged, the fiend army immediately fell to pieces. A siege battle played out into a one-sided slaughter. Day after day of fierce battles, the fiend race had long reached the brink of collapse. With the addition of reinforcements at this time again, they were directly routed. On top of the city walls, Xiao Lai's gaze revealed a look of despair when he saw the earth-shaking battle cry. He knew that these 30,000 troops were considered to have thoroughly fallen here. "Xiao Lai, offer up your life." Right then, a figure tore through the air and arrived, heading straight for Xiao Lai. When Wang Feng saw the arrival, he said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Lord Wu Tianxiang." He had long been an arrow at the end of its flight under Xiu Lai's strong attack, looking as if he was about to lose. Wu Tianxiang suddenly arriving finally let him heave a sigh of relief. This Wu Tianxiang was precisely Kongding City's defending army's great general, a half-step divine lord expert. The current Wu Tianxiang had a soaring momentum, while Xiu Lai was already severely wounded. The two people's strengths were not on the same level at all. One exchange and Xiu Lai was suppressed in all aspects. In the army, Ling Feng finally let out a long sigh in relief. These few days, he sprinted madly day and night, finally bringing the reinforcements in the nick of time. Otherwise, the outcome would be too ghastly to imagine. After being saved at the natural chasm, Yi Yuan had him go to Kongding City to request for reinforcements. At that time, Ling Feng felt that it was definitely too late. But Yi Yuan insisted on making him go over, saying that they would definitely make it. He did not expect that they really made it. But seeing the desolation of the battle situation here, even Ling Feng could not help being greatly moved too. The defending army on the city walls did not look like much, so how did they resist this 30,000 fiend army? One had to know the northern cities' defenses could not compare to the southern cities. All kinds of fortifications completely could not compare. Under the situation where the numbers were extremely disadvantaged, they actually persisted for so long. Suddenly, Ling Feng recalled Yi Yuan's calm and composed face, and could not help being startled inwardly. Could it be Yi Yuan's work? Impossible. He's just one person, how can he possibly resist the fiend race's 30,000 troops? Suddenly, his gaze flitted to those destroyed fiend crossbows, and he could not help being greatly surprised. Very clearly, it was impossible for the guards in the army to rush out to destroy the fiend crossbows. Then, who ruined the fiend crossbows? It could not be that the fiend soldiers themselves broke it, right? Could it really be Yi Yuan? Ling Feng drew a cold breath. The more he thought, the more likely this was. He surveyed the surroundings, but could not see Yi Yuan's figure at all. Kongding City's army was like a bulldozer, directly charging over from the center of the fiend army. At this time, Taidrain City already did not need to shut the city gates tightly anymore. After W.A.N. Ji Feng withdrew, he ordered people to directly open the city gates, welcoming Kongding City's army. Leave 5,000 people behind, the rest will all rush to the southern city and defend Taidrain City to the death. In midair, Wu Tianxiang said in a clear voice, with Kongding City's army Ma.S. sacring them in one round, the fiend army was only left with several thousand people already. Leaving behind 5,000 people plus the northern city's defending army, it was sufficient to clear up the mess. At the southern city's side, they were still bombarding indiscriminately, both sides fighting until the sky and earth dimmed. The fiend army over there was seriously too many, unable to finish at all. Xiu Lai, prepare to die. Today, you stumbled right into a trap. Don't blame this general for not being courteous. Wu Tianxiang laughed loudly and said. Xiu Lai's aura became weaker and weaker, looking as if he was about to be defeated. He snorted coldly and said, Want to kill me? You dream on. Heavenly fiend blood escape grand release. Suddenly, Xiu Lai's entire body burst apart. A cloud of blood mist wrapped around the fiend's soul, instantly flying out several miles away. Wu Tianxiang's expression changed, not expecting that Xiu Lai still had such a card to play. But Xiu Lai's blood escape speed was too fast. With his movement technique, he could not catch up at all. Looking in the direction Xiu Lai escaped, Wu Tianxiang heaved a long sigh and said, Such a pity. Let that fellow escape. In the future, we probably can't dispense with going through a lot of trouble. A fiend infiltrating into the human race's central region. Furthermore, it was a half-stop divine lord realm powerful existence. How the consequences would be was really hard to say. W.A.N. Ji Feng went up to greet at this time, saying with clasped hands, "Lord Tianxiang, the people we sent out were all killed by the fiends. How did you get the news? I even thought that we were dead for sure this time." Wu Tianxiang froze and said, "Wasn't Ling Feng sent by you?" Ji Feng was stunned too and said, "Ling Feng? This name is so familiar. I remember now. Didn't he go to spy on the military movements? It's actually him. This kid really made a huge contribution this time." Ling Feng failed to return after a long time. Ji Feng even thought that he had long died at the fiend race's hands. After all, with his strength, the likelihood of being discovered by the fiend race was very high. Of course, those soldiers who came back said that there was still a person together with Ling Feng. But he was just at the initial stage Heaven Glimpse realm and could not play any part. He did not pay attention anymore. He did not expect that it was actually Ling Feng who went to ask for reinforcement. This contribution was really too big. Southern City. Guochangmin stood proudly on top of the city walls and said in a clear voice, "Sandcliffe, your scheme has already fallen through. The 30,000 fiend troops that came over from Fiend Calling Ridge's natural chasm have already been completely annihilated. Xiaolai has already been executed. Kongding City reinforcements have already arrived. Do you all still want to continue fighting?" Sandcliffe's expression changed greatly and he said with an astonished look, "Impossible. Fiend Calling Ridge that side prepared 100,000 troops. How can it possibly be just 30,000? This conclusion was seriously too beyond his expectations. Even if the intel was leaked, how could 100,000 troops possibly become 30,000? But, looking at the densely packed reinforcements on the top of the city walls, it was not up to him to not believe. The northern city's fiend army was probably really completely annihilated already. Sandcliffe was currently depressed until he wanted to vomit blood. Just what went wrong with the originally seamless plan? Several decades of preparations actually concluded in such a cruise. Ing defeat, how would he give an account to the higher-ups when he went back? He lost over half this time, looking like he was about to knock open the southern city's gates, but the reinforcements suddenly arrived, directly making his many days of making it through BLOODY battle turn into zilch. This campaign was simply defeated incomprehensibly. Sandcliffe did not know that his words made Guochangmin get a huge shock too. Fiend Calling Ridge, that side actually had 100,000 fiend troops. He believed that Sandcliffe absolutely would not lie to him at this time. Then, where did the other 70,000 troops go? If 100,000 fiend troops all came over, even if he was long prepared, the northern city would have long been captured too. Several thousand people against 100,000 people, the conclusion had no suspense at all. This war was truly won too by a fluke, won too bafflingly. As if there was an invisible large hand helping them at the back. Guochangmin forcefully pressed down the astonishment in his heart and said indifferently, "Maybe those 70,000 fiends had long fallen into the natural chasm. Sandcliffe, if you want to keep fighting, this Guo will accompany you to the end." The expression on Sandcliffe's face was exceedingly ugly. Struggling for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Whole army, listen up. Withdraw." Roar! 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 On top of the city walls came all of the defending army's crazed cheers. Chapter 1473 3 Kneels of Grat. Tude. Chapter 1473 3 Kneels of Grat. 1 Tude. On the city wall, several tens of thousands of soldiers looked up at the gate tower, extremely grand. Guochangmin surveyed the surroundings and said in a clear voice, "In this battle, the officers and men used their lives to repel an enemy several times the size. This general is proud of you all. Great general is mighty. Great general is mighty. Great general is mighty." All the officers and men shouted in unison, the sound shaking the sky. One could tell that each and every one of them was very agitated, including Guo. In this battle, life and death hung by a thread. Just one step off and it was the outcome of the city being destroyed and people dying. Guo smiled and said, "It's you all who are mighty, my children. From tomorrow onwards, the three armies will be rewarded according to their merits. However, the greatest hero who has rendered a great service in this battle is precisely the one standing beside me at this time. Perhaps many of you don't know him, but you all have to know that he was the first one to discover the fiend race invading from Fiend Calling Ridge. It was also him who brought over Kongding City's reinforcements, only then did it turn back the raging tides. He is called Ling Feng." Beside Guo, Ling Feng seemed somewhat uneasy and out of place. This scene of having tens of thousands fix their eyes on him, he was still not quite used to it. "Your Excellency, this officer dare not take credit. The greatest meritorious hero in this battle isn't me." Ling Feng suddenly plucked up his courage and said. Guo even thought that Ling Feng was being modest, patted his shoulder, and said with a laugh, "Ho, if it's your credit, it's yours, and oh, body can s and atc. H it away. If not for you sending people to bring back news, the northern city would have long been breached. Even this general would also have to be buried within the army. To a certain extent, you defended the myriad of territories behind us." When Ling Feng saw that Guo said it so solemnly, he was even more terrified and hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, this battle really isn't this officer's credit, but somebody else's. If not for him, our squad would have been annihilated at Fiend Calling Ridge back then, and it would have been totally impossible to come back and report." Guo had a look of surprise on his face when he heard that and said, "Somebody else? Who is it?" Ling Feng said, "He's called Yi Yuan, just a human who pass." Said by Fiend Calling Ridge. Ling Feng rattled on tirelessly about the events that happened in this period of time, making everyone draw cold breaths continuously. Annihilating the Fiend squads, falling down the cliff and not dying, cutting off the Fiend race's path of retreat. This series of actions, it sounded like a myth or legend to everyone. I originally thought that it was a human expert who saved us in secret. But later, the more I thought, the more off it was. Most likely, the person who insta-killed 5 fiend captains back then was Yi Yuan. Furthermore, when I left, I thought that it was completely too late to request for reinforcements. But he told me in all sincerity and solemnness that the reinforcements can definitely make it in time. Ling Feng also said his own guesses. Guo was still perplexed previously. Why did the Fiend race's army of 100,000 become 30,000? But only when he heard Ling Feng say so did he have a sudden realization. At this time, Ji Feng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Your Excellency, with Ling Feng saying so, I also feel that it's very strange. Actually, the first day that the fiends besieged the northern city, the battle situation was already very critical. They leaped up the city walls several times, but those fiend soldiers were all feeble and soft. One chop and they were down. Because of this, that's how we defended for several days. Later, Xiu Lai launched the assault. Those commanders already rushed up to the top of the city walls. But the back of their army seemed to have had a disturbance, and that's how they didn't take advantage of the situation to enter the battle." Ling Feng also said, "I saw the destroyed fiend crossbows at the back of the fiend army. The back of the army also had quite a number of people dead, but I didn't see one Tai-drained city defending troops." The more these two people talked, the more alarmed Guo got. All of this sounded like an Arabian night tale, but the result of the events developing to this point was also so reasonable. However, a Heaven Glimpse realm martial artist dictated a war of several 100,000? This was a little too exaggerated, right? Just what kind of person is this Yi Yuan? Are these things really what one person can do? This is simply producing clouds with a turn of one's hands, and rain with another. He alone dominated a war. This kind of thing, even Lord Guochangmin can't do it. This Yi Yuan must have been sent by heaven to save us. Ling Feng said that Yi Yuan was only Heaven Glimpse realm. Could it be that he slaughtered into the back of the fiend army alone? Does this guy have 3 heads and 6 arms? The officers and men were all shocked until they could not close their mouths, speculating one after another about this behind-the-scenes hero who had never been seen, but he saved all of them. Guochangmin drew a deep breath and said, Ling Feng, not that this general doesn't believe you, but it's true that the things you said are too inconceivable. Since that little friend Yi had the intention of joining the army, I wonder where he is now? Ling Feng smiled bitterly and said, after the great battle ended, I kept looking for him too, but I couldn't find him at all. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a thunderous voice sounded out above the city's sky. The hero has already gone, all give 3 kneels of grat. 1, 2 toward the east. The voice was not loud, but it was like rolling thunder, transmitting into everyone's ears. Who? Who is talking? The hero has gone? It's saying that Yi Yuan left? Toward the east? Isn't that in the direction of Fiend Calling Ridge? Why did he go over? Are you dumb? Didn't Ling Feng say it, that the hero can move freely above the natural chasm? No, wait, he went to the Fiend race? Suddenly, everyone's faces changed, realizing this problem. To the humans, the Fiend race territory was equivalent to a forbidden land. No one dared to go over at all. But Guochangmin's expression changed and he gave a bow toward the sky and said, We obey Lord Zhe Yan's dermic decree. Lord Zhe Yan? Who is Lord Zhe Yan? I heard that there's a divine Lord Realm powerhouse stationed in Tidrain City, but I never see him before. Could it be that Tidrain City really has a divine Lord Realm powerhouse? If there's a divine Lord Realm powerhouse, why didn't he take action when our casualties are so heavy? Yeah. We were almost completely wiped out. Didn't see the divine Lord Realm powerhouse make a move too? This voice immediately aroused a flurry of discussion. Legends had it that Tidrain City had a divine Lord Realm powerhouse defending. It was just that after that battle, nobody saw the divine Lord Realm powerhouse anymore as well. In the course of time, it became a legend too. Of course, quite a few people were also indignant in their hearts. Why didn't the divine Lord Realm powerhouse make a move when the great battle was fought to this kind of degree? Guochangmin's expression darkened. Mustering up divine essence, he said in a solemn voice, All shut up for me. His prestige in the army was exceedingly high. With this roar, those soldiers immediately became silent like cicadas in winter, but their faces still had indignant looks. Guochangmin swept a glance over everyone and said in a solemn voice, Tidrain City indeed has Lord Zhe Yan, a divine Lord Realm powerhouse garrisoning here. Could it be that you all think that there isn't a divine Lord Realm powerhouse in the Fiend Race army? Do you all know what it means for divine Lord Realm powerhouses to take action? It means that none of you guys can survive. If Tidrain City perishes, Lord Zhe Yang will also survive or die together with Tidrain City. Guochangmin's rolling thunder-like voice finally made the soldiers become quiet. Now, obey Lord Zhe Yan's dermic decree. All officers and men listen to the order, give 3 kowtows to the east. Guochangmin said in a clear voice. Thud. Finished talking, Guochangmin knelt down first. Chapter 1474 Kanua's News. Chapter 1474 Kanua's News. A blood-colored light quietly disappeared into the dense forest. A cloud of black gas gradually condensed into a human form. Fortunately, I had some contingencies. Otherwise, this life would have been considered lost in Tidrain City. However, my injury is too severe. Without several decades of recuperation, I'm probably unable to recover completely. Fiend's soul secret art, condense for me. That cloud of blood mist gradually condensed into a human form. Who could it be if not Xiolai? But the current Xiolai was incomparably weak. less than 1/10,000th of his prime. Xiao Lai let out a long sigh of relief and muttered under his breath, this war was really lost without rhyme or reason. To actually not even know who the opponent was. Sigh, can't go back to the fiend race anymore. In the future, I can only be a lonely spirit. Suffering such a defeat, even if Xiao Lai went back, it would be hard to escape death too. After today, he could only become a lonely spirit and slowly recover his strength. Who's there? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the dense forest, causing Xiao Lai to suddenly get startled. A figure slowly walked out. Xiao Lai's pupils constricted. It was actually a human. His expression turned cold. When he saw that the arrival was only a heaven glimpse realm human, his heart calmed down slightly. However, his gaze became ferocious very quickly. This human could just nicely become his blood feed and help him recover strength. Heh kid, you came just in time. Xiao Lai's figure moved explosively, grabbing straight for that human. Whose H plus the sound of tearing through the air came over. Xiao Lai's pupils shrunk, retreating back at an even faster speed than just now. Boom. In the panic, Xiao Lai exchanged a blow with the sword light, directly flying out backward. His gaze revealed a look of great terror as he looked at that human and said in a solemn voice, "Who the hell are you?" Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you want to know who your opponent was?" Xiao Lai's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said in a deep voice, "It's you? Impossible. A measly heaven glimpse realm martial artist. How can I possibly be defeated at your hands?" "No, wait, you're that punk who jumped off the cliff. You? How can you possibly still be alive?" Xiao Lai looked at Yi Yuan in incredible shock. He also felt that Yi Yuan was somewhat familiar. Thinking carefully, wasn't he precisely one of those two human martial artists who jumped off the cliff? Jumping down the cliff, now, he actually showed up in front of him alive and well. Furthermore, this heaven glimpse realm martial artist actually said that he was his enemy of this war. How was this possible? Xiao Lai felt that his brain was somewhat inadequate right now. He actually lost to a heaven glimpse realm brat? Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Believing or not is your business. Nothing to do with me. Now I'll ask you one thing. Do you know Kanua?" Half-step divine lord powerhouses could be counted on one hand in a capital city. Even within the boundary of an imperial city, they more or less had some fame. Hence, Yi Yuan directly asked this question. Xiao Lai's gaze turned intent and he said, You've seen Lord Kanua before? He has already gone missing for 1,000,000 years. How do you know his name?" Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "You really know him? Then that's good." Seeing that ill-intentioned gaze of Yi Yuan's, Xiao Lai revealed a frightened look. What do you want to do?" Xiao Lai retreated several steps back in a row and said in a panic. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do what?" "Borrowing your fiend's soul to use." Xiao Lai's gaze turned intent and he said fiercely, "You dream on." Done talking, Xiao Lai suddenly turned into a cloud of blood mist and still wanted to escape. But Yi Yuan was even faster than him. One sundering stars releasing, it struck that cloud of blood mist. Yi Yuan's figure moved explosively, directly grabbing hold of that ball of Xiao Lai's fiend soul. After 10 breaths, that ball of fiend soul gradually dissipated without a trace. A powerful half-step divine lord powerhouse died in Yi Yuan's hands, just like that. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his gaze revealing a look of disappointment. Kanua was a figure from 1,000,000 years ago. At that time, Xiao Lai was still just a junior. He only knew that Kanua received Capone capital city's city lord's order to go search for a small world's spatial coordinate. In the end, he directly disappeared. This disappearance was 1,000,000-year time. Yi Yuan was also harboring the mentality of giving it a try. That was why he came to block Xiao Lai. He did not expect that he really had some harvest. Xiao Lai's speed was fast, But that was also just relative to Wu Tianxiang and the others. After Yi Yuan broke through to middle stage Heaven Glimpse, sword maneuvering flight speed was even greater than before. Catching up to a heavily injured Xiao Lai was still a cinch. Gong. The Iden. 1. Tai token on Xiao Lai's body as well as his spatial ring, storage equipment and so on all fell down. Yi Yuan casually beckoned, gathering up these things. But he did not check it straight away. He just said coolly, "Senior has watched for so long, why don't you reveal yourself?" A figure slowly walked out, his eyes rather surprised as he said, "Looks like this seat really underestimated you. It isn't unjust for Xiao Lai to be defeated under your hands." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior has made great contributions and toiled hard holding down the fort at Tidrain City. Coming here, it isn't to make things difficult for a junior, right?" This man was none other than precisely the Divine Lord Realm powerhouse holding down the fort at Tidrain City, Zhe Yen. But Yi Yuan also knew that this Zhe Yen in front of him was merely a clone. His real self did not dare to leave Tidrain City at all. Otherwise, how could Yi Yuan dare to speak so casually? If this Zhe Yen had malicious intent, Yi Yuan would be unable to bear the consequences. In reality, when Dustless drew close to Tidrain City, he discovered Zhe Yan's existence. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhe Yan's eyes as he said in surprise, "Looks like you, kid, really have keen insight into matters. I wonder when a junior like you appeared in my human race. Truly, the young ones are to be feared." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is too kind." Zhe Yen waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so on guard against me. This battle was all thanks to you. I represent River Eternal Imperial Cities, hundreds of millions of lives, and express thanks to you." While talking, Zhe Yen clasped his hands at Yi Yuan, which was considered to have shown great respect. Even though it was just a clone, Zhe Yen was a true blue Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. To be able to do this was truly not easy. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Senior is too courteous. I, as a member of the human race, contributing to the human race is also ought to be." Zhe Yen nodded and said, "Looking at your appearance, is it possible that you want to go to the fiend race's territory?" Yi Yuan did not conceal it either, saying with a nod, "This Yi has some personal affairs, this trip likely can't be avoided." Zhe Yen said, "Do you know that humans are the lowest race in the land of the fiend race, living subhuman lives? Even this seat also doesn't dare to easily go deep in." Zhe Yan's words were not said until the end, but the meaning was already very clear. Your strength was too weak, not suitable to go to the fiend race territory. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Junior has some means. So, protecting myself shouldn't be a problem." Zhe Yan's gaze turned intent and he said, "Since that's the case, I won't keep you anymore, be more careful." Yi Yuan nodded his head and walked away slowly. Above the natural chasm, Yi Yuan was currently walking away leisurely but heard an earth-shaking loud sound coming from the direction of Tidrain City. Tidrain City, from top to bottom, thanks Hero Yi for your life-saving grace. Tidrain City, from top to bottom, thanks Hero Yi for your life-saving grace. Tidrain City, from top to bottom, thanks Hero Yi for your life-saving grace. Chapter 1475 The Sharp Edge of a Pretty Boy. Chapter 1475 The Sharp Edge of a Pretty Boy. Capone capital city was eminent Orchid Imperial City's northernmost capital city, which was also a strategic military city. The Tidrain City great battle that had just happened, the fiend army set off from here. "Yo, what a handsome little lad. Go home with elder sister tonight." TSK, this lad is really handsome, making elder sister tempted. Handsome guy, enter the city with elder sister. Move aside, move aside. You all, these unchaste faded beauties, also want to fight with your mother? Handsome, follow me. There was a wave of commotion outside Capone capital city's city gate. 7 to 8 amorous women surrounded a young and handsome youth. The women all pushed and pulled, all wanting to take this handsome guy for their own. The fiend race women were completely different from human women. Most of them were very open and uninhibited. Regarding the matters of men and women, they did not shy from talking about it. Taking fancy on a guy, they would surround over like bees and turflies. The fiend race men were mostly ugly and savage. Hence, when pretty boys occasionally appeared, they would be wildly sought after by these girls. The man surrounded in the center by these women was simply an outstandingly handsome man compared to other guys, completely not on the same level. It was just that this guy's glabella was actually somewhat similar to Yi Yuan. This person was precisely the Yi Yuan who flew across the natural chasm and sneaked into the fiend race. The current Yi Yuan's figure was considerably more robust compared to before. His face also had additional hints of a ruthless and evil air. He looked rather bloodthirsty. After Yi Yuan killed Xiaolai, he found a fiend cultivation method inside his storage ring. Then, Yi Yuan used the Chaos Heavenspan cannon to operate the fiend cultivation method, and actually converted all of the divine essence in his body into fiend essence. The Chaos Heavenspan cannon was all-encompassing. It could convert into any form of energy. This aspect, Yi Yuan had long discovered it. Yi Yuan discovered that the paste divine essence within his body seemed to be higher rank than the average person's divine essence. As long as he was willing, he could imitate any kind of cultivation method at will. The current Yi Yuan gave off a fiendish aura from top to bottom. It was no different from ordinary fiends. Those members of the fiend race completely could not tell that he was actually a human. But this scene, it aroused quite a few fiend race men's displeasure. "Heh, pretty boy, I want to challenge you." A savage-looking fiend man directly stopped Yi Yuan. "Goodness, Lang Gu. You're a grand completion 2-star fiend general, but you want to challenge a middle-level 2-star handsome guy, aren't you shameless?" said a fiend race woman unhappily. The fiend race's realm division was the same as the human race. It was just that the terms were somewhat different. From low to high, they were respectively fiend soldier, fiend general, fiend commander, fiend lord, fiend king, fiend sovereign, fiend empyrean, and the fiend race's heavenly emperor. Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists corresponded to fiend general. This Lang Go was a grand completion 2-star fiend general, which was also grand completion Heaven Glimpse realm. Lang Go glared and said coldly, "Huarong, yesterday, you were still saying that I am matchlessly heroic and only like me alone. Now you actually took fancy on a pretty boy. Your father wants to make him explode with one punch. Let you see who's the hero." The fiend race woman said with a wide grin, "Lang Go, you aren't going to be like the humans, doing what a day together as husband and wife means endless devotion the rest of your life, right? Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Don't you say so, handsome?" The moment Lang Go heard T, he brimmed even more with jealousy, his face contorting into a wrinkled sheet as he said furiously, "Pretty boy, accept my challenge if you have the balls. What kind of man are you to hide behind a woman? Oh, I get it. You're not a man at all, but a gigolo, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lang Go, aren't you bullying people here? He's a middle-level 2-star fiend general. How can he possibly be your match?" "Yeah, Huarong, this girl had a momentary spur too. When she gets tired of playing with this pretty boy, she'll return to your side. Our fiend race's pretty boys, apart from Lord Kaxian, they are all pleasant to the eye but useless vases. One touch and they shatter. Lang Go, take it easy." The waves of laughter around were all mocking Yi Yuan. Actually, Yi Yuan did not wish to be such a maverick too. It was just that the fiend race men's appearances, he seriously could not bear to look at it. Even if Yi Yuan was at the human race, he could be considered a handsome man too. Right now, this sort of appearance was already the maximum that he could tolerate. Making him turn into like Lang Go, he would rather go and die. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind stirred. A group of men and horses were slowly riding into the city. The one in the lead was a cold and proud woman. Ordinary fiend race women, because of their cultivation methods, were mostly very pretty and amorous. Their looks were also very outstanding. But that cold and proud woman appeared very different among these mature women. She was neither as gentle and good-natured as human women nor as licentious and unrestrained like fiend race women. Her beauty was matchless but had a kind of wild beauty. The moment she appeared, those women next to Yi Yuan immediately paled in comparison. "It's Miss Li Ji. TSK, truly beautiful. If I can approach her, I'd be willing to be a ghost too," whispered a fiend race man. Slap. Everyone only heard a crisp whipping sound. That fiend race man's head directly exploded like a watermelon. Even his fiend soul was scattered too. He was deader than dead. "Since you want to be a ghost, then I'll grant your Wisconsin H. Plus," Li Ji's icy cold voice sounded out. When everyone saw this scene, they were all silent like cicadas in winter. Finished talking, Li Ji drove her mounted fierce beast and slowly rode toward the city. Yi Yuan's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Scram." Lang Gu was stunned, only then, realizing that Yi Yuan's sentence was said to him. Our pretty boy got angry. "I'm not scramming. If you have the capabilities, accept my challenge." Ha, Lang Gu said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, "Since you're seeking death, then I'll grant you your Wisconsin H. Plus." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's body surged with fiendish energy, directly turning into an afterimage, charging over toward Lang Gu. Lang Gu was originally still snickering. But the moment Yi Yuan moved, his expression could not help changing greatly. Too fast. However, Lang Gu was a grand completion 2-star fiend general at any rate. His strength could not be underestimated. His gaze turned intent. Raising an iron fist, he smashed over toward Yi Yuan. Boom! The two people collided together without any flash. HI+ness. Lang Ji's body directly flew out backward, but Yi Yuan did not budge an inch. When those few women saw this scene, each and every one of their gazes revealed an astonished look. They all thought that Yi Yuan was a flower vase, did not expect that his strength was actually so formidable. Middle-level 2-star versus high-level 2-star. He actually occupied such a huge advantage. Lang Ji's figure had yet to land when Yi Yuan's figure moved again. Lang Ji's head directly exploded. His fiend soul ground into pieces by Yi Yuan's sword intent. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Yi Yuan put away the sword and slowly walked into the city. Those fiend race women abruptly startled awake, all of their faces revealing incomparably besotted expressions as they swarmed over like bees. "Goodness, handsome, not only are you good-looking, your strength is actually so formidable too. Truly the Prince Charming of my dreams. This is a man. Lang Gu, that weakling, a pewter spearhead that HI+ness like silver, looks good but useless. Handsome, you're so strong. Huarong really loves you to death. Leave with elder sister." Chapter 1476 Unexpected Encounter. Chapter 1476 Unexpected Encounter. "Get lost." Yi Yuan's face fell as he yelled coldly to those few fiend race women. An icy cold killing intent spread out. Those fiend race women all turned white as a sheet, involuntarily retreating. If it were before, they would definitely not take Yi Yuan's berating seriously, but go over and flirt instead. But now Yi Yuan killed Lang Gu with 2 sword moves. Who would still dare to not take him seriously? All the girls made way. Yi Yuan slowly walked past from the middle, heading toward the city gates. Fiend race territory, killing people on the streets, this sort of thing was very common. Those capital city guards could not even be bothered to give it a glance. The fiend race was this kind of place. It was where the weak were prey to the strong until it was terrifying. As long as you were strong enough, you could obtain respect. If you were too weak, either submit or die. It was that simple. Hence, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of psychological burden regarding killing Lang Gu. Yi Yuan was just about to enter the city when an old man suddenly blocked his path. "Little brother, our family's master sees that your skills are pretty good and wants to invite you to join the Fan family. I wonder what do you think?" The old man went straight to the point. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said coolly, "Oh? What are the terms?" Inside the fiend race cities, martial artists had to join a faction. Otherwise, they would be devoured until not even dregs remained. Entering the city today, their corpse might be strewn on the streets tomorrow. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. No matter how powerful one's strength was, it could not match people's numbers too. In the capital city, there was no lack of origin deity realm powerhouses. Even if it was Yi Yuan who ran into them, it would be certain death too. The old man smiled and said, "Little brother's strength is outstanding, able to kill Grand Completion 2-star while being at middle level 2-star. This level of strength, it's naturally much better than other guest retainers. Our families," Mrs. said, "as long as you agree to join the Fan family, your treatment will be twice that of ordinary Grand Completion 2-star guest retainers." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised, but his gaze turned toward Li Ji, who was on the fierce beast. Li Ji seemed to have been paying attention to the commotion over here all along. Seeing Yi Yuan raise his head, a hint of a smile actually flashed across her face. That look, that boldness, fieriness, fervor, made people unable to refuse. TSK, this fiend race woman really has another charm when she smiles. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally in his heart. Yi Yuan had to admit, this Li Ji was also not the slightest bit inferior compared to the human race's unrivaled beauties. Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, "Deal? But I still have a condition." The old man smiled and said, "What condition is there? Feel free to mention it." Yi Yuan said coldly, "I want 5 slaves." The moment the old man heard, he chuckled and said, "I was wondering what condition it was. Even if you don't mention this matter, we'll also prepare it for you. The Fan family's guest retainers will each be signed with 3 slaves. As for little brother, 5 is naturally no issue." Yi Yuan nodded his head and pointed to a middle-aged man in Li Ji's squadron, saying, "Okay, but this person, I want him." The old man turned around to look. His face could not help revealing a difficult look as he said, "This. Although he's a slave, he's one of Miss Li Ji's guards and is deeply trusted by the young lady. This probably isn't appropriate, right?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, Is this the sincerity you speak of? I know that your Fan family's strength is very powerful, but it's also not to the extent where I have to go. Can't meet eye to eye so long." Done talking, Yi Yuan waved his hand and was about to enter the city. Suddenly, a figure stopped Yi Yuan's path. It was precisely Li Ji. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "A mere demon race slave, what's the harm in gifting to Sir? Since Sir likes him, just take him." In the fiend race, humans and demons could only be reduced to the lowest-ranking slaves, regardless of how powerful their strength. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "It's still Miss Li Ji who is straightforward. Miss Li Ji, rest assured. You get what you pay for. Source Knight won't disappoint the young lady. It's just that I got to have some errand boys under me and need a capable and experienced fellow to manage." Source Knight was the fiend race name that Yi Yuan gave himself. It was just reversing the name Yi Yuan won. Yi Yuan, this name was too different from the fiend races. Li Ji smiled and said, "Li Ji understands. Sir's strength indeed makes Li Ji very surprised. In the future, I'll have to rely on Sir more." Yi Yuan swept a glance around and said with a big laugh, "Did Miss Li Ji see their looks? For me to be able to do things by Miss Li Ji's side, they are endlessly envious. Source Knight is a guy too. To be able to serve Miss Li Ji, it's my honor." But Li Ji was all smiles when she heard and said, "Sir Source Knight really knows how to speak. Then let's return to the Fan family." The fiend race admired the strong. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed just now was taken into Li Ji's sight fully. Plus, Yi Yuan's looks were handsome, her fiend race woman's personality also showed itself. That cold beauty was like a blooming flower at this time. The gazes that the surrounding people looked toward Yi Yuan with were full of envy. In the entire Capone capital city, those able to make Miss Li Ji laugh so happily were not many. Clearly, Yi Yuan made her mood very good. To be able to talk in a jovial manner with Miss Li Ji, even if they died, they were willing to. Li Ji came before that demon race slave and said coolly, "In the future, you'll follow Sir Source Knight." The slave bowed and said, "Yes, Miss Li Ji. Long Zhan pays respect to Master, too." Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of an indiscernible smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Li Ji forced out a mark from her glabella, struck it towards Yi Yuan and said, "This is Long Zhan's slave seal. In the future, he's yours." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for Miss Li Ji's generosity. This chap looks rather smart. I settled on him at a glance." Li Ji smiled and said, "Sir Source Knight has such sharp eyes. Among my guards, he's the smartest." Yi Yuan had a pleased look too, accepting it calmly. In the fiend race, modesty and whatnot would never be regarded as a virtue but would be beneath contempt instead. With strength, then one could be arrogant, one could be lawless. With strength, one could accept other people's praises. Strength was everything. Ethical code and moral principles, these things, were all rubbish in the fiend race territory. "Sir Source Knight, let's go back to the Fan family." Li Ji rode the fierce beast and brought the group of people back to the Fan family. The Fan family was one of Capone capital city's 4 great families. The clan's strength was immense. Li Ji was the Fan family's beloved daughter, Capone capital city's top-rate beauty, admired by countless fiend race men. However, Yi Yuan naturally wasn't really charmed by Li Ji that he agreed to join the Fan family. In reality, Yi Yuan killing people in rage outside the city gates was deliberately displaying his strength for Li Ji to see. Sure enough, after Li Ji saw his strength, she came to solicit him. And the reason for Yi Yuan doing so was for this slave, Long Zhan. When Long Zhan approached him, the sacred dragon token reacted. In the heaven-span world, who could make the sacred dragon token have a reaction? The answer was already self-evident. Yi Yuan did not think that coming to Capone capital city, he could actually meet a person who could make the sacred dragon token have a reaction. Although the pinyin looks the same, the characters are different. They just have the same P-R-O nunciation. In order to not confuse anyone, I decided to go for an English name rather than going Yuan Yi and Yi Yuan back and forth. This way, it's clearer when he's being addressed as a fiend. 2. The Long in Long Zhan is dragon, hint hint. Chapter 1477 Finally Solving the Mystery. Chapter 1477 Finally Solving the Mystery. Returning to the Fan family, Yi Yuan received the token representing a guest retainer's ident. 1 Tai. They arranged for his residence, and he also received a guest retainer's salary as well as 4 slaves. Only then it was considered done. Coming to the courtyard where he stayed, Yi Yuan got rid of his attendants, leaving behind Long Zhan alone. The current Long Zhan was already much older than that clone Yi Yuan encountered in the Land of Inheritance. Clearly, these few years of slave life changed him significantly. If not for the sacred dragon token reacting, Yi Yuan would not even recognize him. As for that clone, it naturally withered away between heaven and earth. It was impossible for it to pass through the world-locking gate and come to the heaven-span world. Yi Yuan sized him up with an amused look, making Long Zhan very uneasy. In the fiend race, if the master was unhappy, they could take the slave's life. "Do you know why I kept you behind alone?" Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Long Zhan clasped his hands and said with a tiered look, "Master should have some matters to instruct." Yi Yuan smiled and said, I didn't expect that the dignified lord of the dragon race actually ended up in such a plight today. A pity, lamentable." Long Zhan's entire body trembled, his eyes glued onto Yi Yuan, monstrous waves stirring up in his heart. Why? Why does Master say this? The shock in Long Zhan's heart could not be any greater. In the Heavenspan world, apart from those who came out of the Immortal Grove region together, body knew about it at all. But this new master of his blurted it out straight away. Yi Yuan held his palm out. A small and exquisite fire rod appeared in his hand. Long Zhan was no longer able to remain calm. His entire body trembled, staring fixedly at the sacred dragon token. He opened his mouth, but could not say anything. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with this thing, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Thud. Long Zhan directly knelt down and gave 3 deep kowtows towards the sacred dragon token. When he raised his head again, tears already covered his face. Over 100,000 years, what was once the sea had now changed into mulberry fields. But the former leader of the dragon race ended up a slave to others, his life and death at other people's whim. Agitating surging in his heart for a period of time, how could Long Zhan still control himself? And Master, could it be that you've been to Long Zhan's hometown? Long Zhan asked carefully. He could not see through Yi Yuan's actual situation and even thought that Yi Yuan sneaked into the Immortal Grove world and obtained the sacred dragon token by chance. Heh! Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. The sacred dragon token emitted a dazzling light. A gust of whirlwind rose from the ground up, but it was limited to within a range of 30 feet. Long Zhan's gaze turned intent, and he said in terror, The sacred dragon token, acknowledged Master. How is this possible? Members of the fiend race might be able to sneak into the Immortal Grove world and might be able to obtain the sacred dragon token. But it was absolutely impossible to get the sacred dragon token to acknowledge him as its master. The sacred dragon token was personally forged by the sacred ancestor with bloodline power. Even members of the dragon race could not possibly obtain the sacred dragon token's recognition either. Those able to get the sacred dragon token to acknowledge them as its master were only the lords of the dragon race. But now, the sacred dragon token actually acknowledged a fiend as its master. How could he not be shocked? Suddenly, the aura on Yi Yuan's body changed. The rolling fiendish energy retreated like the tide, turning back into the original Yi Yuan. Long Zhan was simply about to break down. His master was actually a human? He disguised as a fiend and all of the fiends actually could not tell. Suddenly, Long Zhan's gaze turned intent and he said in shock, Could Master have come out of the Immortal Grove world? Yi Yuan grinned and said, You're not considered too stupid. That's right, I'm the same as you, coming from the Immortal Grove world. Long Zhan's expression changed and he said in disbelief, Impossible. The Immortal Grove world's heavenly Tao is already lost. It's impossible for someone to pass through the spatial turbulent flow anymore. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold and he said in a deep voice, I'm just telling you a fact, not gaining your trust. Don't forget your current ident. 1 Tai. Long Zhan's entire body trembled, his aura immediately cowering, suddenly becoming incomparably humble as he said, Forgive my mistake, Master. Yi Yuan's tone eased up slightly. Looking at Long Zhan, he said with a cold smile, Do you feel that you and I share the same roots and furthermore, I obtained the sacred dragon token's inheritance and should be endlessly grateful to you, and let you go free? Long Zhan's heart thumped, his heart sinking to rock bottom. What Yi Yuan said was completely right. After he was shocked, he was secretly rejoicing. Since Yi Yuan obtained the sacred dragon token's inheritance, furthermore, originated from the Immortal Grove world, it was impossible to not help him. Just now, he was actually wildly elated in his heart. But now, the situation did not seem quite right. This lowly one dare not. Long Zhan said aggrievedly. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes shot out a ray of cold light as he said coldly, If not looking on the account of the sacred dragon token, the moment I saw you, I'd think of ways to kill you. A piercing cold killing intent pounced from head on, virtually asphyxiating Long Zhan. Yi Yuan currently grasped the slave seal. He only needed a thought and could make his soul disperse. Don't tell me that you all, these deity realm powerhouses, don't know the Immortal Grove world's fiend calamity. You all abandoned Immortal Grove world's billions of lives for your own selfishness. So on what basis should I save you? Yi Yuan continued coldly. Toward them, these deity realm powerhouses who left Immortal Grove, Yi Yuan was filled with resentment in his heart. If not for his sudden emergence, breaking through to deity realm at the final juncture, the entire Immortal Grove world would have already become purgatory on Earth right now. Long Zhan was silent like cicadas in winter, and did not dare to refute at all. The long life of a slave made him become extremely cautious and timid. He knew that right now, if he spoke one more word, it could draw down a fatal disaster. Recount the events back then in detail. If there's any bit of concealment, you know the consequences. Yi Yuan said coldly. Long Zhan did not dare to hide, saying the events back then as exactly as they were. Back then, they were eager to leave the Immortal Grove world. On one hand, it was because Heavenly Tao was damaged. On the other hand, it was also because they dreaded the fiend race. Because at that time, the Immortal Grove world was already unable to give birth to origin deity realm powerhouses anymore. They were completely powerless to face the catastrophe of the fiend race. These two things were like two large mountains, weighing on all of the deity realm powerhouses' hearts. Finally, after an equilibrium that extended as long as 10,000 years, all of the deity realm powerhouses finally reached an agreement, escaping out of the Immortal Grove region. And the dragon race's old patriarch was one of the key members that facilitated this matter. The initiators of this incident were that group of Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouses. They convened all of the deity realm powerhouses that could be gathered in the divine realm and plotted this escape operation. If anyone dared to stay behind in the Immortal Grove region, they would become a common target for scorn. Their goal was naturally not for everyone's consideration, but that an additional person would be an additional assurance in paas, sing through the spatial turbulent flow. That was a journey with 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. One more deity realm powerhouse was one more hope to live. It could be imagined just what kind of ulterior motives each had in the operation at that time. And the meeting point was at the chaotic Devil Sea. That place was also the human and fiend, 2 races' ancient battlefield. Quite a number of deity realm powerhouses also left behind their legacies there. Later, these 100 over people paas said through the spatial turbulent flow, collectively escaping the Immortal Grove world. Chapter 1478 Sword Tao Second Layered Heaven Grand Completion. Chapter 1478 Sword Tao Second Layered Heaven Grand Completion. Who survived and came to the Heavenspan world? How did you end up in the fiend race territory and become a slave? Yi Yuan asked coldly. Hearing Long Zhan's words, Yi Yuan's heart was long burning with fury already. These bunch of guys would rather die than be willing to protect the Immortal Grove world. Truly selfish to the extreme. Sensing the killing intent creeping out of Yi Yuan's body, Long Zhan was incredibly perturbed inwardly. At that time, we had a total of 7 people who survived. After entering the Heavenspan world, we all sustained heavy injuries. We couldn't determine our location and no idea how long we walked either. Who knew that we actually ran into a group of slave traffickers? Our injuries at that time were very severe. We had no strength to fight back at all. In the end, after paas sing through several hands and places, we were sold to the fiend race. In between this, we had another 4 companions die. Now, the ones who are still alive are only 3 people, Long Zhan said. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, you all, as the Immortal Grove world's strongest people, don't take on any responsibility when something crops up, and would rather die than be willing to resist the fiend race. Immortal Grove World's billions of lives were almost annexed to become fiend race slaves. This is perhaps your retribution. Over 100 deity realm powerhouses almost wiped out. This was perhaps everything foreordained by heaven. Long Jean said, trembling with fear, "Why, yes." Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said coolly, "Apart from you, where are the rest?" Long Jean said, "There's still one person at Capone Capital City. The other person went to Eminent Orchid Imperial City. As for their life and death, I don't know." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, "About removing the slave seal, you can stop thinking about it. In the future, it will depend on your performance." Long Jean had a disappointed look, but he still said helplessly, "Yes, master." Yi Yuan, not lifting Long Jean's slave seal, had his own considerations. Putting aside him leaving the immortal Grove world, Long Jean was enslaved for 100,000 years. The deeply rooted nature of a slave already penetrated deep into the bone marrow. The current Long Jean was no longer the leader of a clan back then. For him to be able to live until now, he was bound to worldly wise and slippery to the extreme already. He was a complete and utter lackey. Such a person, once the slave seal was lifted, he would not even know when he sold him. "Oh, right, you've been in Capone Capital City for so long, let me ask you something. 1,000,000 years ago, who was Capone Capital City's city lord? Is he still in Capone Capital City now?" Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Long Jean was stunned and shook his head and said, "The city lord 1,000,000 years ago is probably already dead, right? The fiend race had long lives and it was extremely hard to die. Fiend Lord CLA's powerhouses, their lifespans were even as long as several million years and would not easily die. But the fiend race territory was not as peaceful as the human race. Even between the two capital cities, they would carry out campaigns on each other too. City lords dying in battle was also a common thing. Just take Capone Capital City for example. If somebody broke through to Fiend Lord realm, they might very likely go and challenge the city lord. As long as he could kill the city lord, he would be able to replace him. Therefore, the replacing of fiend race territory leaders was very fast. Some capital cities' city lords would even change several times in a century. The city lord 1,000,000 years ago, it was virtually very hard to verify already. But it was also precisely because of so that fiend race powerhouses were abundant like clouds, their combat strength far surpa. As same rank humans. Tide-Rain City's martial artists could only resist the fiend army by being all veterans of 100 battles. Ordinary humans, 3 or 4 people might not be able to deal with one same-rank fiend. All these, Yi Yuan was naturally aware long ago. Asking about it was just holding on to thoughts of getting lucky. Then do you know where in Capone Capital City is information the most accessible? Yi Yuan asked again. Long Jean blurted out, "Want to say accessible information, it's naturally the Blood Yama Hall. It's just that wanting to inquire about intel from their place, it's probably not that easy." Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and he said with a nod, "I got it, withdraw." In the Death Cultivation S.P.A.C., Yi Yuan's sweat ran down like raindrop. The other Yi Yuan opposite him attacked like lightning, one sword faster than the other, already pressuring Yi Yuan to the limits. "You weakling, I don't believe that I can't kill you. Go to Hell. The clone gnashed his teeth in hatred, his eyes revealing a murderous light. A chasing moon stabbed towards Yi Yuan's chest as quick as lightning. Ever since the first time entering the Death Cultivation SPAC, after narrowly escaping death, Yi Yuan already entered the Death Cultivation SPAC several dozen times. Each time, he was dancing on the edge of a knife, accompanied by the Death God. But each time, he could finish off the clone by a hair's breadth. It was precisely because of so that Yi Yuan's improvement would be so quick. For him to fight bravely alone amidst the fiend army, slaying 1,000 people, and still leave calmly, it was inseparable from this death training. If it were before, Yi Yuan could kill Lang Guo, but he absolutely could not do it so effortlessly. Lang Ji's strength was actually not considered much in the fiend race. It was also not much better than Qin Zheng those guys. How could jumping realms to battle be that easy? Entering the death cultivation S.P.A.C. each time, Yi Yuan really squeezed out every bit of potential. Not being able to defeat the clone, he could only die. Hence, every time he entered, he had to make progress, even if it was just a tiny bit. Sailing against the current, either advance or regress except, this retreat was eternal damnation. Gradually, Yi Yuan fell in love with this feeling of being accompanied by death. He discovered that this heavenly Empyrean immortal grove was simply a genius, to actually be able to come up with such a miraculous cultivation method. Because each time he entered, he would have great harvests. That feeling of breaking through under extreme conditions was simply too wonderful. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to be as intrepid as when he entered the selfless realm at that time. Each time he won, it was a hair above the replicate. Of course, this kind of dangerous cultivation, Yi Yuan would not rashly go in. That was no different from seeking death. Each time he had gained from battle or cultivation, he would enter here and challenge himself. Under extreme conditions, Yi Yuan was able to transform these gains into real strength, improving a little bit each time, ACCU. Mulating day by day and month by month, it was a rather considerable improvement. During that battle with the fiend race, Yi Yuan slew 1,000 people. It was rather hard to come by tempering. To Yi Yuan, how could he possibly miss such a good opportunity for improvement? Joining the Fan family now, he was considered to have settled down. Only then did he have time to hone himself. Life and death juncture, Yi Yuan had some comprehension, his figure plussing out like lightning. The same chasing moon. But Yi Yuan's move was faster, sharper, reaching first despite launching later. Yi Yuan's sword said through the chest. No fresh blood flowed out, but the clone looked at Yi Yuan with a hateful look and said gloomily, Why? Why can you beat me each time? There will come a day where I'm going to kill you. The death cultivation Su's replicate actually carried the memories last time. The clone forced Yi Yuan to the limit time and again, but he was defeated under Yi Yuan's hands every single time. The negative emotions already ACCU. Mulat to a very terrifying degree. Yi Yuan wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a faint smile, Okay, I'll be waiting for you. The replicate carried intense unwillingness and dissipated away. But Yi Yuan was rather joyful as he said, Sword Dao Law's second-layered heaven, finally cultivated to grand completion.